Here we go. Here.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So now you are good to go,
Yeah,
right?
thank you. Morning. Morning.
with my good friend and co-commentator, Heather McCall. How are you, Heather?
I'm good, Jared. How are you?
I'm doing very well.
Good.
Yesterday, I commented with Matt the first three games of this tournament. They went very well. And after three games, we have five players sitting with three wins. And we are going to be seeing two of them in our very first matchup. Mac Meller, the number one seed, and Josh Sokol. So a very exciting start to this morning, I would say.
I would say so as well.
Yeah. If you want to learn more about Scrabble, please make sure to subscribe to this channel here on LetsPlayScrabble.com on YouTube. You can also go to wordgameplayers.org to find a club or tournament near you. So Heather, you recently were on stream being streamed. What was it like having your game watched by the audience?
I wasn't mindful of it at all. I really just played and hoped that I wasn't making any egregious errors that would come back to haunt me afterwards.
Yeah,
I missed a triple triple. So I
I
think that
remember that.
I was going to say I don't want to say that's as bad as it gets. I think as far as an egregious error that one can make, and it was a fairly obvious one, and I was like panicking. Ended up
But you
playing
still
a
managed to
show, but
win, I think, both of your games on
I
stream.
did. Yeah,
And
it was a
it's a
close
lot less
one.
pressure when you were just sort of playing more for fun. The players here are playing
Yes,
for $10,000 top prize and the bragging rights of the title of the World Cup champion. So I could definitely see the streaming putting the pressure on some of our players. But Mac and Josh are not the type to get rattled. I think
they
we're
are
going to see some
pros.
high quality Scrabble. And to
Yes,
answer a question from the chat, Alex Dings out of Germany asked, will it be NWL throughout the day? No. The first four games with Heather and I will be NWL. And then in the afternoon, you have some very talented commentators. It'll be Austin Shin and Jesse Day. So Jesse Day, I believe, was the runner-up in the Worlds two straight times. That's as good as it gets, folks. Really good. And Austin, I believe, is over 2100. So if you think Heather and I are going to teach you stuff, it'll be nothing compared to what you'll learn this afternoon. But I think we'll have a good time here, as we always do. And let me go over a bit more of the standings with you while we have a bit of time. So I mentioned that there are five players at three wins, having the start they wanted. So that's Josh, Jackson, and Mac, like we might expect. Mike Barron with a great start, and also Jeff Fishbane. So all five of them are in great position. In the B division, we have more than that at 3-0, a whole slew of players, actually nine. Menachem Rosenberg and David Spargo at the top. A few other names that are notable: Stefan Fatsis, the writer of the biggest book in Scrabble, also at 3-0. Happy to see that. And in the C division, we have Paul Mistret in first with Robin Schloch right on his tail. And many more people, including two people you played on stream, Shauna and Dave, are both at 3-0. So isn't that fun to see? A couple in from Mississauga, where our producer Sean also lives. So nice to see everyone doing so well. And if I can find the link, I'll give you an update on the CSW standings because I'm sure people also want to know about that. And then very shortly, we'll be cutting to the games. I think they're just doing some last minute announcements. I see the players now are at the table. It's one of the Renke twins in first place, Thomas, and Bradley Whitmarsh is in second, also at 3-0. And many other people, including the great Will Anderson, are at 3-0. Nine people in total. So it looks like they've already taken the tiles off the board and into the bag, which means they're ready to start. Here's the handshake, and it looks like Mac will be drawing first. As we go along with the action, if you have any questions, please post them in the chat. We'll try and answer as soon as we can. You can also just tell us what you enjoy, what you don't. what you'd like to see more of. Maybe tell us who you'd like to see featured in the next match. Okay, a quick opening play here by Mac of Pudgy. I didn't actually see what his other two tiles were.
No, me neither. I'm not sure if those tiles are getting on the racks.
Yeah, Sean, our producer in the background, are the tile cameras set up yet? A bit hard to do commentary when we don't know what the players have, but I'm sure Mac made the right play of Pudgy because he just is so consistent.
And I mean, with those letters,
Right.
I couldn't imagine what he would have left behind that would have been more preferable to play. So
I guess some people might play Pudgy with the P on the double so that you don't put a U beside a multiplier square, but I don't think the U is that dangerous, so I would definitely take the extra points with Pudgy where he played it. Now we see the rack, so this will help. Josh has an X and a C, as well as a bunch of 1-point tiles. So the obvious play, of course, would be XI, XU, and ID. Are you seeing anything longer that he might want to play?
I mean, the X would be a priority for sure.
Right. His other tiles are so bingo prone, bingo meaning playing all 7 tiles to get the 50-point bonus. So you really want to get rid of the X, and next to the U, you can put the X to form a really strange 2-letter word, XU, which is a Vietnamese currency. You could play something longer to the G, ending in ing, like Raxine. But I think after he has time to think about it, he's probably just going to play XI. He could play Radix, Radix, through the D. That actually looks pretty good. It doesn't score quite as much because the X would only triple instead of quadruple. Ryan W. in the chat's just lacing to set up the X. It's always good when you have a tile like the X or the Z to really try and set it up. So racing would have slotted an I right beneath the multiplier square. And if it stayed open, he maybe could have scored big with it. The problem, of course, is that the C would have stopped overlaps from happening. So maybe you would have had to play carrying or something so that you could then go above it. Mac, on the other hand, what do you think of that rack, Heather?
I can't see what is beside the N. Is it an O?
An O, yeah. He's got 4
Okay,
E's, an I, an O, and an N, and he
so
might
it's a
have to
no shape.
exchange.
Uh, yeah,
If he doesn't,
at this stage, exchanging
yeah,
makes a lot of sense.
it's a good time to exchange. Like you're saying, it's early in the game. There's not that much happening on the board yet. He could play Genie, I guess, if he wanted to play through the rack, but
Yeah,
no,
he's
he's going to make the right
exchanging.
decision here. So exchanging, of course, you score 0 points, but leaving EN, it's putting himself in a pretty good position if he can draw the right stuff. Over to Josh. Josh only has 1 vowel. He's got duplicate L's. We don't like duplicates in Scrabble. He has 1 tile that he could put next to ID for points, that being the D, but it won't score that much. I think he's probably going to look for something ending in the Y, if I had to guess.
Yeah,
And
despite
Heather,
the double L, Candy is the one that sort of jumps out at me.
right?
Uh, Plays all of the higher point tiles on his rack, despite leaving the double L.
Yeah, in the chat, what do you guys see on this turn? It's definitely not an easy turn. I think he's going to take some time with this one. Whereas Mac, if we look ahead, has drawn the first blank of the game. He has Clad set up on his rack right now. So we will see where he's thinking about playing that. Why Clad, I guess. That's a really difficult word to think about to see. It doesn't take an S. It's one of those really obscure words that doesn't tend to show up in NWL dictionary as much. I think it's like from the Shakespeare time. It just means dressed or clad, but it takes that really strange front Y hook. So just to see this play is really well done by Josh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, it's a five-letter word they both know, but it's not one you think about. You're not looking at this board and thinking, I'm going to start a word with the Y, right? So well done by Josh.
Yep.
It does put an
Superior
A
play.
out in space, and a vowel is the sort of thing Mac is looking for with his one vowel, one blank potential bingo rack. Now, I'm not saying a bingo right away. If he doesn't have a bingo, I'm sure he's going to look to play something with mid or vid, perhaps. I see in the chat, Billy says he would have played daily over this Y-clad play, which definitely makes sense, holding on to a vowel, and Josh now only has one vowel, so he would really, wait, and daily, oh, dally, okay, sorry. Early in the morning here. Yeah, playing off both the L's. I know, Heather, the L is your least favorite tile.
Oh no, is that secret out? Yes, I was it was hard for me to sit there thinking that those two L's might stay on the rack, but uh,
Right.
Josh found a way to play at least one of them and score. So yes, a much
Yeah,
better option.
and Robin found maybe an even better way of Clary, Clary, because L and D is more synergistic than L and R, as she's pointing out. So glad to see Robin in the chat and a very good comment. Um, Mac, meanwhile, is still looking for a bingo, which I don't think he's going to have. I don't have Quackle open, so I'm not positive. I'm going to rely on our fellow experts here to help us out. If he plays vid, I'm not really seeing what he could go down with. That would be the ideal play because he doesn't want that V on his rack. So if not, he could play something like men, but leaving VRN is not as good as he'd really want to do with the blank.
I would also think he really does not want to close those playing lines with the blank on his rack. He would
Right.
rather keep them open so he can use them to bingo. So that id spot playing down does seem like the place to play. No, but he's going to take it anyway.
Okay, well, he is playing the play that our producer Sean suggested, Nav. One of the risks of this play, of course, is that it takes that back E. Mac knows he has an E, and if the spot stays open, he can score big with it. So it's a touch aggressive in that sense, but at the same time, what else was he really supposed to do? So that looks like a pretty good idea, I think. He will have bingos on his next turn. Not the one that Sean is suggesting to us, not being an NWL word, but we'll see if the spot beneath nav stays open. Josh, the obvious play, of course, would be something like vow, but that would leave 5 consonants. So instead, he is going to play off with lone, I believe, yeah. That's a good idea, leaving as strong of a leave as he can here. It keeps the board a bit tight, partially obscures the nav back hooks. So will any of these bingos now fit on the board after Josh kind of obscured things? I guess, yeah, there is one if he makes the blank an S and hooks it with slid. I see Robin has found it in the chat, no surprise there. So vermins. Of course, vermin being like bugs, and Matt finds it within a couple seconds, no surprise, and looks like Josh has drawn really well, so perhaps we'll see a couple bingos in a row here. I think if vermins comes down, we could see something like teenager immediately after to follow. Mac will just take his time because if there were a bingo from the P, for example, it would hit the triple word score. So he doesn't want to just take the first bingo he sees. You can't be too hasty in this game. A bit of a pun there, as Mac is playing a best of 100 set against HastyBot on Woogles.io. So check out Mac's YouTube channel. It will teach you everything you want to know about this game and more from the #1 player right now in the NWL lexicon. And there it comes. Vermin's is going to come down. He'll circle the blank. And yeah, I was looking at H through the E, but Robin again is pointing out that Graydon goes beneath Nav in that spot we pointed out earlier. There are at least one other 7 in that rack. I see reagent as a word, but that wouldn't hit the double word score. Very important to know your hooks in this game. So Nav, you want to know it takes it back E, it takes it back S, and of course a back Y, for probably the only common word in that set of Navy. Another chat in the YouTube. Hello to Paul Gallen. He's asking if the games are going to be uploaded to Cross Tables. He wants the Quackle files as he's writing a column for the Times in the UK. That's exciting. I will make sure that someone from our production team gets back to you, and hopefully we'll be able to send you the files. Great. Yeah, Noah's the one who is entering the games into Quackle, so we appreciate all of his help behind the scenes. So you can message him if you need them directly, as I don't think they've been posted yet. So some other bingos he could have played, Generate through that E, as well as Teenager, like I said, Reagent, Regental, Grantee. There are several bingos. I'm now looking at the Quackle feed. Yesterday I relied on Matt Canick to do it for me. It's showing that Graydon is the best bingo right now in the stream, but only by about 0.5% of win percentage. It's saying Generate is really close. And probably the reason for that is look how dangerous that N he puts out in spaces. If we're thinking about triple triples, Heather, which is plays that go across 2 triple word scores, that N can be really dangerous, especially
ING.
Yeah, but 2 Gs have been played, so
yes,
that is a consideration. You can end words in ANE, ANT, ENT, INE, so there's definitely some possibilities. Mac doesn't have one of those sort of racks, but he can score pretty easily with the 3 tiles he just pushed to the right side of his rack.
Does a T go in front of that honk to play? Is thonk good?
Thonk?
No, probably not.
No thonk, but he could also play underlaps, I suppose. If he had like an N, Robin is saying that he could play hone underneath, which would score nicely, forming AH and then all the way across. You always love to hit not just 1 multiplier, but 2. Now he's set up KET on the right side of his rack, Kent. So that would also play in the same spot. I think even though it would leave 2 Ts, I would lean towards honk. It scores more points. It's kind of close though. Which one would you play there, Kent or honk?
I mean, I'm wondering if he's thinking of keeping the O for potential on the other triple line that's been opened, and that it has more value therefore to him than the E would have. But I agree. I think keeping the 2 Ts is preferable. I'd rather score more points.
Yeah, 2 Ts aren't exactly great, but the ED that would be left with them really helps those 2 Ts. because words do end in TTED. When you're thinking about leaves, you want to think about what sort of words they could form. And
Right, that energy.
exactly, synergy. And on this Quackle, we are running simulations. We are asking our expert computer program which play does it prefer. And by about 2.5 points of win percentage, it is preferring honk. So you and I at the moment do seem to have this right. We'll see if Mac ends up playing what the computer wants. Just because the computer wants a play doesn't necessarily mean it's the right play, but it does score 6 more points, which certainly helps.
Yeah, the game is close. You would want to keep scoring as much as possible without giving up too much
Absolutely.
board equity. And I think that DTT combination
Um,
isn't.
Either way, the simulation will have him as in a slightly losing position after his play. Uh, Kent was played. It sounds like we have just
Oh,
lost
okay.
the feed for a second. Perhaps a poor internet connection, but we appreciate being told what was played. We'll get the stream back to you very shortly. While we're waiting, let me just look at some of these comments here. Robin was pointing out how D and T are not synergistic, which I totally agree. But that E really does save that DT, as I was saying. So sometimes some tiles really don't work together. The UW one, Heather, that's one of the famous ones that doesn't work well. But if you have an N, then all of a sudden it's not quite as bad because you can form unwords and manage to get that W in.
It's true. Synergy counts for a lot when you're making decisions on what letters to play, what letters to keep, what's left in the bag. You really have to be mindful of the potential combinations that you can make with those letters. And yeah, those kinds of little strategies, they don't have to be fancy words. They can be just words that are really commonplace. And if you can see those patterns, that's a real advantage.
Absolutely. And Josh was looking at 7 consonants, including 3 S's. So he plays jest. And what a good idea, because holding 2 S's, he knows it's very unlikely Mac's going to have the other one. And that's going to give him a chance to score really big on his next turn. So a great way to play through 7 consonants there. Mac's rack is a bit more balanced, but not exactly ideal. Maybe one reason he chose Kent is it's always nice to have the power of the H, a very nice scoring tile. He could play Rho, RHO, beneath Jest, forming Sh to really use the power of that H.
Looks like he's setting up Doti to play under that G on the
Yeah,
triple line.
that's clever. It hits the triple. You were thinking maybe he was keeping the O for that spot. The I also goes beneath the G. You have to really know your 2-letter words. Yesterday in the game, we saw Sam Hollington, who I think we both know pretty well, being a
Mhm.
somewhat local player, play a different spelling of that word. He played DHOOTIE for a bingo as part of his 3 bingo game to beat Joey Krafchick on stream. So a great
Oh,
start for
wow.
Sam. Yeah, he played really well, and I was commenting that last year in the World Cup, he won the class prize in the A division. So another good performance for Sam early on. You could also play Doty, as Billy points out, to the I in Vermins, which would be interesting. Mac's going to play it below.
Mm.
Play off one more tile. The I sort of helps the WT leave, but it's not really essential. I think he'd much rather go for E's, maybe another blank.
Well,
And
Josh went from horror to looking quite nice with
yeah,
that.
and that's what Josh seems to be doing these days. He's been winning one tournament after another. I saw him post online this morning that he stole 2 games yesterday and won one. So that's what it takes sometimes to be 3-0. You have to win some games that perhaps you shouldn't. He has Massier set up on his rack. Are we seeing a spot for that? I don't. This is a bit tricky. It looks like there's should be somewhere to bingo with such promising tiles, but I
Yeah.
haven't found it yet. And now I see Noah has uploaded Quackle, and there is in fact no bingo. So Josh will have to take his time though. It's easy when we have the computer program to say he has no opportunity to play all 7 of his tiles, but he doesn't know that. So knowing he can't bingo, he could use that jest spot he just set up. I think all of his best plays will use that spot. So does he want to play something like reams, which is going to score the most, putting the M on the double letter square, but it doesn't leave as strongly. So maybe amise, the French word for friend, and coming from Montreal, we know that Josh knows such a word. That leaves much better with RS, and it also puts a less dangerous tile in the triple lane, an A instead of an R. So that's another nice consideration. So Josh is writing down his rack. When people don't write down their racks through much of the game, and then all of a sudden they start writing down the rack, that tends to be a pretty big tell, doesn't it, that they're getting close. Which can
So
be a
he's going
bit
to take
dangerous.
those
So he's going
points.
to take the points here. Josh is a very offensive, aggressive player, and if you want to keep up with someone like Mac, you're going to have to score. Mac has towable set up on his rack. There's an anagram of that T-bowl. But now that the R has been put up top, Mac is going to be looking for a way to reach it. Looks like now he's thinking of T-bowls. That would play through the A of reams, and the B would double, and the whole play would double. So definitely a nice find by Mac, to no one's surprise. We saw Mac draw both blanks in game 1 of this tournament when he beat Zach Ansell in a really well-played game by both players. I think there was just one slight misstep by Zach, but otherwise we were liking play after play, really top-level play in game 1 of this tournament. And once again, Mac is drawing both blanks, which he is hard to beat with bad tiles, right? So getting him with good tiles is just, it can feel nearly impossible. Quackle does find one other bingo, the obscure bellwort. I think that's probably a type of flower or plant. Heather, you know a lot of trivia. Are you familiar with that word?
I would agree. That's probably what it is, some sort of plant, but
Don't know
haven't
that.
ingested it as far as I know, or used it for any other purpose.
Right.
Not a common wort.
Yeah, like I just know like St. John's wort. When you
Yeah.
see that WORT ending, you're thinking some sort of a plant or root. Um, but that would be definitely an inferior bingo. It scores way less. T-Bowl scores 82. His other bingos are scoring in the 60s. And if he doesn't play T-Bowls, the computer would actually rather him pass up his bingo, play another obscure word of bluet, BLEWIT, which almost sounds like it should be 2 words, which would
Yeah,
score
not familiar with that.
45 and still keep the blank, oh blank. So that's also a nice consideration. I think he definitely has to bingo here
Well,
because
we
the
know
82
he'd
points,
seen T-bowls. He had that queued up on
right,
his rack, so yeah,
and
here it
it's
comes.
coming down. So again, it's a bit of a strange word, a T-bowl. I guess it's just a dishware of some sort.
I'm going to guess the same. I don't, it's probably exactly what it sounds like it is, just a bit
Right,
more, again, of an archaic word that we don't use too much, but
right,
probably everybody in the 1800s had tea bowls all over the place.
exactly. And now we drink our tea right out of a mug. So hopefully tea mug will
Yeah,
be added to the dictionary soon.
here's
That would be a
mine.
nice way. There you go.
It's a sizable mug too. It's
It
deserving of its
is.
own word. We should create tea mug to describe the vessels that we all use
I
now.
know I've complimented the size of your cereal bowls, and I also like the size of your tea mugs. You guys
Yeah.
do well to eat and drink
Nobody goes
largely.
hungry or thirsty in our house. That's true.
Exactly. Heather and Crane are known for hosting a lot of events in Toronto. We have a great scene here, as well as other players. You can see Robin in the chat, another great Toronto expert.
Oh, thank you, Robin. She's actually given us an official definition for tea bowl.
Okay, no handle. That makes sense. I'm picturing one of those teas you drink with two hands and the steam like rises up in your face.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, something from another part of the world.
exactly. So Josh here has two I's, two S's, and then a T, and those are all sort of promising bingo tiles, whereas the B and the G really don't seem to work so well in this rack. What are you seeing here as maybe a candidate
Gosh.
play?
I mean, we're getting to the midpoint of the game, and you really have to be mindful of board
Right.
space and what your opportunities are lying ahead. With those two S's, I mean, they don't look very promising in terms of offering a bingo hook. Um,
Yeah, that's a great way of looking at it. The S is obviously a very valuable tile, being able to hook words, as in you put the S at the end of it and then form a word going in the other direction. The problem is the obvious place to put the S would be after that Y-clad word, but that word doesn't take an S. So the S actually has less value than normal. The
that's
top
right.
play I'm seeing by Quackle is Jive, which is he's going to play it, but part of the problem is it starts to obstruct that R, which is one of his most important lines in getting back in this game. But he does have the other big line from the P, and he could definitely open up the left side of the board, maybe playing through that I of Vermin. It's definitely not dead, but the computer has him at about an 18% win percentage chance now, so he definitely has his work cut out for him. Billy and Robin both like biting in the bottom left. It does open a lane. The B and the I would be the floaters, so you could end a word in maybe ABLE through the B, or the I definitely gives even more possibility. The SS isn't great on this board, and playing off 5 with both blanks gone is a bit less advantageous than it could be in other situations, but it's definitely a consideration. Quackle did like Jibe as the best play for what it's worth, but Quackle tends to think not as far in advance. I see our simulation is only running 2 plies, meaning one more turn for each player. So if we were thinking longer term, maybe a play like biting would have come out on top. Do you see all 7 of Mac's tiles here? He's got...
Well, right now his thumb's obscuring, but
I know he has an O.
I found O, yeah, and then I can't remember what else was there under his
It
thumb.
might be 2 O's, F-O-O. He has I-I-L-E to go with it. So he's picking up F... Oh, F-I-L-O. Okay, so he's playing Philo, type of dough, of course. Leaving I-I-L-E, but that's not the main reason he played that, is it?
Well, he could have played folio and gotten.
Yeah,
Oh no, he didn't have two O's. He had two
okay.
I's. Sorry.
But the reason he played that, of course, was to obscure bingo lanes. He's ahead, it's getting later in the game. He knows that a
Hmm.
bingo is what could really kill him, and he wanted to block the R of Reams, because those bingos would score a lot. And he also took out the L, W, and S of T-bowls. So that's a really nice play by Mac. Doesn't score a lot, the lead wasn't perfect, but it really accomplishes that main goal of killing the best lanes on the board.
Especially because I believe Josh did have a bingo coming down from that S on his rack that he
Yeah,
will now be
and
able
he
to
has it
play.
set up right now. So sophists or sophists, I'm not quite sure how to pronounce that. I'm assuming it has some sort of meaning like sophomore. One that uses sophisms. So now I have to look up what sophism is. A plausible but fallacious argument. Okay. That seems like a real word. And okay, Sean is very familiar with this one, saying it's common in ancient Greek times. So always like to learn more. I think every game I play or watch, I pick up a bit more. And so he's going to play Tofi here, or Tofi, again, not sure how to pronounce it. But that opens up the left side of the board. The P is still open. And as long as he has a couple lanes, he definitely still has a shot. And Max, terrible rack here with 5 vowels will give Josh a chance to get back in this game. So which lane would you be looking to block here, Heather?
I mean, those lanes that Josh just opened up seem like the most dangerous and the highest priority in terms of blocking. I would probably look at a small parallel play, either above or below that TOFI. The other lane that I keep not seeing is that P to the triple. I mean, an eight
Right.
starting with P is that would be a fairly common word if you had the right letters. So
Absolutely. And it could score like
and it
83
could
points,
score,
let's say.
but I would still, of course, prioritize blocking those playthrough
I
lines
would
that
want
are
to block those new
P
lanes too.
open.
The problem is he doesn't really have any tiles that are going to allow him to play more than, let's say, 2 tiles to block there. He doesn't really have a clear way to do it. He set up Dulia, which would play at 1A. That's the top left of the board, forming Ag. So it does take out the T for bingos going up. It doesn't take out the bingos from the T going down. So Josh would be sort of happy to see a play like Dulia, even though it scores 24, because it would still keep a couple areas of the
Yep.
board open and give him a chance maybe to play Fife or something in the top right and maybe a third lane and really give himself a chance to then finally draw into the tiles he needs to catch up. And Quackle is running the simulation again, thanks to Noah. And to no one's surprise, Mac again seems to have found the best play. Dulia is simming best. I know the computer definitely doesn't play little blocking plays as much as maybe you or I, a more human player, might do. The best blocking play seems to be PIU down there, which does take out the O and the P really well, but it doesn't address the T. So I think scoring 24, really adding to his lead, makes a lot of sense. Over to Josh. He has 4 vowels. He still has 2 S's on a board that the S isn't all that valuable on. He could play something like foes to set up the S in the triple lane, knowing how many words the S starts, but that would hang on to the F, and the F is such a bad bingo tile, I think he has to get rid of it here. So I think the question will really be, does he want to play Fife, F-I-F-E, or does he want to play the alternate spelling, F-I-E-F? He's going to play it with the F there. That makes sense. The F bingos will score more and probably be a bit easier to start bingos, although I'm not actually sure on that. Does anyone in the chat know which word starts more bingos, an F or an E? Leaving SSEO, already having an E, I think the F for sure would be better here, but I don't actually know which one starts more bingos. Okay, before we even had time to really look at Max Rack, he drops 4 vowels. That makes a ton of sense. He leaves REC very strong. But again, there's now 3 lanes open. Mac is basically saying, I'm going to keep playing my game. I can't sacrifice too much to block. That P is pretty much impossible to block because you can't put anything next to XU. The T is a bit easier to block, but not when you have 5 vowels. And now Josh is getting close, and I do see a bingo through the T. So
Yeah, he's signaled to his opponent that he'd like to just reach into the bag to count how many tiles there are. So that must mean there are very few tiles left.
Yeah, I still think just glancing at the board, there's going to be probably about 15, I would think. 17 unseen tiles, it's saying in Quackle, but I think that's also including max rack. So I think there just might be 10 in the bag. So the bingo is through the T. Josh will see it, and here it comes. It's one of these Scrabble words, as I'd call them. It comes up a lot, just being very high probability, but probably not a word you would use in everyday life. So I appreciate our producer here putting some of these weird words onto the screen. That way we can sort of learn what some of these words mean. So Uri is shivering with cold, so it's an adjective, you can't put an S on it. And soutanes is a long garment worn by clergymen. The more you know, huh?
It does help to have a good
Yeah.
vocabulary.
And knowing the words helps knowing if you can pluralize them, if you could put a D, an S at the end. It's very important. The players seem to have very opposite racks right now. Mac has a lot of low point tiles, whereas Josh just drew the Q and the Z out of the bag. So this is going to lead to a very interesting pre-end game and end game as we go forward. The computer's not loving Mac's winning chances right now, but
Really?
the computer
It's interesting.
but the computer is not realizing that Josh has a Q. If they knew it had the Q, I think the percentages would look a lot different.
Do we see I mean, there's no Q play. I don't see.
No, like
And
I'm not
and I
seeing one
don't
either.
think you can exchange now, right? That the bag has too few tiles in it to be able to make that exchange play. There need to be 7 in the bag.
Right. The Q might end up being the difference in this game.
Mm,
Mac is probably going to want to hang on to an I so that if he draws the Q, he'll have somewhere to play it. Um, the A can help get rid of the Q sometimes when you can play QAT, for example, but there's no open T on this board. Also, he has a C, so he could play that French word of cinq, C-I-N-Q, through the N in loan if he were to draw the Q. So these are the sort of considerations
mm.
players have to make while in this position. And yes, Robin, I'm going to put the tiles into the YouTube chat right now. This is from Mac's perspective of what's unseen. So some of the tiles, of course, are on Josh's rack. So Mac is looking at a very interesting pool, knowing that the Q and the Z are both out. This is a very difficult turn, and he only has 4.5 minutes to navigate. Uh, I don't even know what he's supposed to do here. This is difficult. Like the F is open, the P is open. He's getting close to bingos. If he were to draw like an N, he'd be very much bingo prone, but I don't think he can rely on a bingo here. I think he has to be a bit more aggressive than that. So there's 3 in the bag. So if he plays 3 or more, he'll be emptying the bag, giving Josh full knowledge. This is tough. The computer is liking pacier maybe at C8. So that's from the P in TOEFI going down, and that makes sense mainly because it scores. It gets rid of some stuff, and it would only leave him with 2 tiles to draw 3, so he did 5. So if Josh can't get an out in 2, he'd be looking in a pretty good position. But if he draws the I after that, he'd be losing. If Josh just has a big play somewhere, for example, he'd be
I
losing.
I love. Okay, so I mean I'm maybe reading more into this, but Josh just put YA off to the side, or 2 tiles, let's
Yeah.
say, off to the side. I mean, could those is there an I that's unseen?
No.
Okay.
There's no I. The YA, maybe he wants to set up an R front hook. Maybe, oh, Picara. Okay, that is better. That's a word that I know, but I hadn't seen here. And now actually looking back at the sim, that one is the top simming play. It again has him at about 36% to win if he plays Picara, but if the computer knew Josh had the Q, I think that percentage would look very different.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you also want to hang on to that I if you can. I know that's what he's thinking. Like if he plays that I and then he draws the Q, it's like game over. But I think yeah, and the U is in the bag too. So he's thinking, like there's so much to think about here. He just didn't have enough time. And even with that time pressure, he's going to be making the best play. So I think he just has to be aggressive here and say, none of the other options are so appealing. I'm just going to have to hope that I draw either the Q with the U. I think Josh is maybe holding Picara, or no, maybe just checking the score. Possibly a hold because Mac has not drawn more tiles. And with 2 minutes and 11 seconds left, you would definitely want to draw your tiles. And he'll take the provisionals anyways. So provisional tiles are when your opponent is considering challenging your play. You can draw from the bag. He's drawn EAU. So he's happy to know that he didn't draw the Q and that Josh doesn't have the U. So I think Mac's looking in a pretty good position here if he can slow play and make Josh eat that cube. But the thing is, he can still score with the Z. So
What are the high scoring plays that Josh has available to him? Anybody
like Zen is
thinking?
sort of maybe one of the more obvious ones, forming ZA with Picara. So that's in the bottom left. You can play Zen there, you can play Za there. Yeah, what else could he really do? He's going to want to play slowly himself, right? If he plays too long of a word, it allows Mac to play sort of one by one. And as we look at the scores here, we have to remember that Josh most likely is going to eat this cue, meaning that Mac's going to get 20 more points. So this is the sort of sequence that both these players are better than I am at working through, and both these players would love to have another maybe 20 minutes to think this through. This is not easy. Okay, I'm looking at the Quackle, and Quackle is saying that Zen wins, as does Za in the same spot. So I
Really?
think that's obviously, assuming Quackle has this right, sometimes it can be a bit off in some of these slower endgames, but because it would leave QARY. The reason I think it might win is that Max Leave just doesn't score enough points. So Josh will still get another turn to put his Y down for a lot of points. So the 35 points from Zen plus whatever points he gets from Y can sort of withstand the 20 points he's going to lose from the Q. And yeah, so he was happy to avoid that cube, but the 3-vowel draw might be his undoing. Yeah, Alex is pointing out what I said is that Quackle's not great at these endgames where you're trying to stick the opponent with the tile. I know Cesar Del Solar is working on Macondo, his program that promises to have better endgames. Our technology here in Scrabble isn't quite to the level where it will be at one point. It looks like Josh maybe is setting up something like zonery through that O and T-bowl, but he can't play so many tiles. I think he really has to play a bit slower here. Yeah, Billy's saying the same thing. Because he's going to have to score twice big. And so if he plays off the Y and the Y won't land on anything, it just won't be enough. I think he's going to have to play Zen and then find another spot for the Y. That would be my intuition. Oh, and now Noah's saying that Zen does lose with slow play. Okay, that does make more sense because Josh is down 9. So Zen does score 35, but remember with the Q, let's say it only scores 15. So that would only put him up 6, let's say. And then Mac having the tempo here would be enough probably to win. So both players now down under 3 minutes. They're both working through, I'm sure, a zillion permutations here. Adam is asking about Azo and Zoa. Just trying to see. Okay, so Azo would play above T-Bolt. That's definitely an interesting idea. Playing even slower. Mac, of course, can go out in 2, I would imagine. So you can't play too slowly. I guess one thing we haven't mentioned, Heather, where would that Y go after a Z play?
Yeah, I was just thinking, I mean, maybe that's why Zoa might be a good option and keep that spot down at the bottom to play Yen parallel against
Right.
Pikara. But I mean, the chances of that space staying open after Josh plays are, I think, pretty slim. So
It's also
yeah,
wondering, can Josh set himself up for something? I mean, one nice thing about playing Zen in the bottom left is it does set up YA next to it for a lot of points. I think Mac would just play maybe AE there to take it away, but sort of forcing your opponent to respond to a threat can be nice. The Y doesn't really have so many great spots on this board like it could in many other boards.
hmm
Zen, Za. Okay, so I'm going to play a bit slower with Za. That makes a lot of sense. Neither player has a back hook to Za, like a P for Zap, G for Zag, Zax, exactly. Why not Oyez is asked in the chat. I think from the O and T bowl, are you asking? It just wouldn't. You want to play a bit slower, like I was saying. You want to score big with the Z or the Z on one turn, and then be able to get some points with the Y on the next turn. I think that would be the reason.
It would be very tempting to want to score and play those big tiles off. But yeah, I think that's showing the next level play on Josh's part to rein that instinct in a little bit and say, I need to be able to score with both of those tiles on 2 turns.
Exactly. And Mac is down to about a minute and a half. He probably already was thinking about what he would do if Za or Zen came down, but I see him shaking his head. He's a bit nervous. He just plays off the E. Okay, so he's leaving Uria. I'm guessing he's got a couple spots for that. It's sort of hard to keep track of both of their racks here. It's easier if you can just think on one person, like as they only have to worry about their own tiles. Josh now is going to find a spot for the Y. The Y has to come down. Where are those Uria tiles going? I would think he would have left himself a direct out, but I don't see one yet. Win comes down. That's a great play. So the Y spot neither of us were seeing. Just a 3-letter word, win. So that sets up Uria, which I think should be enough to win because Josh is holding 24 points. But do we have the score updated?
I was gonna say not just yet, but now it is.
So it would be 408, I believe. Or is 385 the score after win? No, it's 408. I got to do some math on the fly. No, I don't think there's a win here. There is a win, W-Y-N, and I think that win might lead to a W-I-N win.
Wow.
Josh said he stole 2 games yesterday. I'm not sure if he stole one here. I'd love to see
hard
after
to call
the
this
game.
a steal.
Yeah,
It's so close.
A FOR is the play being found by David in the chat, and Uriel to the L is the other one. They both score 9, and neither win, so Mac's going to play a bit slower. But I don't think slow is going to be enough here because Josh has RE of his own.
So they are scrambling.
Yeah, 18 seconds, no time to think. You hope both players know the exact score. He's got to hurry. Josh gets it down. He's so experienced. He's going to play 1.
He's just
Mac's going to play 1. So UT, 7 seconds for Josh. He gets down his ski for fear. And the A, it's not going to be
I'm not.
enough. Josh is going to pull this out. With 0 second. Oh, -1. He went
Uh,
over. Uh,
well, oh my gosh.
that was intense for first thing in the morning.
I
It's
was going
only
to say,
10
I don't
o'clock.
think we're
I
going to
should
see
still be
very many games
asleep.
like
It's the
that
weekend.
today.
Wow.
To go down to seconds on the clock with just, small points in between every little play matters at the end. I mean, it's great as a
Yeah,
spectator, heartbreaking and wrenching and incredibly nerve-wracking for players to be in those situations.
no kidding.
Um,
These are the games that make you so jittery, and you just want to get up and stretch your legs and breathe a
yeah,
bit.
as Josh is doing right now, he's doing a big stretch. I hope he should feel proud about pulling out that win. That
Yeah,
was a
well, when
really
you're
tough
10 feet tall, you really got to stretch out that body. Uh,
that cue coming down on your rack in the last, I mean,
and
that's
still
just that
pulling it out,
your heart
like
sinks. Yes. It's
unbelievable.
like,
So
how am I going
we
to
have the
do this? So,
score
yeah,
as
impressive.
422 to 411. Paul's asking, assuming the overtime didn't matter. It matters for points. If that clock is accurate, Mac will lose 10, so it'd go down to 401. It won't matter for this game per se, but the spread could come into play later in this tournament. If players are tied and have the same result, the spread would be the tiebreaker. We see the other Josh Greenway in the background behind Josh Sokol. Two good friends, two good Joshes. Josh, another one of our Toronto Scrabble mates. And we always appreciate the work Josh does with Kieran for LetsPlayScrabble.com. Remember to subscribe here to the YouTube channel. And let's also thank Sean and Noah in the background here. Josh and Kieran run so many events, and this is their biggest by far with about 250 people. The amount of work Josh does for Scrabble, all of it volunteer, is just so appreciated. And look, another Toronto player in the background, another friend of ours, Mad. So wearing Let's Play Scrabble gear. Where do we get that gear? I think I need that shirt. The players here are post-morteming. They're discussing different plays. The Bakara one for sure is one that Mac wants to discuss. I'd love to hear what the optimal endgame sequence is. Noah
Yeah,
thinks
and
that
Alan
Zaba is a
in the chat is
win,
asking.
uh, but like this was too tough for us to call while it was going. We were having to pay attention to Mac's rack and then Josh's rack, and you can't sort of have the time to focus and think about which sequence might be best. Uh, it's tough enough just thinking about from one position. From thinking about two makes it really difficult. When the game is this close, especially on Division One, especially with two people that have so many friends, you'll start to see everyone congregate around the board. Everyone wants to go through this. Maybe they're even doing a recount. I don't think so. They both have such good math skills. Their scores are almost for sure right. You are allowed to ask for a recount in a close game. You can recount during the game while it's going. You can recount afterwards. Yeah, a lot of weird words in this game. If you're not familiar with these words, don't be intimidated. This is the best of the best. If you want to come to a tournament, you'll be playing in the lower division. You won't see these strange words. Pakara, Sutanes, Dodi, Uri, Dulia. I understand these can look very intimidating. I hope what we're doing is explaining the strategy behind what they're thinking so that you can apply these sort of skills to your own games, even if you don't know all of these strange words that happen to show up in the dictionary. Um, and Heather, I know that you do know a lot of words, just being, like I said, a sort of a trivia person, but you haven't really studied as deep into the dictionary as a lot of these players have, and yet you've managed to keep such a high rating. So what do you attribute
Yeah,
that to?
well, I was going to say, I think there so much of the game is strategy, and skills like anagramming, I think, come into play too. The ability,
Right.
the ability to, the words that you know to actually just be able to find them, and by mixing up the letters and finding places on the board to play them. Those skills have nothing to do with your vocabulary and your word knowledge. They're kind of a separate skill set. And I'll be the first to admit my word knowledge is far inferior to most of the people that I play at the level that I play. I I feign recognition a lot during the games that I play when
Yeah,
words come down on the board, and I'm like, yes, of course, I know that word, and
sure.
just write score.
I
And
use that every
um,
day.
yeah, and so I try not to let on that lack of knowledge. I know enough to be able to spot, potential phonies and strategically
Oh
decide
yeah,
whether or
yeah.
not to challenge,
I
of
don't
course.
mean to
But
sell you
no,
short. Heather actually knows a
no,
lot
I'm not,
more words than
you're not,
I'm giving her
Josh.
credit for.
Jared's not.
And such a strategic player, and you play a bit more methodically, a bit slower, so it can
I
definitely be
do.
hard trying to find these plays instantly when I go, okay, Heather, what do you see? And you're like, I need
Yeah.
another 2 minutes. I'm not ready to tell you what I'm thinking. I'm still
I,
looking.
I, yeah, I saw it's so funny in the whenever our producer Sean was writing in the chat, I think he said something very telling. He said, "Play biting and move on." And I don't think I would ever play something and
Yeah,
move on. It's just not a philosophy that I could ever adopt in a game.
right.
I labor for every play, and I don't always make the right choices, but I do feel like I have to check a bunch of boxes first before I can feel comfortable about
And
playing
I
a
think
word.
that
And
works
I
to your
think move
advantage. I
on
really do.
or
Uh,
still and go, oh gosh, is that the right play?
No, when you're playing
But
Scrabble,
yeah, word
every
knowledge
turn
comes.
matters. That's what I tell people when I've tried to do some coaching with a couple people, and I say, at the end of the game, you get about 12 turns a game, and you just have to make the best decision you can on each of those turns. And yesterday, we saw a really good play on stream by all 6 players, but the players who lost, they made, I think, just one bad play early in the game. And by bad, I don't mean terrible, I mean not optimal.
Just the wrong
Zach, in that
thing.
first game, he should have found the word waif, and instead he played something just a bit worse, and
Hmm.
things spiraled after that. And in the second game, that was it? I think it was Joe Edley against Jackson, and again, Joe just missed something that was very makeable, a word he knew. And the third game, Joey Kravchuk, who promised Matt that he was going to play slower, and to Joey's credit, he played a lot slower. But early in the game, he rushed one turn. He played socks, burning his S when Lux was available. Would have let him keep the S, and so later in the game, all 3 of those players started to draw poorly. But if they had found their individual play that was so essential, things go very differently. Knob, Billy's saying, was the turn in the Joe game. So what happened with the knob turn was it took out the lanes he needed.
Hmm.
Matt was saying, play bonk. Bonk sets up a new S lane and it keeps this S lane open. But by playing knob one spot to the left, it actually took out both S lanes that he would need. And then Joe, I don't know if you saw the stream, Heather, but he had 5 homeless bingos on his rack throughout that game. So
Oh my
that is
gosh, how
just
heartbreaking.
as painful as it gets. But as
It
Matt
is.
pointed out, you can't really complain about having nowhere to play them when you're the
It
one
was
who
his
took
own
out the
fault.
lane that would have allowed it to happen.
It's
So
it's true.
yeah. So I see our producer has put on the BRB screen. We are going to step away. Our next game will be Max Panich versus John Karras. So stay tuned. Okay, folks, we are back. I am Jared Capel. I'm here with Heather McCall.
Everybody.
If we could turn off the background noise, Sean, that would be great. Heather's saying we might have a special guest joining us in the booth coming forward, but I'll leave that as a surprise. What we do have right now is another Torontonian, Max Panich, a friend of ours, of course, and John Karras, a great player who always seems to be giving players fits. Yesterday, a few players were saying how much trouble they have beating him. So we'll see what happens in this one. Max is going first. He's drawn 3 I's as well as K, B, R, and D. And this is a bit of a difficult rack. I'm thinking maybe an exchange if you can't get a way to get rid of 2 of those I's.
Mm-hmm.
You
But
can play biddy.
he says,
Yeah,
that's okay. I can handle eyes.
absolutely. And he found the word before I think either of us did. And that is a common Scrabble word, and it plays nicely there. Without putting an I under a multiplier square. Because it takes an S, you could have also considered playing biddy with the B in the double lane, but I think either placement is totally fine. Yeah, to answer in the chat, we have 4 games this morning. I'm not sure if there's 3 or 4 this afternoon. Wes is saying this is the second out of 8. I think there might only be 3 in the afternoon, but I'll see if I can get full confirmation on that. I think normally in this event, it's like 3 games the first night and then 7 games most of the other days, and then the last day a bit shorter, but I, again, could be wrong on that. Or it could be 3 the first day and then 4 days of 7, which is 28 plus 3 is 31. I believe that's the setup. So I think we have 3 this afternoon, but long before we get to that, we have to look at John's rack. He has fence set up that could play beneath biddy. Okay, thank you, Billy. It's 38884. So I did have it wrong. So there will be 4 games this afternoon. I mentioned earlier it'll be Jesse and Austin on the call there. So, okay, he's gonna go with Chief. That's a nice way to put the C and the F on multiplier squares. He's pulling it back. I actually thought that was looking pretty good, but he's going to take a bit longer on this turn. What are you thinking about the different options here?
I really liked that play. I'm
Yeah,
curious to see what he was having second thoughts about.
right. It's nice because it doesn't really give that much back. It does set up a back S hook, but that's already there from biddy. Um, the other plays he was looking at, like Fen, for example, it doesn't score as much. Chief scores 27. Quackle likes Chief at 1% win percentage better than Fen, which would just go right beneath biddy. So he'll take a bit longer. Maybe he's concerned there's something like longer. Maybe it's just the pressure of playing on stream. Maybe he's a slow player. I've played him once. I'm not as familiar with his game. Whereas Max, I think I've played at least a dozen times. I think about 10 times in tournaments, also a couple times in club, a couple of times in social events. So I do know his game a bit better. Max is coming off a really strong performance in Niagara Falls, where I struggled, but Max finished in second place, even though he had to take 3 buys that tournament because he wasn't feeling well.
Hmm. I was going to say
So,
oh, okay,
oh,
interesting. So
chef. Okay,
this the same 4 letters that he would have played with
right.
Chief and just a different position.
But it's the
What's
same
the
letters,
difference in
but it
score?
scores 4 fewer.
Or
I
fewer. Okay.
Maybe you could think that position is slightly better, but I don't see how you could think it could make up 4 points.
Yeah.
So for me here, I would take the points. Maybe John is just a bit more of a defensive player, wants to keep things a bit more
Hmm.
closed. Chief would have given up parallel plays going down to the right of it. So maybe that's what he was thinking. Uh,
It's
to
certainly more
me,
defensive. It
it
seems
is
an
a
odd
bit
choice
more defensive,
at an early
but it
stage.
also puts the C in the double lane, right? Every play is going to have its pros and cons in that sense. When they're this close, I personally am going to favor 4 points because at the end of the game, those 4 points might be the difference between a win and a loss. But maybe John's just thinking he wants to set up the shape of the board that he wants.
Yep.
And by all means, if it's a mistake, it's probably not a huge one. So Mac now has, sorry, not Mac, Max now has a bit more balanced of a rack,
Mhm.
and he's going to play cab and leaving a very strong leave of rain. He gets the K and the B off his rack. That looks very obvious to me. So a nice pace to start this one as we see the first blank of the game come down onto John's rack. I don't see a bingo right away. I see wove forming wad and obi, obi being like a sash for Japanese clothing. But he should take his time here to see if a bingo is possible. If not, I think wove is nice. One nice thing about wove also is it sets up an N back hook, and he has an N.
Jared, can you see what's the last letter on John's rack beside the N there? I can't.
He's
Obscured.
leaving ON blank with
Oh, it's a
wove.
blank. Okay,
Yeah,
that's probably why I can't see it. It's nothing there.
right. Well, you had trouble seeing it, but I'm sure John was thrilled to see it. And leaving ON definitely puts him in a great position here. Max was hoping for an A out in space for Marinara. That would have been nice. I keep
Mm.
wanting to say Matt or Mac. I know in that Niagara Falls tournament, the top three finishers were Mac, Max, and Matt. So that was clearly the name pattern to do well in Niagara Falls. And even Matt Canic and Max Panich, they have the same rhyme sort of sequence, right? Like Panich, Canic, and Max and Matt. So very similar sort of names, very different in personality, very different in play style. Matt likes to be a bit more creative and aggressive. Max is maybe a bit more conservative, methodical. Uh, he can be slower as a player, but he's been playing at a nice speed so far. Looks like he's thinking about ramen, which he could play with wove for woven. Uh, I mentioned marinara, but marina is another option there. At the moment, marina looks like it's simming the best in Quackle that Noah continues to update. So even though the rack looks so promising, the computer program likes to actually blow up that rack and just leave an R. As Max looks for his best play, John is using that blank and shuffling it around. I always like to keep an eye on players. Some players will only shuffle when they have the blank. I think John tends to shuffle no matter what, but let's keep an eye on that. You definitely don't want to give away tells to your opponent. Do you find, Heather, that you're able to read opponents when you think they might be close to a bingo, might have a blank?
Of course, it depends on the opponent. I think at the higher levels, it's much more difficult. Obviously, um,
Yeah.
some more emotional players have a harder time disguising their
Yes.
frustration or their excitement, one or the other. Um,
Right.
and it is a little bit easier to see if they're struggling or if they're just waiting for you to make your play so that they can lay down their bingo in one of three different
Right.
places. So it's hard to tell sometimes, and I've always found it frustrating when players express something that is actually counter to what
Right.
their rack is, and in a bluffing sort of way. I mean, I think that's well within the realms of what you can do as a player, but it does feel a little sneaky in my mind.
It's sort of skirting that line of what's allowed. You're not
Yeah,
really allowed to coffee house. You're not really allowed to say anything. People do. They take advantage of it. Like you could go, oh,
yeah,
it's hard to say
that's
that's not
oh,
allowed
big
because what you could be
size,
mad
and you're
about is
shuffling
that,
around, and yeah,
right? Like, oh, I'm mad because I wanted an E, but I got an I, so my bingo will only score 70, not 90, right? Like so you're not
it's
really
really, yeah,
lying, but it's
it's
not
hard to
so
tell what
ethical,
that person's frustrated about exactly. That's true.
right?
So yeah,
Um,
so you should
I
really
think
try to
Max
keep
is
those
a bit of a
expressions to a
harder
minimum.
player to get a read on. He's a bit more stoic at the
Oh
table.
my gosh, he's the most stoic player I can actually imagine. Max is
Yeah,
very intimidating to sit across from because he lets nothing, nothing
yeah.
show. I have no idea what's going on with Max when we're playing.
And even when he has a bingo, he doesn't play it right away. He'll still take his time. He's methodical no
Yeah,
matter what, and that
as
works so much
methodical
to his
as ever
advantage.
with every turn.
So as we were talking through John's turn, he makes a great play here of Dodo. He leaves an N a blank, and I think that's an A. He's sort of knocking his rack a bit as he moves. We had a bit of a problem with Joe Edley doing that yesterday. Maybe if the producer could make sure he keeps the rack camera pointed at his rack, that would be great. But Dodo, great idea. When you're trying to bingo, those O's are not of help, despite Sam bingoing twice yesterday with two O's. He's just drawn SRG, leaving an N blank E. Okay,
Oh,
that is a great
that's a
draw.
dreamy, that's a dreamy
Yeah.
rack right there.
And if the G came down one turn earlier, Max could get something like religion or re-oiling or a really strange word of Legroin, I believe. But instead, he's going to have much inferior options to consider here. Um, yeesh. There's not that many spots on this board if you don't have like an S to hook Kiff or Biddy.
I think playing to that D's is the most
Yeah,
obvious spot. I think he has reoiled, right? Does he have
not
reoiled?
re-oiled. He is
Oh,
roiled,
he has
like to
and
upset. He is
okay.
oiled. Those are the top plays on Quackle. Quackle likes playing the R for roiled. It scores three more. I think that's the main difference separating the plays. Obviously, the R is nice to keep with RIN, but the computer would prefer playing off the extra tile for the 3 points. That would be pretty close. Uh, and when I'm talking about hooks, there is one word on this board that maybe looks like it shouldn't take an S, but it does. Do you see which word I'm talking about?
Mm, I think I do. It looks like it would be an adjective, which would therefore not
Exactly.
take an S. But it is also, I believe, a noun for
Right. So
a piece of woven cloth. Like,
right.
is that
So
the word? Is that the word
woven, exactly, yeah. So woven, if we're talking about it conversationally, we would say like it's a woven sweater, for example. It's been woven, like in the past. But it also serves as a noun in this dictionary, wovens, so wove clothing, sort of. So that's a spot that I think both these players will know, but you never know. Even when players have really good word knowledge, certain words can slip by you. You can forget, you can be unsure, or you might not even consider it. Um, and Matt Canick, who joined me in the booth yesterday with some nice thoughts in the chat here. He's saying that John's plays of Chef, Wove, and Dodo did not look like a blank, so Max cannot react thinking that his opponent
hmm
might have one.
Yeah, he just looks like
And
he's playing off his tiles
right.
to make the best plays that he
Okay, so
can
he's
with what
playing a
he's
word
got.
here that's going to give a front hook. We talked about an unexpected back hook, and Stranged here is going to have a bit of an unexpected front hook, one that they'll know and I think see, but I would have probably at least tried to look and find one, unless uh, I don't think spranged is a good no. Uh, and stranged is not even a word either, so this is not a
Can we
word.
what he has designated the blank as? Is there a way for us to know this?
Ooh, this would be a. It looks like Max is
Okay, so Josh
challenging.
Greenway
Yeah.
says that he has designated a T, and it looks
Yeah,
like
that
it's
is
heading
actually, I think,
south.
Sean typing to us. Sean is under Josh's account.
Oh, okay,
Josh
sorry,
being
Sean.
that's okay. Josh being the producer of this whole event with 250 people. Normally, he would be the one sort of running the stream, but he has so many other things to do that Sean has graciously stepped up. So yeah, strange. I was thinking, oh, strange would go to a strange or whatever, but uh,
I mean,
it's not even a
it's not the
word,
lack of options, right? He had lots of
right?
options. Um,
Absolutely.
so he really just,
I mean,
I'm sure he just thought for sure that that was a good word,
yeah, and
and
you could see his
just
face. He's
erased
surprised. He thought it was a
the sign
word. He could have played
coming off the
strange
board.
in many other spots, including with that woven hook we had mentioned. So he's still not in a terrible position, knowing he'll bingo next turn. But this play could definitely cost him. This is a big swing, and look at Max's rack. Wow,
Wow, and a place to play it. Two
a
places to play
huge
it now.
place to play
What
it
a
because
bonus.
that spot stays open at the top. That is 104 points coming up. And I mentioned how
John is just
Max
gonna be so disappointed.
I mentioned how Max is a bit methodical. Like other players would have already snapped it down, but he's like, I know what he has. Let me at least think about this for a second, right?
Right, right.
Like he still has 16 minutes left. No reason not to. Um, so John is taking it pretty well. Like that's a huge swing. It's frustrating on camera, but honestly, strange. Like when you stop to think about the alphagram, if you've studied, you remember dragnets and grandis sort of as a pair, but it just makes sense. Like I guess sort of thinking of estranged. Yeah, it's tough. So great play by Max here. Max has really worked on studying. Uh, I think Jackson was the one who told me that Max had been going through like all the sevens and eights in the last year during COVID, sort of using that time to really work on his studying, and it's been paying off. So really glad to see high quality play. Um, if that inquired play were a couple tiles over, you could try and reach the triple with something like uninquired. So definitely hooks there are interesting. And the best bingo here, what do we think it might be? So,
I mean, we've identified wovens as a word, so
okay,
strange
we've
coming
missed
down
the best bingo though, Heather, because I've
what
just now
is
peeked over at Quackle. The best
okay.
bingo makes the blank a B, and
Hmm.
it makes a play forming three underlaps. Um, so Matt Canick saying he would just play strange and wovens, but he would be sacrificing some points to
How many
do
points?
it.
What's the points difference
It would
between
score
our
85
strange and
points,
oh, that's a lot.
uh, and
Wow.
it would play through the O.
Oh, yes, that is a high scoring spot if you can hook under the H and the BE
Exactly.
and the
Yeah.
KIF. And we're making
And
the
Matt
blank
has
a
now
B.
found it. It is begroans. So if one of the players misses this word, they might act out. Um, they might be groan missing the play.
Well, I am
That is
going to give John a standing ovation if he finds B groans.
yeah, and he's going to play erasing, which is also a nice idea. Um,
Yep.
the groans would have been beautiful. I was not looking there. I think if I had stopped to look through the O and thought about it, it was in my wheelhouse. But sometimes the hardest thing is just looking where the bingo could play. With those three underlaps, it just doesn't look like a bingo lane the way that the other lanes we were looking at do. So
Hmm.
tough one to miss there, but erasing still sims very nicely as one of the other nice options. Snagger, the computer also seems to like forming, I believe, KIFs. No, N6. I'm so bad at these codes. But Snagger for 79 points would be the next best option according to the computer. So he hasn't hit the clock yet. He's still thinking about it. No, it's not being held, David. He hasn't hit the clock. That's why they're both sort of sitting like that. And he hasn't hit the clock. Oh, with wovens. Is that N6? Oh, yeah, because the letters go first. Okay. So, yeah, that's the lane that we were sort of looking to play. And now, oh, okay, he's going to play in grains, I think, or...
Engagers, something in something.
Okay. That also would be reasonable. I assume he made it a G. Hopefully he didn't pick another letter, because I don't think another letter will form a valid bingo there.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't see a grand difference between those two that would compel him to make that switch. You use that time, all of those. I mean, I don't want to say play erasing and move on, but I don't see the huge benefit there to
yeah, and I also think erasing sort of keeps the board open a bit longer, which
he's definitely playing more closed in general. So
yeah.
He was probably just looking for, he saw that, that the openness that created, and was maybe just looking for something that that didn't give him that, like, oh, that looks very open feeling.
Fair, but when you're behind, I think you have to adjust your strategy a bit, especially against a top player like Max, who's going to keep scoring himself. So I think I would have lent towards the other bingo that he had seen, but I would have probably, like Matt Canick, played strange with wovens, but maybe John didn't know the word, maybe he didn't see the word, maybe he didn't like opening up plays down the right column, knowing that he is a bit more defensive. And we had mentioned how players found him frustrating to play against. Well, when players are playing really defensively, it can be very frustrating, because it feels like you have all these options and they just never seem to come down. So Max now has a few too many vowels. He has an F and a D to go with 5 vowels. He's now blocked his camera, but I believe A-A-I-E, F-D. I might be forgetting one tile, the T. Okay, so he does have a third consonant. Okay, this is also an interesting turn. He's up 187 to 148, so he's got a decent lead here of not quite a bingo. He's going to want to sort of keep a nice balanced lead, but he's going to want to also score. So the top scoring play would be at the top right, fade, forming oma, like a grandmother, dad, another family word, and or, something you would mine. But of course, the drawback there would be you're really opening the board if John has drawn into an S. I don't know if he's going to want to be that aggressive, although he does have fade lined up on his rack. It also plays, though, next to engagers. So it depends how aggressive Max wants to be. It scores 3 fewer points next to engagers, but it starts to also block some of those lanes, 4 fewer points. So I actually think I would play it safer here, taking out the lines of engagers. Which one would you play?
Yeah, I would play it parallel to engagers. I think he has enough of a lead that it warrants a slightly more closed play choice. He can afford to give up a few points and still keep a bingo length lead, that sort of 60 to 70 point lead by playing the parallel play on engagers.
Yeah, if your opponent's playing defensive, maybe the strategy is to play a bit more defensive right at them. If you already have the lead and they're not willing to open things, just keep using their own sort of strategy against them. And he's going to play it aggressively. Max is an aggressive player. He knows a lot of words, and he likes to use that to his advantage. And after winning a challenge, I could see him feeling even more confident than normal. But having a lead, not having an S, only one S has come down, only one blank has come down. Maybe he didn't see the other fade spot because of the blank blindness, as we call it. Like, there's a blank in Engager, so it gets a bit harder to see that what the tile is that you could overlap. I also saw very briefly he had failed setup on his rack, which would have gone through the L of coiled. That would have also really opened things up. So a very aggressive play. And John, unfortunately, has a really ugly rack. The UV combination is maybe nice in the summer when you're looking for some rays. It's not so nice in the game of Scrabble. The options for John here are much less appealing, as Max is looking at, he's close to bingos like totality or tonality. Um, and yes, Sean, UV is terrible for the health. I was just trying to make some friendly banter. I wasn't trying to be necessarily so serious here. I'm very pale and I hide in the shade as much as I can, despite enjoying the summer. Morris also doesn't like the risky choice of fade. Uh, I think it's very aggressive. It's not what I would play, but so far it's been working out for Max, and that T out in space is gonna really work out well for him. As we said, he was looking to play tonality or totality. This game could get out of hand really quickly now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that misplay of Strange is now going to really, really.
Yeah, it swung the whole game. When you have a blank, even if you think one play is like a bit better than the other one, if you're not 100% sure of it, I think you got to be a bit more careful, but at the same time, you can't play scared. So it's just unfortunate that strange
Yeah.
looked like a word and wasn't. And I say unfortunate, but it's a game of skill and a game of memorization as much as maybe you and I wouldn't like it to be. And
Yep.
Max is certainly better in that sense. And so it has led to a big lead here. Sean's making us laugh here in our production chat. He's saying that totality reminds him of Mortal Kombat's fatality. Right before the
Yeah.
end, once you win the game, you get the one final chance to knock out the opponent, and the totality will do that, especially Max has drawn the other blank.
Oh boy.
Yeah. So it's 297 to 160. John is down 137 points. We can't see his tiles again.
Yeah, it looks
Sean,
like
if you
we've lost
mind.
his rack altogether out of the frame.
Yeah, it's a bit tough. The racks are sort of taped to the table, and the players are advised to keep it centered, but there's so much
Sure.
you're trying to do in a game. You're trying to score, you're trying to track your opponent's scores, cross off tiles, whatever. All that's compounded by the pressure of playing on stream, by the pressure of playing in a big event like this. And it's very easy to see how you could sort of move the tiles to where you're comfortable, even though it doesn't allow us as commentators to know exactly what's been played, or what is on your rack to be played, I should say. I think I see an I. What
Yeah,
did he
I'm
have
going to say
left?
IEI. Look like
He
the
had a
first
V
three.
for sure, right? He left a V with Intuit. So now I'm intuiting what he has. Yeah, and I have inquired what he has too. So, folks, until we get his racks, I'm gonna keep making bad puns. So if you want me to stop making these puns, you gotta send some mind signals to John to recenter those tiles.
Oh, something's happening. Something's happening here.
Something's moving. Maybe well, we can see his thumb. I see a T. He's got a T, an I, and an L, and a V. So we got 4 tiles now.
Yeah. I think John may have like knocked the camera a bit just with
Yeah,
moving. I
yeah,
see it
yeah.
sort of sitting. Almost, it looks like it would be sitting in his lap, so it wouldn't be too hard to knock it a little bit.
Billy says, "Don't stop the puns. Am into it." So a nice pun there to join
Thanks, Billy.
Very nicely done from our friend Binak. Sean thinks he has the rack, Jeltnve. So
Oh.
not an I like I thought I saw. Maybe I saw the top of
Mm-hmm.
the L. So if he has that J, what would he want to do here? Play gel. Okay, that puts an E out in space, which is certainly the sort of lane he's going to want to hit. Leaving vent, I believe, if we have it right, would definitely work well with some of these floaters, that E, the ERS of engagers, so that looks reasonable. Okay, Morris is looking ahead to Max's racks, thinking maybe you just drop the O for Dado to obscure that very dangerous lane that Max opened up on the right. And also it would leave a nice balanced leave towards a bingo. He's holding the O, so maybe that's what he's thinking. Morris and Max being distant relatives must know each other pretty well. He now has AUO to the side. Maybe he's looking just to fish off his vowels with auto. Auto through the bottom T and into it would also obstruct the T of totality and the E of gel. So it accomplishes a couple things here. It also leaves nicely towards bingos. So he's saying, okay, the lane is open there on the right, but I have a blank. I have a big lead. I'm not too concerned. That's something you can do when you're up more than one bingo. It's not something you could do if the score was, say, 60 points. And he drew more vowels to go with it. So he played off AUO and drew OEU. So not exactly what he wanted to see. I'm trying to see what John has. Again, if you could get us, Sean, the rack, that would be helpful. Hat nets, okay.
Oh, hat
So,
nets.
VetSpan, VETSPAN would be the tiles. It's sort of getting to the point where, okay, put an op, that leaves nicely towards a bingo, and he's holding that S for oars, which is very important. Any play he played here, he was for sure going to hang on to that. This isn't really going to give him a chance to win the game. If he really was trying to win, he might have to open a triple lane, but that would just be so easily blocked by Max. The score in this one has gotten so sort of out of reach that it's very difficult for John to make a plan here to sort of get back in this game. Now I can't see either player's rack. Oh, okay, I think I see Sean.
Oh, we have somebody adjusting. Hmm.
Oh, and there's a bingo. Wow. His tiles did not look bingo friendly. Let's see if other people can find it. I will put his rack into the chat so that everybody knows what he has. It looks like he has missed the bingo. That was his rack, and the bingo would have gone through the R of engagers. So, yeah, what an adjustment. Dustin with some sarcasm. I always love to see that. It didn't quite fit. Do people see the bingo that was missed? So I'll add the R to the letters I put in the chat, and maybe people can see if they can find it. It doesn't really matter. the bingo there is not the difference in the game like the earlier missed one was. Morris has now found it. Honoree.
Mm.
Eurozone would have spilled off the screen, but that is another nice find. Oh, apparently Honoree wasn't always in the dictionary. It definitely should have been. We spell it with the U here in Canada, and Max, it would have been his turn. He's from Toronto. Venom is a nice score here from John. He'll leave STA very strong. And Eurozone, again, if an E were there, is possible. Venom blocks where I think he might have wanted to play something like Zoner. Euro note, Alex, that doesn't look like a North American word to us. I wonder if Max has a bingo here. Not according to Quackle, but there is one 7-letter bingo in Max's current rack. Maybe people can try and find that one. As this game has gotten a bit out of hand, maybe it's a good time for us to practice our skills. There is one 7-letter word in the ENORUZ rack with the blank. So let's see if anyone can find it. And once again, my friend and former commentator partner Morris Greenberg has found it. And according to Billy, it showed up in the stream yesterday, probably with the games that Matt and the great Lisa Odom called. I don't remember it coming up in one of my games. Looks like that John has found a bingo. And I think it's probably going to stay open. It would play with data and ors. So he has assert set up on his rack. So that could really help him save a lot of spread. So I think Max will want to get rid of his big tile here, the Z, but where can he play it? Just something like Azo, you think, beneath auto? Also, Azure, the color, that connects the A and the E. That's kind of fun.
Oh, that's nice. That's very nice.
Oh, actually, the score is a lot closer than I thought. I was sort of thinking the game was out of reach, but it's actually only 313 to 239. So I should definitely be a bit slower to call this one over. I guess I was thinking that Max already had the blank, but definitely if John gets down asserts for like 85 or something and then draws well after that, this game is far from over.
Yeah, the bingo lanes are definitely dwindling at this point, especially if asserts does get down.
Right. Heather, is that your background noise? Is someone banging pots?
What do you hear? Yes, my partner's making oatmeal.
Okay.
Oh, I can close my door if that's
yeah, if you
coming
shut the
through.
door to your office,
Sure.
maybe that'll help. He could also look to hang on to the Z as it looks like he's going to do, knowing that he could score with it on an upcoming turn, but I'm not sure about this play. The leave of ZUR is not very synergistic.
Interesting.
And asserts is going to come down very quickly, so I don't like that play very much from Max of Eon. I guess he was looking at Azo, maybe he was scared to get hit with something big. I'm not really sure what it accomplishes, and that ZUR pattern is just ugly. Fortunately for Max, he's also drawn the X. When you have a lead and you keep drawing these tiles that will allow you to keep scoring 30, 40 points, it's going to keep you in a really good position to hang on to your lead. Just something like Hex and Axe will score nicely. Yeah, Hour and Jello, also an idea. There were already S lanes available, so maybe opening up a new one isn't the worst idea there. That also makes sense. It definitely would have kept the E. The E would have been nice, although he has drawn a new one. Oh, Jun, that's also a good idea because it doesn't take an S. Yeah, that I like that, Jun. If you're not going to play the Z last turn, he could play Hex in a couple spots. He could play it with Sh in the bottom right or with Axe in sort of the middle top left. I guess this is a good time to sort of see how many are in the bag.
And that's what both players have just done. Oh, here's my oatmeal.
Oh, perfect. Hello, Crane. So there's 11 unseen tiles, and I will type them out for you guys in the chat here. So it's a bit of an ugly pool, which is a good, this is from Max's perspective, by the way, these tiles, and that's a good thing for Max, because the one thing he'd really have to be afraid of is a bingo, and those tiles, like, I guess something like Wrigley, W-R-I-G-G-L-Y, but there's not really a lot from those tiles. There are bingos maybe possible, but there's definitely much more scary pools we've seen. So with 11 tiles, there's 4 in the bag, which means he can make a 3-tile play like Hex. The computer seems to still like Azure, which was seen on the last turn as a possibility. It's just a tough word to find beneath the A of Auto hitting the E of Venom. So it's an insertion play, as we'd call it, being inserted between 2 letters already on the board. Also, I keep suggesting Hex, but maybe you get rid of both the Z and the X and play Zax and leave yourself a really strong leave of Heru blank that could even let him get another bingo down late. He's going to play Hex. Oh, there, I didn't see it there. That's even better because it's giving nothing back. And it obscures the front hook he had opened up from playing Eon with En. So, yeah, I like the placement there. What do you think?
That looks good. I think that Azure play is just going to forever evade him at this point. If he hadn't seen it.
Right. Yeah, you can see why the game was far from over. Before Hex, Max was only up 8 points. So John did a good job to stay alive despite that early blunder. Max still has sort of some weird tiles. They don't quite work together. The ZURRIL combination is not great, but the power of the Z and the blank is probably going to be enough. But John has what are really nice scoring tiles. Can he make anything forming Jow or Joy or Jog and go across? Because that would really work well if he could. Yeah, Billy. The Quackle here also seemed to like burning the blank with X'd. I think that was sort of a situational board sort of idea. Definitely not a sort of human play, I wouldn't say. And yeah, both players are low on clock, especially Max. I think both players are a bit methodical. They tend to be a bit slower. They're probably not so unfamiliar with being in these high-pressure, low-time endgames. The highest scoring play is Yop or We. So We is actually very interesting because it sets up his Y for Joey. So We plays in the very bottom left of the board, forming EW and JOW. So he would have the last Y. The problem is the blank is unseen, and the blank can also take that spot. But if he wants any chance to win, he might have to be super aggressive and just hope that blank is available, or that even if Max has the blank, he might not have anything obvious to do here because his own tiles just don't work so well together. So we'll see if John considers being that aggressive. That you don't normally think, Heather, to play WE right there, because if the opponent has something big, they can really smack you. But late in the game, you have much better information about what your opponent can or, in fact, does have. We're asking championship player right now, and it seems to like just dropping the G to form jog, which is also very interesting. We're going to run the sim again because sometimes in these difficult positions, the sim isn't so accurate. But just dropping the G for jog, I think it would just want you to sort of play your tiles a bit slower, because you're not going to really go to a bingo after that. In the chat, what would you guys play in this situation? This is a tough turn. The lead is just a bit bigger than John needs it to be to feel like he's in a good position. Okay, Jelly and Yop, yeah, that scores nicely. After Yop, the P goes in the thing, in the lane there. Max was something like Prez, so I don't think it's going to work out so well. I think you actually have to play a bit slower in this situation than maybe would be your first intuition. But John doesn't have a lot of time to consider this. Hello, Meow, in the chat. It is not on Twitch. We're on YouTube today, live streaming on YouTube, and then the games will be posted afterwards. And he makes the play that I wanted him to play. How about that? And you know Max's heart's going to be racing. That's a scary looking play, especially when Max's tiles are not so synergistic. So John has missed a play or two in this game, but he's also made some great plays, and I think this one stands above them all. Unfortunately for him, that G out of the bag was not what he needed. If he had drawn the blank or even like the N or the R, he'd be in a much better position. But it's not over. Max is going to be under real pressure here to make an accurate play. That is a really good play by John, and I'm feeling for Max. That's scary looking. You really better hope you've tracked your opponents properly, because if you're not sure exactly what they have, you're not exactly sure how to address this spot. So this is where tile tracking, that's when we cross off a tile after it's been played, is so important, because if you have it wrong, it can cost you the whole game. Max is going to play something. Okay, he's going to play Izar. That leaves, not sure what it leaves. LUI, I think. Does he have spots for LUI? I'm not sure about that one. It looks like the computer wanted him to play Azure again, so he's missed it about 3 times. Understandable. That's really tough. Love and Lures looks like the other good idea there. So Jip comes down, and I think John's made a really good play, especially to play it faster. He's left CAG. That would form Cage and Hex. So this has to be blocked by Max, but if he plays Lie like he was... Oh, he has an R. Okay. Sorry. So just Lure would go out? Is that... Sorry, they keep blocking their racks, but if he has LUR, then he just plays Lure or Rule and wins. I think he's confirming the score before he plays it. And Morris is saying he should have played Cage first. That makes sense. Was there no other spot for that LUR? I'm not sure. I think if he plays Cage first, he might have actually won that game. Where would the LU and R have gone? Right. Morris is pointing out you want to think of the two-turn sequence, so Cage would have set up Gapy, Gapy. That would have scored a lot, or Jip. And Max's play of Izar just looked a bit suboptimal. The LUR didn't seem to have two spots. He was really low on clock. So I think it looks like Noah's running some sims. Hopefully Noah can let us know in the chat what the winning sort of sequence was. I think he had to play. There were a few sequences that would have won, something like Lures and Love, or that Azure play he kept missing. He definitely had to set up, I think, an out in two. So Wes, Lures and Love, this computer seemed to like. I'm trying to remember, that would have left IZR blank R, I believe. Yeah, and look, Morris was saying how Cage should have went first, and now he's putting it on the board to try and figure it out. They are discussing this afterwards. Noah's saying that Love wins after Cage. Okay, so Max still would have had to find Love. It's definitely a makeable play, but it is sort of obscured. Ors to lures, he'd have to find that under time pressure. So difficult. We've seen two great endgames in a row, haven't we?
Yeah, with both close games, which is always a nice thing from a spectating and commentating point of view. Not so great when you're a player. Very
Yeah, no, it's
nerve-wracking.
stressful. It's your heart's going through your chest at this point.
Hmm.
Um, it felt like early in the game, Max was outplaying John. John had that big blunder. But later in the
Right.
game, it felt like Max got a bit too cute with some of his plays. They didn't seem so optimal, that Eon play especially. And John started playing really well. And with that Wii play, I think I'd call it the play of the game. And so both players had their ups, their downs, and at the end of it, Max squeaks out a win by the smallest of margins. What a game. What a start to this event. I think we're going to step away now. We have two more games before lunch. Remember to hit that subscribe button on LetsPlayScrabble.com on the YouTube channel. Go to wordgameplayers.org, and we will be back shortly. Our next matchup features Joey Krafchick and Ori Swift here on LetsPlayScrabble.com. Okay, folks, we are back live, and what a matchup here in round, uh, I believe, or round six, I want
Five,
to say.
six, seven.
Yeah, 3 last night and 2 this morning. I can do math. Okay. I'm here with Heather McCall, and we are watching a matchup between two top players who finished second and third in the last Scrabble Players Championship, losing to Michael Fagan, who from Canada, Montreal, won the event. Joey will go first, and he's got a rack close to a bingo, not quite there. What do you think the best way to handle this sort of rack is? Are you with me, Heather? Heather maybe has stepped away or is having audio problems. I think
Yep.
I would
No, I keep
go
hearing
ahead.
everything twice.
Oh, do you have the YouTube channel maybe live and you're hearing from?
Oh shoot,
Yeah,
that's
so
what's
mute
happening.
that
Sorry
one.
about
No problem.
that.
So yeah, I was
Newbie
thinking
here. Sorry.
I've done that before on stream, so I sympathize. He's gonna play
Sorry, I was
aw.
trying to figure out what was going on.
So that leaves EITS, sight as a very strong leave. Looked like a very obvious play to me, and it is the one that he makes. Ori is looking at a difficult rack here. He's got the X, which is promising. He definitely has some plays. I'm just not sure which one the best is. In the chat, as always, let us know what you think, what you would be doing, what you like about these players. It looks like he's maybe thinking about playing Lex, possibly, with Aoi. He could play it to the right of Awe. He could play, is lexical maybe what he's thinking, what he has set up? He wouldn't play that. It just wouldn't score well. The X doesn't hit anything. Awe takes it back E, it takes it back D, giving some possibilities. The W, you'd have to put an E beside it on either side, but he has that E, so he can go down either way. Oh, Calx. I didn't see Calx. Good find by Bro91WN. That's definitely the play, I
Very
think.
nice.
A bit tough to see, although at our level, I think we should be seeing that pretty instantly. So nice find in the chat. It does exactly what he wants to accomplish here. It scores, it gets rid of the X, which you don't really want to keep long term, and it leaves idle, IDLE, which is very nice and balanced. 2 consonants to 2 vowels. When you're playing this game, you really want to watch that vowel consonant ratio. The ideal typically is about 4 consonants to 3 vowels. So on a leaving 2 and 2 or 3 and 2 would be pretty nice. This play of Lex is fine. It's sort of what I had seen, but like Ori, I had seen a suboptimal play. So a bit of a miss here on turn 1. Ori is such a consistent player. We don't see too many misses, but I think if he had seen Calix, he definitely would have played it. That E is just much more valuable. Okay, Sean is saying in the chat, we are allowed to use slurs in this event. I know if they had streamed on Twitch, they weren't going to be allowed to, so they are streaming on YouTube. The people involved in Wigpo were against the censorship of the words, a bit of a controversial position. Some people very strongly wanted to keep slurs in the game, other people wanted them removed. I see the merit to both arguments. Regardless, you're watching this event, and this event can include some slurs, and it also can include shorter plays like Tuit or Toit, hooking Lex to Ilex. So again, if you're not familiar with these words, this is some very high-level Scrabble. To these players, these words would seem very basic. To you at home, it might seem a bit strange. But again, Joey's just trying to keep a balanced leave so that he can hopefully get a bingo down. And now looking to Ori's rack. He is nice and balanced. I mentioned 4 consonants to 3 vowels. He does have that, but he doesn't quite have a bingo. So he's going to have to look for a way to score while again leaving towards a bingo, which seems to be the theme of this game early on. Okay, Morris sees a very cute insertion play of B-O-L-L, bowl, like a cotton bowl, which would form ba, toe, and ole. So that is a very nice fit, and it would keep the board really nice and shut, although that would open up an S hook, because toe would take the front S for stow. So even though it almost looks like it's shutting things, in a way, it's also opening things. And Joey does have 2 S's, not that Ori can know that. He will find this play. So this is a tight board. It's almost looking more like a boggle board than a Scrabble board. We got a lot of comments on the slurs going on in the chat. That's always a big topic. People love to focus on it, but at the end of the day, they're just like a very few set of words that don't come up too often anyways. Let's just try and focus here on the game, on the plays. When the slurs come up, maybe we can talk about them then. Joey, I think it's going to play sow and silex. So you see Ilex, and people always want to put a T, Tilex, like the brand, the cleaner, but that's not a word. But silex is in the dictionary. So that Ilex word that comes up a lot, players know silex. Getting rid of the U helps them get towards his bingo. Sow is looking pretty good here. It still keeps another S to go for the stow spot. What do you think?
He's got 2 S's, right, on his rack?
Yep.
Yeah, I think Sal coming down from Silex scores points, which is really at the beginning of the game your top priority.
Right. He needs to get some points here, absolutely. The other priority here is getting rid of that U. He'd also like to get rid of the G if possible. I don't think he can do both. So Sao is looking pretty nice. Matt is saying that Ori's a closed board player, so that could have been why he played something like Bowl, even though, like I said, because of the stow spot, it's not as closed as maybe it thinks. Joey has been claiming himself to be a closed board player. He didn't used to be, but he's been winning a lot. Maybe he's changed his style a bit, and clearly whatever he's been doing has been very successful. I should mention, between the rounds, I was checking the standings. There's only one player left at 5-0, and it's my good friend Jackson Smiley. Great to see that. And in the CSW dictionary, again, only one player, and it's everyone's favorite person, Will Anderson. So Will and Jackson both at 5-0 in very tough fields. Throughout the event, we'll try and keep an eye on the standings, as well as in the B and C divisions. Ori does have that first blank, so right now the board doesn't have floaters like he would need to make a play. But if Joey opens, it could change things. I like how Joey's using his clock here. He's played a bit too fast at times in the past. This is not necessarily an easy turn. In the past, I would have already seen him having played Sao, but he knows going against a player of Ori's capability, every turn matters so much. He really needs to think this through. Okay, we are now running a simulation in Quackle. Let me just open that. Sax actually sims best. Joey's play of XU is simming almost the same though. So a good idea. He can hit a lot of bingos here. He probably went through the dictionary, not the dictionary, the alphabet, and thought, okay, with a T, I could play ageists, stuff like that. You go through. He did draw into a really strange word of assegai. That was probably one of the words he had permutated he could hit if he, depending on what he drew from his one-tile fish. Yeah, he is playing defensively. That is a closed play. XU does not take backhooks. It is forcing. It is saying to Ori, "You open. I don't want to open. You open." I have two S's. I'm fine with this board. I can hit Stow at some point. Do you have an S? I can hit Towits, or I can form Ilex to Silex. I have the S is a big tile on this board. Remember, I forget if it was last game or the game before, we were saying the S's weren't as valuable as they often can be. But on this board, without really other tiles to work with, the S is huge. And having two of them is powerful also because there's only two left in the bag. Or he's going to take his
boy.
time. We're going to play one tile at a time.
Well, we're going to be here for a long time, folks.
Yes, we are. Although they only have 25 minutes each, no matter how many tiles they play at a time.
That's true. That's true. We're looking to use up all of those seconds at
Right.
this rate.
They want to use every line on their score sheet.
Yeah.
I appreciate
That
Wes putting some of
doesn't
these.
play, correct?
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
At least not that I can see. So Toei does take away that hook of Stow. The Silex and Towit's hooks are there, but that's not the position you would need for this really strange word of assegai that Wes was very kind to define as piercing with a light spear. So I like that these players are playing defense, that they're just forcing the other person to open. They're both thinking, I'm pretty close to a bingo. If you open, maybe I bounce back. I don't want to be the one to open and give you the lane. There was the one miss by Ori, I think, but then he made up for it with that beautiful bull insertion. Joey is now going to play Sai, where he could have played Sao earlier. HIS is not, the best, but I guess what else was he really supposed to do there? Saiga?
Well, yeah.
Saiga's probably better. IGA playing that and keeping the E just looks so much stronger. So, again, he had said he was slowing down, and he had been, but that turn looks like he maybe rushed it again. Over to Ori with his blank. He now has some spot to play. He could play something like Few, F-E-W, keeping the defense alive, knowing that Few doesn't take an S. He could play Wifed if he wanted to be aggressive, but I don't think you can be aggressive here after both players have been playing off one or two tiles. You're just convinced the opponent has such strong tiles, even though we knew that Joey only left G-A-I-S, which isn't necessarily as good as he could have left. Yeah, and Matt's also saying gay could have come down with ba, B-A-A, like a sheep sound. So that would have allowed him to hold on to that valuable S. I still think Joey, I'm not a big fan of that side play. SAE are such nice tiles, doesn't really score that much. It doesn't look optimal. I think we found at least two plays that are looking better. Chloe Fats is in the chat. We were told she might make an appearance. Great to see her. Hello, Chloe.
Hey, Chloe.
So many of my favorite people here. Look at Cesar also. He spots the bingo. Is there a spot for this bingo? I don't think so. Cesar is going to play it with Fuse. Well, Ori wouldn't allow that. And Joey's not going to try it. So without this bingo, I see dawing, D-A-W-I-N-G. I'm almost positive that word is a verb. It again breaks up the rack a bit. It forks the board, which I think is actually pretty good here. He is not playing that. He is playing...
Buying.
Buying there. Okay, buying scores a lot less than dying would have scored, and I don't mind getting rid of the D, even though the D helps the IS leave a bit. Not loving that play. Maybe he wasn't sure if daw was a verb. It's not bad. The IDS definitely has some synergy. And I think now we are finally going to see our first bingo of the day, or the game, but I can't say I've found it yet. I would definitely be looking through that N, right, with CADIOR. Okay, our friends in the chat are quicker than I am at
Are
anagramming at
having
the
a lot of
moment.
fun with this, yes.
Yeah, okay, I see 3 suggestions have come in. Keep them coming. 4, now I see. These are all some very cool words. Some of them are a bit more common than others. Okay, Billy points out there is a 2x2, a double-double as we call it, going across both double word scores. So,
Oh,
and
Robin's on the
Robin is
board
the
with it.
first one to find it. One of the queens of anagramming, and a word that I can't say I knew, Heather.
Me neither, but that's not really all that surprising.
That doesn't necessarily mean so much. We do not have the anagramming knowledge of a player like Ori. Joey also has really good word knowledge. I think Ori's might be even a bit better, but I don't know Ori actually personally. So maybe someone can fill us in on that. I know that Ori is one of the very top players in North America, one of the favorites to win this event. Lots of funny comments in the chat. Keep them coming. Cancroid. I'm going to try and get a definition for you. A skin cancer. So not exactly an uplifting word, but I wouldn't call it a slur either. Just a fact of life, I guess.
Pleasant, yes, an unpleasant
Right.
word.
See, this is why you shouldn't like those UV rays, right? Like Sean was right all along. That's why I'm covered in moles. I try and cover up with sunscreen, and even better than that, forget sunscreen. Just stay inside and watch Scrabble, right? Beautiful long weekend, but we are indoors. I did
So
go to my
it's
aunt's
actually
pool yesterday.
in Toronto today. I mean, it's probably too hot in most parts in North America today for a lot of
Right.
crazy outdoor activity. It's also Canada Day, which is our national birthday holiday. Yours is July 4th, and ours is today, July 1st. So I'm wearing my
It
red
is.
and white.
Normally we would be seeing a lot of fireworks tonight, but with a couple of days ago, Toronto had the worst air quality in the entire world.
Mm.
So I don't know if it's advised to be shooting off fireworks right now. We might have a firework ban in place. Um, that won't necessarily stop people, but maybe it should. Oh, and he has found it. So it took
He
him some
found a
time.
double double.
And to no one's surprise, there's a reason people expect Ori to be one of the favorites to win this event, and it's by finding that play. And Heather, the difference between this play and any other is huge.
Yeah.
One bingo scored 74, the other ones all scored 70. This double-double scored 90. So that's an extra 16 or even 20 points from the other bingos.
Yeah, positionally too. I mean, it keeps the play low and doesn't give back too much. Just that one blank C as an obvious line to play through. A lot of the other ones would have given at least one or two more tiles up in that top half of the board to use to play through. So it ends up turning out to be a nice defensive play as well.
Right, and because the C is a blank, it's not worth any points. So if you play through it, you're not scoring much, and the C doesn't take any two-letter hooks, so you can't make a parallel play. So that's a very defensive play. And then the other big question that comes up is, do these players know if Cancroid takes an S? Those
Mm.
OID
Do we know?
names are
You know,
probably, it does. It's a type of
it's
skin cancer,
it's
so
a
that's a
noun.
noun.
Okay.
But I doubt these players know the definition. And OID words taken in S are probably the most difficult to know.
Hmm.
Um, the OID words seem very arbitrary if they take an S or not. So I wouldn't be surprised if the players aren't certain on that one. That hook might come into play later in the game. We could see a challenge. We could see someone chicken out and playing there. But before we see that, we're going to see that C get used. It was a pretty defensive spot, but it worked out well for Ori, scoring with juice and still not giving anything back because the J doesn't take any front two-letter hooks.
I mean, that play was as obvious, so obvious that he took it even before Joey had a chance to replenish his tiles. So it was an obvious play to Ori.
Yeah, it was obvious to him. If we had seen his rack earlier, it probably would have been obvious to us. Um, Everybody's talking about crokinole as a Canadian term in the
Oh,
chat, and I'm
I
embarrassed to
love
say I
Crokinole.
don't even know what that is.
It's a
Um,
game. It's like
what
a
sort of game?
it's I guess you could technically call it a board game, but it's played with game pieces that you have to sort of like flick and get into rings, and there's pegs that like block entry, and you're trying to,
Oh,
if I'm
okay.
remembering, this
I
is
do know
from
that
my youth.
game, I
I haven't
think.
seen a crokinole board in a long time, but yeah.
Yeah, I think I've played that game, but about 15 years ago. So I'm a bit more familiar with Scrabble. Maybe we'll stick to talking about this one. Although it sounds like people in the chat know some champion level crokinole players. So if you guys thought being a champion level Scrabble player was obscure, a champion level crokinole player is probably even more obscure. Uh, so Joey has consonants. He's got 7 of them, I believe. So he has 3 of them in his hand, so I don't remember his full rack. He's got MNST sitting on his rack still, and he has, I believe, another T. I think you're laughing at Sean's comment to us in the chat here. Uh, yes, we do like to give the Americans thing to poke fun at us about, like me saying Z half the time, but then I say Z right afterwards. Tinct is an option here. He's got MCNSTT and an L. So he could play off 4 of those consonants with Tinct. But remember, he's down big here. He's down 108. If he starts taking out that lane, the I and the D sort of, this board is already really dead. Because View doesn't take any hooks. The juice, the whole top left of the board seems really inaccessible at the moment. Maybe Hodge can come down later, HADJ.
He could do
But
CWM
he
if
could do
that stays
CWM,
open.
yeah. It also opens a lane, which is nice. I like
Yeah.
that idea. That's a tough one to see. We did see it on stream yesterday. Coombe. Joey's complaining about the noise. He has some sensitivities to sound, so he's just trying to stay focused here. I like that. If he were to draw 2 vowels after Coombe, he could have a chance, but if he doesn't, he would be in another bad turn. So he is going to play
He's gonna
Mint, not Tinct. CLST can lead to bingos if he draws some vowels. The D is still alive, especially going down to it because ME is still there. So especially if he knows that Cancroids is good, it's not so bad. But that's 3 more consonants he drew, and
it's unfortunate.
Joey is going to be frustrated, yeah. We were mentioning how some players are better than others at hiding their emotions. I think Joey can be a bit more demonstrative in that sense, perhaps to his downfall. Both these players know each other really well, so I think they can probably read each other pretty well. Yeah, good point by Chloe. She's saying that Coombe makes it difficult to open the top left. So where the C gets placed there, how are you then gonna extend anything to get the left side of the board open, except for that maybe like Hodge, like I said, and working that way. So Mint definitely makes sense, something like Mint or Tinct, but none of the options were appealing. This board, like they were both playing a bit of chicken there, right? Who's gonna open? And then the first person to get a bingo down on a board like this just gets such a huge advantage because it's hard for the other person to come back when neither of them were giving spots. Cesar saying he has no emotions when he plays. Do we believe that, people? Uh, there are definitely some stoic people. We saw Max in the last round. Cesar, I've read his annotated games. He's definitely hard on himself afterwards. At the table, he can be pretty calm, but I'm not sure about no emotions. I try and stay pretty calm even when I'm stewing on the inside, like when I only won 2 of my first 11 games to start the last tournament I played.
Oof.
Yeah. Uh, Ori, yeah, Matt saying this is a classic Ori game. Kill the board and then score for 90. That
What
will let you win a lot.
what are we thinking our plays for Ori right now?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm getting distracted. The top scoring play, if he knows Cancroids, is Bouse, Bouse. Um, People were seeing Bedouin. The bingo got blocked. That would be the spelling with the O, but you could spell it with just the U, Beduin. So that's definitely a possibility. It holds an S, which he could use to hook it later to score with. If he knows Cancroids, I
I'm
would be taking
trying to
out
find.
that hook. He's going to fish off one, and more than fishing, Heather, I think he's blocking that ED ending.
Yeah, he sees that as the most dangerous spot. He's holding an S, so maybe also wants to keep that S hook
Right.
as an option. So
So
choosing to
I
block the
like
one
the
that
idea.
he,
Yeah, go
yeah.
ahead.
No, I was just going to say choosing to block the line that I guess he feels that his opponent might have a better
Right.
line on.
Yeah, like it's definitely the most dangerous lane. It could score, an 84-point bingo or something very easily.
Mhm.
So I definitely like that decision. That was nice because it blocked a big lane and it scored, but I don't know if either player knows that hook. It's a tough one. Um, so he does have a bingo here of boonies, but nowhere to play it as far as I can see. Uh, is that a Canadian word here on Canada Day? I should be also wearing Canadian gear. I feel like I haven't stepped up to the plate like you have here. Um, hmm. So that C is such a good idea by Joey, right? He plays Chili. We mentioned how the C doesn't have any two-letter words, so you can't play words to just sort of muck it up. Uh, so that C is going to stay open pretty long term, which helps Joey in his chances to bingo here. So Ori plays BO there to score a bit, and he has an O. Knowing those hooks, BE takes a front O to OB, and that's going to work well with his leave. Let's see what he draws. ER. Okay, he's definitely close. Um, Not sure if he has a bingo, maybe with the C. First, it's Joey's turn. If the O were in a different spot, he'd have something like grottos. So, he could play something like Tog and Bog, trying to open a triple lane. And the problem is, of course, Ori's just going to play underneath and take out both those attempts to hook. Uh, so maybe he has to play longer here, something like Grots or just Grot holding the S. If you were to play Grot, would you put the S down also? I
I
think.
think I would, but I mean, that's not necessarily a sound decision. I think that's just an instinct to get points when I'm so far behind. I think you just want to get those
Yeah,
points when
12
you
points
can.
extra, I think. I'm not sure exactly how many points. I don't want to do the math on stream, but it lets the whole play double,
Hmm.
which is big.
The
But the problem,
the
of
hive
course,
mind
is Joey needs to
Grots. Let's see if
bingo.
what he sees.
So I think he is going to play it with the
He's going to
S.
play
The,
Grots.
the problem is, of
Why is
course,
Grots better? The group is saying Ergots. That seems so
probably because it's
crazy
going to
open.
be easier to bingo after, and he needs bingo lanes. So bingos could come on either side. Even if Ori plays a play to the left, it would
Hmm.
probably make a bingo to the right a bit easier. Um, I think the S helps the bingo, so you sort of want to hang on to it because he needs bingos so badly, but I don't know. Maybe he doesn't know cancroids. Uh, I guess Urgots is a bit better, but I don't know. The G triples here by playing it where he did. The E is a nice tile to leave. I don't think Grotz versus Urgots is necessarily a big mistake, if it's a mistake at all. I think he was just sort of in a tough spot there because he needs to open that left side of the board like desperately. Knowing that Cancroid takes the S, I think hanging on to that S is maybe important, but maybe I'm overvaluing that. There's still two S's in the pool. Unfortunately, Joey's drawn two V's. He didn't draw an S. He didn't draw a blank. He's not looking happy, and we can see why. As Matt points out, Ori's been inducing one mistake after another. Such a tough opponent to play against.
Hmm.
Ori could really just try and kill more of the board now, or he could just sort of try and stay in range and stay near to his bingo. He has ORE set up, which the way I pronounced it sounds like his name, ORE, Ori. But where would he play it with Juicer?
Okay, yeah, maybe. That's points.
That would make sense. Yeah, it scores. It partially obstructs the C. Yeah, that looks reasonable. I didn't find anything better. Okay, Adam suggested in row in that same spot to better block the C lane, which makes a lot of sense to me. It also holds on to the E. So another good idea. Chloe was asking about playing Tort to fork. Yeah, that's an interesting idea. Of course, Tort takes it back E for the dessert, which makes that pretty risky. But when you're behind, you have to set up situations that might seem risky, but you have to just hope the opponent can't capitalize and you can. So it really kills your spread, but you have to be a bit overly aggressive when you're behind. And if we thought the game was over before, it's certainly over now after he gets a bingo down, and a baby bingo, as we'd call it, a word that any player in this tournament is going to know. He did hook Cancroid. Joey, did he hold? It looks like he's crossing off tiles. So I think both players, strong word knowledge, knew this fairly low probability word and knew that it took an S. That is impressive. I don't think he held because it looked to me, Billy, like Joey was crossing tiles off his sheet. It also looked like Ori drew his replacement tiles right away. It didn't look like he'd been held, but I could be wrong. No, David, we do allow headphones and earphones. People were also mentioning about neurodivergence and how people can have noise sensitivities. I guess some people might be concerned about cheating, for example, but that's not what's happening here. Joey's um, always has music on to sort of quiet background noise. Joey, by the way, we didn't mention it, exchanged his V's in the previous turn. But yeah, David, that is a good point. I could see why people might have an issue with it, but it is allowed by the rules, and background noise can be very distracting to people. I definitely see people wearing like plain earplugs. Maybe that would seem less concerning to people. Morris is pointing out that hodge spot. I agree. That lane is very important. It allows you to access the top left of the board, and hodge would also score 4, 5, 7, 15, 45. So that's the sort of thing he'll need. We should look at that resting spot because it takes front hooks. Both C's are gone for cresting. I see both W's gone for resting. I guess that is it. Yeah, those are the only hooks. Yeah, no, nobody thinks Joey's cheating. People might have some issues with some of Joey's certain style, but it's not about cheating. He's a very honest player, very talented. So the turn, it is Joey's turn. He has NEPENTH. Wes had pointed out a really cool obscure word that could have been played with a free E, but there's been no free tiles on this board, have there, Heather?
No, it's been a closed situation right from the very beginning.
Yeah, Ori wanted a closed board and he got it. And if you can get the closed board and get your early bingo, it feels like after that, the game's almost easy. All you got to do is just shut these little lanes as they appear. It's sort of like whack-a-mole, right? Someone opens a lane, you hit it, a new one opens up, you hit that one too. Ori has the
It
K
does
and the P
wear you down.
here. Sorry, say that
It,
again?
it it wears down both the defender as well as the
Yeah.
one who's trying to make those openings. It's very easy to at some point really kind of give up and make a mistake and not stick to the plan on either person's part. And it does end up being a bit of a battle of wills in those
Right.
situations, just to see who caves first and makes that crucial opening.
Yeah, I think both players made a couple suboptimal plays early, and Ori was just fortunate that um, he was able to get that early blank and pull out to that lead. He'll play Akin here, trying to obscure that neat lane that had been open while also scoring nicely. Joey now has the Q he's going to have to drop. I guess he'll play it with OI. He doesn't want to play with GI because he needs that left side of the board to stay at least potentially open. Ori didn't have an I, but just drew 2, so that seems to be nice timing for him. He could just play OI or AI. I don't see what his 7th tile is. He has IAI. It's a V,
Oh, it's a
maybe?
V
Okay. So, yeah, I think just something like OI would be fine.
or PI, get a few more points.
PI scores more, but OI leaves a better leave, PAIRV, instead of if he played PI, it would be OIIARV. So I would be inclined to keep the P and try and use it to score next turn, but he already has a scoring tile in the V, so he could play off PI. And I think that is what he's going to do. Very good idea from Morris. He's saying instead of playing QI, he should have kept the H, again going for that Hadge play, and hoping to somehow Q stick Ori, thinking that maybe that's the only chance to get back in this game. Joey's facial expression shows me he has no thoughts about winning this game. He has already long given up. Quackle also has the win percentage for Ori at 100% on many plays here. The suboptimal plays they're saying would be 99.99% to win. Even after Neep, I had seen the win percentage for Joey was 0.06. So sometimes in a long tournament, you might give up a bit earlier and just go for spread. And how do you like that, Heather? Ori liked your play, not mine.
Yay. I mean, he also has the benefit of knowing what's left in
That's
the
true.
bag. Maybe it's all consonants. Maybe a higher percentage of consonants still left in the bag, and that would be a deciding factor as well.
There are 20 in the bag. I'll let Joey make his play so we get that updated. Joey is not going to waste time in a game that's over, but putting the Y in that lane actually makes a lot of sense. Ys can definitely end words, and you can score a lot if you can get a bingo that can hit it. He also, he's drawn more consonants. As Joey had 7 consonants, like how many times now?
Yeah. So Ori was right. There's more consonants in the bag.
Yeah. But there actually are a lot of vowels unseen to Joey. Unfortunately, a lot of them are just on Ori's
Not getting
rack. Um, so after PI, there were 2 A's, 3 E's, 1 I, 2 O's, a U, and a Y, and a blank. So actually a lot of vowels.
them.
Joey just
Okay.
did not draw them.
Very unique talent to find just those consonants, get them out of the
Right.
bag.
So he'll just block the spot. He plays Veery instead of Every, which would definitely score more. Was he concerned about extensions? Like longer words ending in EVERY?
Mm.
Or did he just not consider that Every would play for extra points? Thievery, I guess, is possible. Was an I unseen to him? If an I was unseen, then I guess the blank was also. So Every could have been extended into thievery, um, but I don't think that's enough of a risk. It's not going to lose you the game. I would just take the extra points with Every, and if your opponent gets thievery, I think I would just deal with it. But maybe he saw that. Maybe he considered it.
That would be amazing to me, that sort of foresight of how every could be extended. My thought would be that he just saw that V hanging out and it looks so much more, blocky than an E, and that just visually it just looks more
Yeah, no,
imposing, despite the
it
fact that
blocks
they
the
are
name.
actually both technically unextendable or
Um,
unparallelable.
you're right. I had forgotten about the bingo lane there. That definitely would be a consideration. And the E would allow bingos ending in an ST, for example. So Joey, of course, has 7 consonants. That's not going to matter. But if it did, it would have allowed a bingo to slot in. So um, this definitely blocks bigger plays like the bingo or that, potential of thievery, which would have been beautiful. So yeah, I didn't realize that the bingos would still fit there. I had miscounted. Or comes down. Uh, I think that's what was just played. Wes is telling us that Jackson beat Mac. He's now at 6-0. So the reigning champion of this event, is off to a killer start.
He's back.
We know how good Jackson is from having played him so many times in Toronto. He's taught me basically everything I know about this game. Forever appreciative of that. Um, he hadn't done as well since his big win in the World Cup last year, and I told him, just stick with it. I don't think you're doing anything wrong. I believe you're going to bounce back. And he said he didn't think he was washed up. He didn't think anything like that. He just thought it was just a bad streak and he was due to bounce back. And so far, we've seen just that. And look at that. Our next match on stream will be Jackson against Saint. We did see Saint play in the Matt and Lisa streamed early bird event. Such a clever player who just absolutely loves Scrabble. So I think that's going to be a really fun matchup next. And look, Hadge finally comes down. I guess better late than never, but as far as consolation prizes, this barely registers, I would say. People are saying now that he can't complain about the blanks because he got one. Morris is still thinking strategically. He would have rather seen OI instead of OF. Ori only has 1:30 left. So Joey's been playing these last few turns rather quickly, trying to end this game. Ori's trying to be a bit more methodical. He now has that Canadian Z. It is Canada Day, so I won't apologize for my...
Yeah, we can say Zed.
We can definitely say Z. We can slur, right? If we can slur, we can say Z.
He managed to score even that in this last, these dying
Okay.
embers of this game.
Yeah. Joey is getting very close to 300. With a play here, he should go over it. Will lost in CSW according to Wes, which means that only Jackson in the A divisions of these two fields is still undefeated.
Craig, a fellow Canadian, is saying it's Dominion Day,
Okay.
which is what it was
Is
known
that
as
like the
before they
old
changed
term
to
for
Canada
Canada
Day.
Day?
Yeah, yeah. He also probably
I,
used to play Pocono,
yeah.
I'll bet.
Well, it's about time someone mentioned that. I'll say that. Alex is teasing us Canadians for apologizing, and Morris likes to tease me for how I say sorry, because I think he says it more like sorry. I'm not sure. I always thought I said it normally, but normal is relative. How we pronounce words depends on where we live. Of course, Sean's excited to see Craig in the chat, both longtime Mississauga clubmates. And Cesar's busy counting blanks. So everyone's contributing to the chat. Remember to hit that subscribe button. We are live on the Let's Play Scrabble channel here on YouTube. You can also go to the website, LetsPlayScrabble.com. And if you're looking to play in a club or a tournament, I keep saying that, wordgameplayers.org has a lot of great information. So please check that out. Joey played Vera. Thrusting him over 300. Ori has a minute to figure out what to do with his last tiles here. Does Joey have 2 outs for the NT? That would be Ori's first thought. Is it just Ant or Tan or something? If so, Ori can look to play to block that and then still do something on the next turn. 20 seconds. Every point counts, Ori. Let's see what you come up with. If you play Vide, you're giving him net. Okay, it's still probably the best. That's what I was thinking. Just scores so nicely. Looks like, though, the best way would have been to play Aid, A-I-D, leaving UE, knowing that Joey can't go out, and then you could play something like Q on the next turn, or Rue, forming Ruin up. That would have been best. So a bit of a slip there on what might be meaningless spread points, or who knows, those few points at the end there could have really come into play potentially. So this one's going to end with a final score of 468 to 300, I believe. As we mentioned, our last game of the morning will be Saint versus Jackson, and I'm here with Heather McCall and our producer Sean Abbasi, and Noah Slackoff's been doing the Quackle. We always also want to thank Josh Greenway and Kieran O'Connor. We will be back shortly with our last round of the morning here on LetsPlayScrabble.com. Okay, we
Hi,
are
everybody.
back. Sorry about that. I just stepped away. Our last game of the day today here with Jackson against Saint. Jackson is the last undefeated person in A. Quickly looking at the other divisions. In the B division, Menachem Rosenberg is the last undefeated person at 6-0 there. And in the C division, Susie Tiekert, undefeated. In Collins, we don't have anyone at 6-0. Thomas Renicky is back in first place. And I just want to put one more final thing on the standings. They've been teasing us, Heather, about being Canadian, but I want to point out in the NWL division right now, the top three players, Jackson at 6-0, and then Josh Sokol and Max Panich at 5-1, all three of them Canadian.
Representing.
Very fitting on today of all days, Canada Day or Dominion Day, as Craig taught me. So a great day for Canada and thus the world. So the blank comes out early for Saint.
That's always exciting.
It is, except he's not Canadian, so it's not that exciting. But no, we just want to see good Scrabble.
Exactly.
Does he have a bingo? I don't see one yet. PORRLT blank. Some players don't really move their tiles much. I think Saint definitely shuffles a lot more. You can see Jackson now alphabetizing his tiles. He doesn't always do that, but he definitely does sometimes. Okay, that's a weird sort of letter pattern, but it's a word we know, Rotl, R-O-T-L. Looks reasonable, keeps PR blank, which is very likely to bingo going forward.
Oh, that was me. I'm sorry. I forgot to put the dog bag, refill the dog bag, and my partner's taking our dog out for a walk.
Their dog, of course, being Handsome Herbie, as I call him. I'm always appreciative of Herbie because when I had COVID, he took care of me. I was dog sitting, and he was the perfect nursemaid. So everyone say hello to Handsome Herbie, who unfortunately has not appeared on the stream yet.
I'm sorry. Maybe we'll convince him to come and say hello at some point.
Well, Heather will be back with us on Monday morning, so maybe then, if Herbie doesn't have plans, he is very popular. Saint is really jittery there at the table. That's just, I think, sort of standard nerves at the table. It happens. Jackson has that big Z tile. He's going to play it. What is he going to do with it? Plaza, maybe?
That looks good.
Yeah. And Quackle agrees. They have Plaza as the highest scoring play. The second best play, according to Quackle, was a slur. We don't have to mention that one. So Saint now did not draw. I was saying how PR blank is pretty bingo prone, but not when you draw the Q.
Oh, that's a Q. I thought it was an O for the longest time. Okay.
An O would have helped him. A Q is terrible here. Looks like he has peg set up, which could either be played above Rotl or through the A to form Peeg. Peeg has a nice benefit in that it takes a back E for P-E-A-G-E, which he would be holding an E, but it would also give Jackson the chance at that same lane. So I think he might just exchange GQ. You know, he's looking pretty GQ wearing a suit to this event. But maybe he's thinking there can only be one GQ at this table and it can't be on his rack. It's got to be over his shoulders.
I was going to ask, that he didn't sort of immediately go to exchange the Q or have that place queued up at the beginning. And he's still contemplating it, but keeping the Q, is that still a long play? Good decision to score a bit here, and
it's tough here because Peg scores decently, right? Like, uh, I think I would probably exchange because getting rid of GQ and you have PEER blank and like it's just you're gonna bingo like 80-90% of the time maybe. Whereas after peg, you could get in more trouble. It might be a couple turns, but if you play something like peg or peak, you're scoring about 15, and that has benefits too because if you draw right with the Q RE blank, you draw a U or something, and then all of a sudden you're really glad you took those 15 points. So Quackle does
Hmm.
like the exchange of GQ slightly more than the exchange of GEQ. And then P, it says, is the third best play, which has now jumped over the exchange EGQ. It's very close, but throwing back
Okay.
GQ, as he was considering, does seem to be at least the computer's top choice.
Now it looks like he's considering other exchanges beyond GQ.
Yeah, I wouldn't throw back the P. The P, yeah, and now it looks like he's going to keep the P. The thing is, you don't want to get in trouble. If the more tiles you throw back, the more likely you are to get in trouble. By that I mean drawing like other unwieldy tiles, like the J or something, or like duplicates. So, oh, now he's looking at keeping the G. I don't love that. The G is not exactly a great bingo tile. When you have IN, it can be, but otherwise, it's not great. Uh, okay, he's going to play through it
Wow.
with Parge. Okay, that takes in back hooks also. Um, I kind of don't mind that if you're going to play through.
Yeah, I'm
The thing
curious
about
what
P,
the chat people feel about that play.
yeah, I'd love to hear what the chat thinks. If you're going to play through, you're drawing one more tile to go for a U, and he's close to stuff like queer through that E or queen or something if he draws the right tiles. But he's drawn OCD I. So the I at least will help him get rid of that Q. So it's not the worst necessary job, although he's grabbing his head. Some players can hide their emotions better than others. Saint is very demonstrative. Uh, Jackson uh, likes that G coming down because he can play version. Playing it very quickly. I think he's feeling that Saint is getting a bit frustrated, is using a lot of clock. Jackson maybe wants to play pretty quickly. He didn't really take a lot of time on that turn, but it's clearly the best play, especially now that I look at the Quackle simulation. So good job by Jackson knowing that was the best play and getting it down efficiently.
Oh, I didn't notice before the little sort of mini bios that were provided for the players underneath. I think before they were just where they came from, but it says here Jackson is a prolific tree planter
Yeah,
and Saint is
um,
a former bass singer. That's
I didn't
interesting
know that. Or maybe
bit
he's a
of
bass singer. Maybe
biography.
he sings with fish. Um, it's possible.
It's
Jackson
true.
was a
It
tree
could be
planter.
either.
Over 400,000 trees, according to Sean.
Well, that is
I know
prolific.
over 2 straight summers. I say over. During 2 straight summers, he went up north, and we've been complaining about the smoke in Toronto recently. But I know when he was up there, they had forest fires nearby, and he said people would find it very hard to breathe while working. It's definitely a tough job. You make a lot of money, and he was able to just work in the summer and sort of stretch that money pretty long term. So it worked out really well for him. But I think he's since moved on. He now has gotten himself sort of a real job, which is showing our little Jackson is growing up here. And he'll be very happy to see he's got bingos here. So um, Unsteal is the one I see, but doesn't that one have an anagram? I'm almost positive it does.
Yeah, it looks like they're
LUN.
both.
Yeah. Yeah, they're both going to bingo, I think. And it'll be interesting to see if this bingo gives back a triple triple. The L in the lane there
Hmm.
um, with Saints Rack looks at least promising. So at the very least, he'll get some bingo down, but now he's like excited. He's not even writing down the score, I don't think, for Jackson's turn. He's just like, an L came down. I gotta find this. Okay, the score is being written down. That is a rule. You do have to write the opponent's score, no matter how tempting it is, just to want to look right away. So, does anyone see a triple triple? And if not, what is the best bingo? So Matt brings up an interesting point. Unsteel could have been played turning parge to, I think it's pronounced parge, making it the T the hook. So that would have stopped the triple triple, especially if you think Saint is getting close. And I think Jackson sort of had a read on Saint being close, just on how much he seemed to be shuffling and how it felt like he was getting close. But the danger of that play, of course, is where the U would be slotted. It could give back a really big play. So I think both of them are pretty close. The L isn't the most dangerous position tile there, but it's also not the least dangerous. So I'm actually not sure which one I prefer. And Billy has found the best bingo, at least the highest scoring one, by 5 points over Coveted. That would be Cess Toad. That plays forming PE. There's an anagram of that word of escoted that also would play, but beneath or above Roddle. And then maybe if these words are sounding a bit strange, I mean, coveted is a common word. Escorted would be a common word. So even if like you're watching this and thinking, I don't know these words, with that rack, you should still be able to, if you really work at it, be able to find a bingo. What you want to do is find common prefixes or suffixes. In this case, that ed ending, maybe extend it to TED, and then it's just unscrambling 4 tiles to find coveted. And Saint has done that. Mimosa's noticing Jackson's shaky leg. He definitely shakes a lot during Scrabble games, although outside of Scrabble, he's really relaxed. So I think I know what Jackson's next play is going to be. It's a bit of a uncommon word, but it'll clean up his rack really nicely, of oboli, O-B-O-L-I.
I like that.
Yeah, I think he has to play that. And there it comes. Cleans off 3 vowels of his 6 vowel rack. Timing is everything in this game. You have 6 vowels in your rack. If that spot goes away, if Saint had played there, Jackson would have had very little to work with. Saint has drawn some big tiles here. The J, the Y, the B, and let's get an update on the score if we can. It looks like our Quackle went down. Maybe Noah's working on it. Without knowing the exact score, it's a bit hard to decide what he should be playing. And people are commenting how Saint's been struggling a bit playing on stream. It's definitely way harder than just playing at any other table. Hats off to him for taking on the challenge. I know how much he loves this game. It's good practice, if nothing else. He did find coveted, so he's definitely still fighting very hard in this game. But with Jackson having drawn into a bingo, it's going to be difficult. If Tuxedo's fifths, it does at least above R, E, and O, D for sod and ear. Tuxedo's,
And
I
above
assume.
fully.
Can you spell it with an OES ending? I think so. I'll check. Yeah, you can. So I think Jackson will be aggressive and play it through the E, I would think. Not all those words ending in O can be pluralized with ES, but that one just looked reasonable to me. I wouldn't have had a problem pulling the trigger. I think Jackson will feel confident. I guess now, if he is confident it can be spelled that way, he can play it in two spots, right? He could play it sort of higher up or lower down. Where would you play tuxedos through the E of coveted?
Outsexed has been pointed out as a another bingo through that E.
That's true. Is that a word?
I'm guessing nobody has
No,
has
I don't think that's a word. I think they're just
declined it.
I
Oh,
think they're just having fun.
just
Poor Saint only wore a suit. I think he had to up his game to a tuxedo if he wanted any chance in
okay.
this one.
Outsexed, no good.
Oh, and Jays for Canada Day. Matt, he's a Texan, but still is a fan of our beloved Toronto Blue Jays. So love to see that shout out. The Jays are Canada's team. They get the highest TV audience in baseball, surprisingly, because we've got a whole country following us. Love to see it. The Jays are having a very nice year. Very deep team.
I think
Looks like
is Jackson on hold? Would be on hold or?
I think so. It looked like he was saying something to him. It looks like he's probably thinking about it. This really it makes the deficit 93 points for him.
Yeah.
So if he's not sure about the spelling, he has to really consider challenging. But it just looks pretty good. So I think it would be a tough challenge. Hopefully, for his sake, he does not challenge.
I think they've moved on.
Yeah, saving. Oh, that's a nice
Okay.
play. Very nice board vision there from Saint. He also could have
Mhm.
played just Vig or Viga, sort of leaving that S alone to allow him maybe to open the board down from that spot later on, but that's okay. This play makes equally as much sense to me. Maybe he can draw the other blank. And yes, Wes, tuxedoed isn't stupid. Most clothing words take ed as an adjectival form. So the tuxedoed man, for example, is why that sort of word comes in. I remember playing ponchoed.
Mm. Yeah, I believe I played kimonoed
Oh,
once
beautiful.
on spec, but yes, it turned out to be okay.
Um, and then we are on to Jackson's turn. AEFIIMO, not exactly a good rack. He's ahead by 61. So a lot of this board is pretty shut. I could see him trying to obscure things, maybe something above the O of coveted or through it. The big bingo lane, of course, is next to the P of plaza, but it would be maybe a bit harder to block that. Maybe moi, M-O-I there. If you play anything longer, then it starts to open up bingos that can go through it, like eights.
It's not great for leave, but I'm looking at move, parallel down, tuxedo. I guess it gives an E back hook to, so it's
Uh,
not very defensive.
you want to play, move through there. Okay. Yeah, it does set up Amu and Emu sort of hooks
Hmm.
back. Um, Yeah, it's difficult here because I think maybe that moi play is what I'm thinking with PI. The CO floaters are definitely the best bingo floaters, but I'm not seeing a good way to address it without also giving a lot back. Move is good because it scores nicely. It really keeps the scoring pressure on Saint, really builds up his lead. The C and the B don't allow horizontal plays, which is how you would normally block a spot like that. Does anyone see another idea that Jackson could do on the left side of the board here that might address things? Jerry Lerman, hi Jerry, says aim under pin. That would be aggressive. It would definitely clean up his vowels nicely. I think with his lead, I don't think he wants to put out an S hook that he's never going to be able to address unless he gets it. Just long term, that lane is going to stay there, and that could be very difficult to address later in the game for him. So he's going to play dime. It doesn't really address any of the bingo lanes, but it cleans off some of his rack. So seems reasonable enough. Saint will waste no time to play buoy. That's a nice play. There are certain words in Scrabble, when you have them, they're almost always the right play. If you have a letter combination like B-U-O-Y, you just want to get it off your rack. They're not nice tiles, but in that specific word, they go together. So nice play by Saint there. It does partially obscure the lanes that Jackson was so kind not to block, but it's still a play he seemed to probably have to make. Neither player has found that second blank yet. We're going to keep an eye on that. That's going to be big here. Yeah, Jackson has OBS set up on his rack, OBEAH. Wes found it in the chat and definitely looks like the right play to me. Jackson's okay to just keep scoring here. He can keep some lanes open. I guess the problem is then he slots an H into the triple lane there that's going to be open long term. So yeah, Ahi across seems like a better idea. You don't want to start opening lanes that you're going to have to address later, because even if it's only one lane, the opponent can start opening more lanes. And then an H lane starting a bingo allows bingos to score about 80 points. And if Saint wants to come back in this game, he needs big bingos. So I think that's a really clever idea by Jackson. Saint wastes no time. He plays Bach. He didn't see the word of Haniwa that Cesar spotted in the chat. That's a tough one. That would have played next to the T of Tuxedo, got all the way to the top. Opening the board there definitely could have been advised. The K in the first position isn't nearly as powerful as the H would be. It just doesn't start nearly as many words. The K is a lot clunkier. But great draw by Saint. There are bingos there. Jackson plays quickly. This is fast action, Heather.
Yeah.
We don't even have time to decide if these are the right moves. They've been looking at their tiles on the opponent's clock. By the time we look over, they've already made their move. So yeah, Tahina's is there. Shaitan, I think, is better. I don't know if he doesn't know the word or if he doesn't see it. I guess it would have slotted the S in the triple lane, which is more dangerous, but it would have been a couple more points. Maybe this is just as good. Hard to say. Either way, he gets a bingo down. This is just a different pronunciation or spelling of tahini, a nice Middle Eastern food. It's one of the ingredients in hummus, typically. Hi, Shelley. I'm Jared Capel. I'm here with Heather McCall. We will be with you through this game, and then it's lunchtime. After lunch, the very talented streaming team of Jesse Day and Austin Shin will be leading you guys through 4 games with the International Dictionary. So yeah, we got about Each player has about 12 minutes left on their clock here. And after that bingo, Saint takes a small lead. So it felt like Jackson was in control of this game for quite a while, didn't it? All of
It
a
did very
sudden,
much
Saints
so.
19. I almost don't know how that happened. I know that, he got his bingo down, but it really felt like Jackson had good command. But it shows you Saint is a fighter and a very talented player. And that second blank we were keeping an eye on, well, look where it showed up. Right
Indeed, I
on his
think
rack.
Jackson's been giving up just a few points here and there
Yeah.
on his more defensive plays, and we're seeing the impact of that.
Yeah, like the dime play. Maybe he should have looked for some way to block one of the lanes. The capo play almost also didn't score very much. So sometimes you have to be a bit more aggressive with blocking. Here he's going more offensive again now that the score is different. Leaving RN looks really good, but I see a type of pasta that Saint could play through the eye. I'm sure there's other things. Uh, I'm sure people in the chat will be quick to tell us what some of these options are. Cesar's trying to rhyme my name a way it doesn't spell. Capel rhymes with lapel, not apple, but that's okay. You can call me Capel if you want. I won't be offended. Oh, Glue Wayne. Wow. Cy Adam coming down with a massive, massive find. That's an obscure word. Saints playing a bit quickly here. Look where that eye slotted, Heather. That gives a lot back. I'd like to see him pull this back and take some time. He might not know Gluane. He might not find it. Maybe he'll see this play of Linguini I was hinting to with my pasta comment, which gives a lot less back. I don't think he has 12 minutes here. I think he's playing a bit quickly. Interestingly, Quackle likes Linguini better than Gluane, even though that latter play scores 4 more. I think just because look what Linguini does to the board. It's not really
Mm.
leaving anything except for maybe a bingo starting with an E beneath the R falter, down from the F, which doesn't even actually fit, sorry, or across from the K. Alan, CSW will be in the afternoon. This is the last of the NWL games for today. So he plays eluding, and even if it's not the best bingo, it's still a very powerful bingo on this board, and Jackson is in trouble. He has fronted, of course, on his rack, but I don't see a place to play it. Do we know if he played eludine or elutine? You could play that word with a D or a T. So eluding is the word I think most people would be familiar with. That's to, avoid something. Elutine, the T, is to remove with a solvent. So that's not a word that I knew the definition of, but it's very high probability, as we'd say, using a lot of common tiles. So I do know that word, and Saint and Jackson will both know it too. The blank is a D. Okay, thank you to Sean. I'm not sure, Cesar, on Hanawa versus Bach. I sort of like how Hanawa would blow the board open, which I thought maybe he needed there, but maybe Bach scores so much and Jackson wasn't really blocking as much as he could have, and it allowed him to get a bingo down. So that's an interesting turn. One, I think I would need more time to really think through to give my opinion. What do you guys think in the chat? In the chat, Morris thinks that J's should be extended to DJs, which would be a lot of fun. You could extend it like DEEJs, but that doesn't allow you to hook it and get your bingo down. So we're getting very late in the game. Let me give you a tile update. Oh, sorry, the tiles are gone, of course, because Saint only has 5 in his rack. So this one is looking pretty much over then. Unfortunately for Jackson, his bingo doesn't play. Um, we might see him use all of his 9 minutes here, thinking if I don't find a bingo, I lose. So he's going to look through that eye for a long time. There's nothing there. He'll look down to that O of coveted and that C of coveted. Nothing there. Um, yeah, Morris likes Bach. It does score. It's tough. These small turns, they're very similar, but it scores 39 points, Bach, and left pretty well, so it seems to make a lot of sense. Jackson won't use all the time. Interesting. He's confident there's no bingo with the eye. I would still be using more clock. And yeah, Morris, good point. Long-term defense, Hanawa, even though it opens things up, Jackson makes a 3-letter parallel play vertically beside it. Really kills a lot of the board, so I think it does make a lot of sense to just leave lanes open, especially as Jackson wasn't being that proactive to block them. So I think people are coming to a consensus on Bach being the better play. Adam, I agree, using more clock doesn't always work, but when you know you're going to lose, if you don't find a bingo, you might as well use the clock, I think. Jackson has really strong word knowledge, though. Like, he just knows that there's no bingo there with the eye. But I would recommend to most players, you have 9 minutes, at least use 3, 4, 5, just to be sure. If after the game you saw that notified fit or something, you would be really mad at yourself. So yeah, Wes, getting a longer lunch break on these long tournaments. First of all, to have fun with your friends. Second of all, just to get some time to maybe you want to exercise during your lunch break, go for a long walk, maybe pop back to your room. Like there's things people want to do in their lunch break. That sounds like a bit of a joke with your smiley face, but I think it actually holds some merit. I am excited for lunch. I'm excited for Canada Day celebrations tonight. I'm excited to watch more Scrabble coming forward. I'm done for today. I'll be back the next 2 days, and then the tournament will conclude Tuesday morning. Matt will have the call there. I'm not sure who he's doing it with. There is some surprise bonus content during the lunch break, so please, please, please don't go anywhere. I teased to that yesterday. I guess it is happening. Stick around, folks. There's always a show here on LetsPlayScrabble.com, and if you hit that subscribe button, you will be notified on things like upcoming moments. So this concludes the game. Looks like Saint won by 50 if that final score is correct. Heather, how did you enjoy your first day of commentary?
Well, I have to show a lot of gratitude, Jared, for you carrying, the lion's share of the commentating so that I could watch and learn and think about things to say maybe next time. But I mean, it is watching Scrabble is really actually very entertaining. You learn tons, um, regardless of whether or not I have much to contribute. It's been really enjoyable watching and sharing and chatting amongst friends. That's a big part of Scrabble too. So.
It sure is. And watching the way different people play, what their style is, we've seen some defensive players, we've seen some offensive players, we've seen some people get a bit rattled at the table, we've seen some people be really calm at the table. But what I think you and I like most about this game, like you said, is the friendships. I go to events like this not because I enjoy the stress of competing over the board. I go because I like to see my friends, and I'm sure all these people, like Wes was saying, excuse me, I'm getting ahead of myself, are excited to go have lunch and catch up with friends. They still have another 3 days to go in this tournament. There's a long way to go. There are a couple people now at
Mhm.
6-1. I think this is going to conclude it for now. So, one final point from Sean. Jackson, they asked if he knew the word glue wine, and Jackson said, "Yes, I know all the words." So there's no better quote than that. On that note, I am Jared Capel here with Heather McCall. We will be back with some lunch content, and then it's a surprise, so you have to stay tuned. And then in the afternoon, it'll be Jesse and Austin. Thank you again here on LetsPlayScrabble.com. Hi guys, we're back. I'm Peter Capel, and I promised you a special guest, and who more special than my friend Chloe Fatis?
Hey everyone, good to be here. Hey Jared, good to see you. Yeah, happy to be able to help out a bit with the stream for this tournament today.
Yeah, Chloe was very generous to head to Alaska so other people had a chance to win this event. But she still wanted to jump into the stream and do some fun commentary. It is the lunch break, but even though it's lunch, the players want to play a bit more, and so we're going to play some speed Scrabble. That's 5 minutes per person. Doesn't even really give you time to count the scores. And when you think about speed Scrabble, Chloe, I can't think of anyone faster than Matthew O'Connor.
Yeah, I can't either. I know he does a ton of the like Ultra Blitz on Aerolith. And yeah, it's gonna be fun to watch. I've never seen him do it live, I guess. So yeah, it'll be fun.
Yeah, Sean is definitely a quality player. I don't know how fast he is. I'm certain, no matter how fast he is, that it won't be as fast as Matthew. There's only a few people who could possibly match his speed, so we'll see how well he does. And I've also heard we might have Josh and Mac playing game afterwards. So I think they're trying to eat a bit first. So we'll keep an eye on that. This game will be in Collins. Chloe and I are not Collins players. She knows the twos. I know some of the twos. She knows some of the threes. I know some of the threes, but less than she does, I would imagine. So we'll see what happens. Sean said he might have the mic not muted, so he might be able to hear us. Can you hear us, Sean? Wave, yeah? I don't know. So it's a mystery for both of us. It didn't look like he could hear us.
Yeah. You don't even need to know that much Collins to hold your own. I
No.
feel like we saw, Josh Sokol won a Collins tournament recently, knowing not a ton of words in Collins. So, yeah, for
Yeah,
Speed Scrabble, will be a fun challenge.
it was described as him winning the tournament by playing NWL with just the short Collins words and still being good enough to win. So impressive. Josh and Mac are going to be here shortly. We have a question from Wolfram in the chat. What is the class column in the standings? When there are big divisions, they split the divisions into different classes so that the people at the bottom division still have a chance to win some money, because the people at the bottom really can't win the entire field. So they split it up, and then the people who were rated the lowest coming in, out of them, whoever finishes at the top will win class prizes. So I hope that answers your question there. I mentioned
Yeah,
earlier on stream that Sam Hollington and Trip Payne won the class prizes in the first division of Word Cup when we played last summer in Chicago.
yeah, it was
So
a it was a battle for the class prizes. Trip Payne beat me at
okay.
the last for that.
Oh right, you were in the
Um,
running for that. Excuse me, I didn't even remember that.
well, it's because you were
But
in the running for the whole thing, so why
I
would you say
was until I collapsed on day 4. We're going to see bingos both ways to start.
that?
Sean gets Pierce's. He could have had precise or recipes or like a lot of stuff there.
Yeah, a whole bunch of
Um,
things. And then we'll get
yeah,
misdated or
missed
misdates,
dates.
I mean. Um,
Yep.
yeah, fun start to the game.
Yeah, a nice NWL start for us. Sean seems to be thinking. I don't know if he has time to think. Is benzo a word in Collins? Maybe. Um,
Yeah, I have to adjust. Oh,
okay, so he's
both.
gonna play both.
Okay,
That looks
yeah,
good.
that makes sense.
I don't think either of us had seen it, but that's a great play. Matt has the J, I think. He's going to play
Yeah.
Jam. Oh,
So,
okay.
okay,
That
not
is not one of
that.
our words, but like a jamboree, maybe that's the meaning. I'm
Yeah,
not sure.
probably. I
Uh,
like it. I would
I
take
like
that
it.
word as well.
Yeah, that would be a useful one. Uh, Sean has only the Y as a pseudo vowel, but that's enough for him to play drank. Before
Yeah.
we can even look, he gets votive down, he being
Oh,
Matt.
nice.
Matt's staying ahead on the clock.
And now all consonants. He can play Fozy. Looks pretty good.
Yeah.
Or
He didn't see it. He'll play Fry. That's
play
fine. You can
Fly.
save
That's
the Z
reasonable.
there.
Yeah.
We are saying the Z. It is Canada Day, so I will call you out on it if you try and say otherwise.
I might have, yeah, wanted to leave the votive sook open, but you do what you
Yeah.
can.
Honestly, when it's this fast, online, I
Yeah,
think you can
it's
think a bit
hard.
more. Over the board, it's
Yeah,
really hard. You're trying to pick the tiles out of the bag. You're trying to.
I know. It's stressful.
It's
I
tough.
don't like
It makes you
playing
feel so
Blitz
clumsy.
live. Yeah. I enjoy Blitz online, but I just haven't
Right.
gotten the rhythm down of,
I
of it
think I'm
all.
just not smooth enough. This looks like a Collins word, hawks.
Yeah,
I
Hawks. I
would be
do
giving
too.
Sean 5 free points on the challenge here, but clearly that's going to be a word. I don't think he's going to phony. Alfredo, that's a word. Does that fit?
It
Yeah,
does.
it
Yeah.
does. And that's one I believe doesn't take an S, right? It's like an adjective,
Oh yeah. I
or
guess
is
it
that
does. I don't know.
like
I
chicken
honestly can't tell you.
Alfredo? It doesn't take an S. How do you like that? And alfresco, they both don't. I
Okay.
have,
Good to
because
know.
like alfresco means outdoors, and
Yeah, it does.
Alfredo means served with a
It's a
white cheese sauce. Yeah, they're both adjectives. Zag, Sean has not had many vowels in this game.
no, not at all. Yeah. Huh. I would always think of Alfredo as like just a noun to describe what you're eating, but I guess it technically is not that.
Right. Like I remember being surprised. That's how I learned that one didn't take the S.
Yeah.
Oh, Wes says that jumbo means hello in Swahili. That's fun. Most of
Cool.
the Swahili I know is from The Lion King. Uh, other than that, like Hakuna Matata, stuff like that. Other than that, my Swahili is very limited, even more limited than my Collins.
Can he play like consign or anything?
Uh,
It doesn't look like
he
it.
did not see it at least right away.
Well, it might not
Uh,
have.
I don't think it fits. Sconcing is probably a word unless it's just sconced. I think sconcing is good. I'm going to check.
Oh, with the
Yeah.
C. Yeah. So that would have worked.
That one came up recently. That's how I remember that it was a verb. Let's see here. Now he's got bingos.
Yeah,
I assume
totally.
they must fit.
Something, right?
Stanting
Yeah,
at the very least.
yeah.
Um, he'll want something better. If the score is accurate, it's a close game, 239 to 238. Matt knows a
Yeah.
bingo's coming based on how the tiles are coming down. A nice little sly smile there.
And what does he have? Vowels,
Oh, he's got a
perhaps?
blank
No, he's
though.
Ronnie. Oh yeah, the JA
Yeah.
play.
Um, yeah, the J and the Z have a lot more power in this dictionary because of these short words like Jazo, I think, Ze. Um,
Yeah, Zeto, and Ze for the Z ones.
I think those like Zeddy as a pronoun, I could see that coming into NWL soon.
Play like yeah. What is he? He has a G.
Yeah, he's got
Maybe gull.
LAU or ING,
Yeah,
like
maybe
alluring
gull.
with one L. So he's going to
Oh,
play rung. This would not be a play we would typically like, but with this speed, you understand why he just has to play
yeah.
something.
Yeah, I would have
So
tried to use
before he's
that
even drawn the tiles,
Yeah.
um, he has a lead, but he's got to play fast. Let's go, Sean. He's looking
It's
at the
so
camera. I don't know
stressful
if
when you notice like one of the players pulling away on time. You're just
right,
like, I have to
exactly.
make any play possible. Um,
So Uridial, that's a 7. Doesn't fit.
oh wait, was there a phony two
Oh,
play
ugh,
that?
is ugh good?
Huh?
Is UG
Oh
a
yeah.
word? It is,
I
right?
believe so. But Matthew did play a phony two earlier with LE and elope.
Oh, LE is not good? I saw
Uh,
someone put LE in the chat and I didn't know they were pointing out that it was no good. I just assumed.
yeah, not no
Uh,
good.
look at this, Uridial and ugh. Who's the better Collins player? I
For,
think
is UG good?
I could
Okay,
be
yeah.
wrong. Oh, it is
No,
good.
no,
Someone put
it is. Yeah,
the hashtag. Um, okay, I'm very proud of myself.
yeah.
Uh,
Nice.
this is the second Collins game I've ever commentated. The first one was with Will Anderson, though, so that was a lot easier because
Yeah.
he was very consistent to go, well, this is a Collins, you won't know it. He could do this word, you won't. It was perfect. And this one, we're going on the fly, but that's speed Scrabble for you.
Yeah, I feel like
Uh,
you don't have to be very good at any sort of commentary to do speed
no.
Scrabble.
You can say whatever you want. We can point
Yeah.
out that Josh Castellano is laughing in the background. Looks like he's having a good time.
Yeah, maybe someday there will come a time when Scrabble's speed commentary is as good as our regular length game commentary, where everyone
Right.
can find every option that quickly.
Tef, that's a Collins word, I guess. We
Yeah.
only spell it with two F's. Cody
Remember
comes down. We know that
Patty.
one. 34.
Yep.
You know, Sean
And
was having trouble not drawing vowels, and Matthew seems to be drawing them all.
yeah, an imbalance. Yeah, Matthew has very few options.
Can he
Um,
exchange?
maybe. Or
It
can
looks like
he?
there
Yeah.
should be just enough tiles, but I'm not sure on that.
Oh, that's
Oh,
better
that's a
than
nice
me.
play.
Yeah, that's much
Wow.
better.
EA Sports. I'm in the game.
Yeah, that's
Um,
nice board vision. Um,
Especially in Speed Scrabble. It's one thing to find that in a slow game when you can take your time, but that's a top-notch play.
yeah. Oh, and he couldn't have exchanged. There were a few left.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'm sure Matthew would say it wasn't a good play. He thinks he sucks at Scrabble. He thinks,
Yeah.
but
I mean, that's just a given with him.
yeah. Lots of these top players just always are so self-deprecating, thinking they suck. I think Sean won this one.
Oh, really?
No?
Did he?
No.
No,
Matthew?
Matthew.
Matthew, yeah.
Yeah,
I think Sean was ahead, and then later in the game, he just started putting down some pretty small scoring plays because he just didn't have any time to think. And
yeah,
Matthew was able
exactly.
to come back with some points. But that was a good effort by both players. We told you how fast Matthew was, and Sean hung in there.
Yeah, they finished the
Um,
game, which is impressive. Often when it's such an imbalance, someone will just
right.
run out of time. So nice. Now we
Um,
get Josh
and
Castellano.
yeah, Josh, I
Castellano.
imagine, is also very fast. I've seen him, I've never really seen him play, but I've seen him stand over boards and look at, and he finds the plays instantly, like an after hours game. So he'll just stand there and he finds every possible lingo instantly.
Yeah,
Um,
the annoying hoverer who like finds everything before you can.
exactly, yeah. He seems to have more of a curly fro going on today,
Yeah, and I see Josh
like in
Sokol
Handbook.
hovering in the background, so I
Yeah,
think that's him. Looks like him.
yeah, we're getting word actually from Sean. We're just waiting for Max. So Josh seems to be ready. This is fine though. I think we're doing okay with the Collins, and I think
Yeah,
some of the people seem to really want it. If they really want expert Collins commentary, of course, Jesse and Austin will be going through 4 games with everyone later today. So stay tuned.
yeah, you'll get much better Collins commentary than this.
Right.
Um,
I also do that, Billy. If I don't get things instantly, I also mark them wrong, at least back when I used to study.
oh
Um,
really?
yeah, like for me, I want to find it right away.
Yeah, I guess if it's something that you don't find right away in a real game, you're often gonna question if you're just like making it up or
Especially
something.
if
At
it's
least
high
that's
prob.
what I
If
do.
it's low prob
Yeah.
and I can maybe work through it, maybe I might still mark it right. But like, if you don't find a high prob one right away, I think you don't know it well enough, at least at this level. Like when you're learning words a bit earlier, I wouldn't do it that way. I would be marking them right, maybe if you can find it. But
Hmm.
as you start to know more of the words, then it becomes, well, do I know it? How well do I know it? Like, also, maybe I found it, but would I have been confident to play it in a game? If I think no, maybe I still mark it wrong. Um,
Yeah. So you're gonna play Pat?
Patch. Okay,
I might
leaving
do.
2 N's.
Yeah, I might do like chant or something, or I don't know.
Yeah, I think if he had more time, he would too. You don't want to keep 2 N's. Uh, so Josh has some upside down tiles. That's very common in these speed games. He's using
Yeah,
a lot
like
of time already. You got to throw something down. You only have five
just like
minutes.
yeah, just like Gaby and Patchy.
Yeah, that's good. Oh yeah, Patchy. I wasn't seeing that. Ooh, Josh might not be a speed player. This is not fast enough.
He is going way too slow.
Buy is fine also. Sets up the A
Yeah,
front hook.
like, yeah, totally fine. Um,
Um, Matt has
now
2 A's, 2 I's, 2 N's, and an
yeah, maybe
S.
just like Inia or something, or
He's just gonna play
Ain.
Ain.
Yeah,
That's a good play, especially in speed Scrabble. Just Just leave a balanced leave. Try
Yeah,
and bingo. No one's playing perfectly. Upside down
yeah.
play is very common. Josh is adjusting. Stop adjusting tiles. You don't have time.
No, he has was it Articus? However you say that, Articus.
Yeah, I pronounce it Artiges, but I don't know if that's
Artic-
right. Did they take Aint in Collins? AINT? I don't know.
I feel like it would have been. Why is he alphabetizing?
Oh,
Yeah, I feel like it would
West sees front
have by now.
extensions to patch before the Y came down. What extensions are those? Eye patch, I guess, would be one of them.
Oh yeah,
Um,
so he could have gone for that. Maybe that's what the
uh,
holdup is.
so Matt got a blank like last game, but this time he got it with some beautiful tiles. So he's going to have a minute on the clock, and he's going to have a big lead.
Yeah,
He hasn't. I'm surprised he hasn't put something down yet. You think he would have already found it. Uh, from the H, I don't see it. You'd think so,
I don't see anything either. I imagine
but
just like something with the P or
the P there are definitely saponite or opalines.
yeah, exactly, or maybe some sort of overlap. Yeah, right in that spot is what I was gonna say.
Okay, yeah, he'll overlap there. That looks fine.
Yeah, Astenos.
Uh, adhesion and aphonies, the only bingos through the H, so those don't hit.
Hmm.
I guess he played acinos, unless there's a Collins word there that uses the same letter pattern. Acinos does not take, the blank is a C. It doesn't take an S in NWL. Dispatch and dispatch. Okay, that makes sense. One more. Is the other one a common word, Wes? That would sort of help us figure it out. Matt has like nylon plus NE. Hmm. Oh, it's not even his turn. Huh.
Oh yeah,
So
it is
Josh
Josh.
plays hag, leaving
Yeah, open
stare.
the bell. I don't know.
Yeah, what do you do here? Where do you get
Well,
rid of
now
two
now he'll
ends?
bingo,
Nylon,
right?
okay. It
Yeah,
doesn't
now
look like the
bingo.
best, but it looks totally fine here. What's that tile? An O? Okay.
Yeah. Do you know the
Toaster?
Collins only bingo in that?
I can promise you I do not.
Isn't odories
Uh,
a word? Or
Odories? I
also
think
maybe
a Colin one, roasty?
roasty also.
Roasty, wow. That sounds like someone who like went to a roast and they got made fun of. That poor roasty.
Yeah, I'm
There's a bunch.
impressed.
Odories and Oriist. Wow.
Oh yeah, Aureus, right. I'm impressed
Like,
that these people are taking up their lunch break playing more Scrabble. I would
no
not
kidding.
have
Like
dreamed
I
of
always
that.
talk about saving brain power by not using my thoughts at the late in the game, like if the game's decided, and yet they're sitting here going, I have $10,000 on the line, but let's just play some speed Scrabble.
Yeah. Can you spell tendance with an A as well as an E? Tendance?
Ten dance. I like it. Yep.
Because I would triple triple, but he does not see that.
Ooh, doesn't see it. Something for you to make fun of him the next time he gives you a ride.
Yeah, well, it'll be someday, sooner rather
Yeah.
than later, I'm sure. Matthew is my ride to all Scrabble tournaments, pretty much. So appreciate that.
Okay. There's a Collins word I do know. QIN.
Nice.
Mac just texted to say he's coming down, so I think after this game we will get Mac Meller versus Joshua Sokol Rubenstein.
Exciting. And I know Mac was on stream yesterday. Has Josh been on yet?
Yep. I think I already forget. We see Josh on stream so often. I just assume he was on stream. I think he was on the third game of the day yesterday, if I remember. I did it, and I already forget. It's like
Yeah, I don't
I have to
remember.
ask recently, like, what was my rack? What did I play? Because he remembers my plays better than I remember my own plays.
Yeah, after a game is over, it's like instantly forgotten for me. And when
Yeah,
I'm
me too.
practicing, I have to. It really takes some like jogging my memory to remember.
Yeah,
I'm
some
always
people
impressed
just have
with
great
him.
memory like that, like
Yeah,
Josh, Jason, the Montrealers, I guess. Jackson. I don't know about
I'm
Michael,
sure
but I bet he'd be good at that too.
Matt can as well. So not
Yeah,
just
definitely. Um, so zoo comes down. Another Collins word I did know, zo. I don't know ZOL or this weird spelling of leap. I sort of hate looking at these words. It confuses me. I don't want to look at leap. The other ones are just so ridiculous. I know that I would never confuse them. That one,
Yeah, wait,
like if someone puts down, it
wait,
still
what
looks
is
really
the
bad to
way
me.
in the bingo that Matthew played 10 and is it
Yeah, I guess an S,
10 or 10
10
enden?
ends. Like maybe it's like a bowling turn, right? Like you get 10 ends
It's
before it's over. This should be
I
what
guess
we do instead of calling the words. We should be guessing what would be allowed in Collins. Like what fumes extensions do you think are allowed? Like fume smog or
could be.
okay, borked.
I
That
see
that
Matt.
that word we have.
Yeah, definitely.
Havia we have. That's
Yeah,
that's a nice find very
yeah.
quickly.
I like playing that
Uh,
word.
I think Josh is still too slow. He used too much time at the beginning. He has sped up, but under a minute. There's still about probably 40% of the tiles to go.
Yeah, and Matthew's gonna
Um,
bingo without fire. So this one's over.
so casual too. Okay, the X comes. That'll help. Find a spot. There it is at the top.
But
Ox.
not gonna be enough.
No, especially now the J is going to score and he's going to leave some nice tiles with it. Oh, there's that ya.
So I guess
Okay,
it
he's got a
was
bingo. It looks like
common
gold tone, gold, no, gold tail.
tail.
Okay. Chloe, what's the definition of a gold tail? Don't look it up.
Um, it is a type of fish.
I can
Yeah,
see that. Yeah, I was thinking, in the original like Mario, Super Mario's 3, when he flies and he has that like tail and it's almost golden color. No, I'm a lot
I don't
older than you
know.
are, so I shouldn't be
No,
referencing video games from the mid '90s when you weren't born yet.
I wouldn't know anything
Or
about video games from like the 80s until the present. So
yeah, I don't know anything since like I was a lot younger. Some of these players are really into video games. I know Matt Canick and Jason Lee. When I went for lunch, they were all talking about what they were buying on the Switch, and I don't think I've ever touched a Switch. So, you know what? We thought he was going to run out of clock. He didn't. He made up this word of UTU. Um, I
I know
guess
that one.
it's you did know that one. So did Bro 91 win, and predicted it. Josh found it, and look at the score for a 3-minute game.
Pretty
This
awesome.
is
I think
probably higher than any of the scores we saw in any of the games where the players had 25 minutes.
yeah. Well, they're playing 5 minutes, so don't give them too much credit. But
That's true. It's
over
not
the
3 minutes.
board, it's more like 3 minutes online.
Okay,
Okay,
we're
now
going to go
it's
into
Matthew's
more
stop.
familiar territory. And I just
Gee,
noticed
that's
that Mac's shirt says "Okay Cowboy." Uh, I don't know if that's saying that like he's an Oklahoma cowboy or it's just like an exclamation like "Okay Cowboy."
yeah, maybe
But
I should adopt that. My my signature phrase.
what's your signature phrase? Oh, adopted. I see. Okay.
Um, I don't know what my signature phrase is, but last weekend I was going for a hike by myself, and because there's bears here, you kind of have to talk loudly to
Right.
keep them
Yeah.
away. So I was just talking to myself, and I kept saying, "And we continue." And I think that's a good phrase to use in
Okay.
life as well.
And that segues nicely for Scrabble. Like that's a good Scrabble commentary thing. And we continue.
Yeah,
After I do one of my stupid asides that has nothing to do with anything, and we continue. I like it.
yeah. Felt a bit
Definitely
silly
have
to
to
be
watch
talking
out for bears. I remember talking with Mac once because he's such a big hiker, and I was telling him it's a pretty famous phrase. If you see a brown bear get down, you see a black
yeah,
get back,
like
and you see
that.
white good night.
Yeah.
The polar bear up in Alaska, the most aggressive animal towards humans, I believe. So
Yeah, well, luckily I'm not in the Arctic Circle or anywhere near
yeah,
a polar bear right now, so I can breathe a little bit. But I did wake up a couple mornings ago and the trash outside the trash bin had been knocked over, so a bear had been rummaging through it. because
Oh
I
wow,
wasn't
yeah.
supposed to bring out the trash, but my roommate unknowingly did. So
Yeah,
yeah,
there's
not
always
good.
like bear-proof bins around areas like that. We see it when we go camping up north here in Ontario. I've done camping out in BC, and BC, like the bears are more aggressive than Ontario. We have black bears. They have grizzlies. They used to have the Vancouver Grizzlies before they went to Memphis. As Josh plays Upgurt, Matt has sub area, but Upgurt doesn't take an S, I wouldn't think.
Nah, yeah, it can't. Does he have anything else? Um,
I don't see
don't
anything else
know.
through the L, ABLE. Is there anything? A root, somethingable?
I don't see it.
I don't see it either. I'm gonna quickly put it into my program here. Oh yeah, arguable.
Oh,
Um,
arguable. Okay. Well, he
and it
sees
looks
it.
like he's finding it. Of course he is. He probably saw it like a minute ago, and he's just looking for something better. Abricia, he's gonna play now. Um,
Oh yeah, Abricia. Also Aubrietta.
I remember when I was new to the game, and someone's like, "Oh yeah, I had this Abricia. I could have played the other one," and of course, I didn't know what either of the words were, and they were saying it like it was so obvious that there's also that word Aubrietta. Um,
So what
okay,
is Josh gonna
uh,
do? Is he gonna
Josh, I
fish?
can't see his last tile. It's a Y. Okay, that's
Is he gonna play
just put the E down.
live?
Let's go. Come on.
Yeah,
Uh,
what is this delay? Need some
yeah,
urgency.
like Notarial is coming down here from
Yeah.
Mac. Josh is looking at it instead of arranging his tiles. He's got realize or ateliers maybe through that T. Uh,
Um, yeah, probably better than realize just because of the big hooks.
yeah,
Yeah, just play it, I think. Just play Ateliers.
Josh is really fast at speed Scrabble normally. I remember in Lake George, he was just destroying the competition. One after the other, we were all getting crushed. And I think there's a stream of me like losing each game by like 300. So if you want to embarrass me, go find that link somewhere.
And now Map will just play. Oh, that was not good sportsmanship.
Whoa, whoa.
Rude.
Was that
Was.
necessary, Josh? I would have thrown the bag back in his face, you know? Like,
I might have
nobody's
played
going to do me like that.
WUD.
So
WUD and
just don't.
realized. The Z.
Oh, yeah. I was looking at the top left. Yeah,
Oh,
domed, I
yeah.
think, or moded, even better. A modem. Oh, I had the letters
Oh,
wrong.
modem. Good word.
Yeah, that is very nice. Um, Dup, I guess, here. Doug. Dup sets up his
Um,
E.
yeah,
Doug is
just,
more safe. I
yeah.
That looks fine. He has a bit of a lead, so that makes sense. If he didn't, the
Hmm.
Dup setting up his E maybe is better. Does
Hmm.
Josh have cookout? No, I can't see what his last tile is. That's
No,
an
he's an
L.
L.
Lockout.
Lockout,
Lockout should
yeah.
be a word, like in sports. Um,
It
but
is
it
good, I
doesn't
think.
seem to
Or it's not?
play.
Oh, no. Just doesn't
Yeah,
play, yeah.
lockout is good. Um, it's like in sports, you can lock out the players in business.
Yeah, no, I thought you were saying it wasn't good. Um,
Oh, no, no, no. Okay.
confused. But
Yeah,
yeah, I
no,
guess.
Adam. Obviously, Realize wouldn't have been as good as Atelier's, I don't think, because of the hook. But in Speed Scrabble, he just probably didn't see Atelier's and just played the first one he saw. And it was a content play, which for this sort of thing works really well. Someone smack Josh and tell him to play faster.
Yeah,
Block.
yeah. It's weird. He seems to be doing all of his regular antics, but
Right.
usually he would just be trying to play fast.
Yeah. Mr. Antic, we will call him. It is Canada Day, so it is his holiday. It's not Mac's holiday. Uh,
Mm.
On your birthday, you can cry if you want to. On Canada Day, you can throw the bag on the board in the middle of a speed game if you want to, as we tend to say. No, Adam, this is not a real game. This is a speed game over lunch. This is bonus content, so we can bring the lovely Chloe Fatis into the fold here. She is up in Alaska, but has some time here during lunch.
Yeah, it's pretty early here, 9:30, so had nothing else to do this morning. And
Yeah, Morris outrock. That would have been nice. I remember that came up, I think, in the Montreal tournament. Someone was wondering if that was the word, or it was, no, your father was there. And we were like, yeah, the rock. Of course it's a word.
yeah,
ED blank, that looks good.
yeah. I was surprised there was nothing playable there. No bingos, at least.
I didn't even really look. Maybe there was through the R. I think
Yeah,
Mac
I
would have
also
found
didn't
it.
know. Yeah.
Uh,
Weird.
there's got to
Um,
be bingos here. Deities is a 7. Side right through the
yeah,
R,
side
maybe.
right will play.
What about from the T?
Yeah, I've been
Or to the
looking.
T? Ending in IEST, maybe. Uh, we were making fun of Josh's time, and now he's ahead.
Yeah, Matt getting caught up in the bingo finding. Oh, he's gonna play weirdies.
Weirdies, that's a weirdy play. Um, Josh looks like he has a promising rack, but promising's not enough.
Mm-mm. Yeah,
Play
good
off
luck
the
outside.
COU, play Coop maybe, Coup, COUP, and just try and bingo next turn.
Yeah,
That's about
maybe.
as deep as my analysis can really get in such a rushed game. Out setting up his S, but it's also setting up an A. I would have rather Coup,
Yeah, no,
SICE
not.
on this board looks pretty strong.
Yeah, not.
So can he get the X without a like taxon or
Um,
something? Cat
yeah,
maybe
he
just a
could
Q. That looks
drop
fine.
drop the Q. He could have played cats or something for a lot more, but whatever. Keep the A for Auda.
Yeah,
I
I think
wonder
he
what.
likes that outer spot. He's sort of locked in.
Mhm.
What do we got here?
Oh,
Vive, okay. Two
let's see if we
V's.
can
Why
draw
not
like
get rid of
English
them?
doors and stuff. Why not go for it?
Uh, Gotta speed up now. Let's go.
Yeah, seriously. Even just dropping, I don't know, Ack or Ova. Yeah, block the
Ova.
triple triple.
Oh, he's setting up an X bomb. He's setting up an X
Yeah,
bomb. Nix.
yeah, nice. Nyx will play, and
He's just gonna play it right away. Let's go.
yeah, no point delaying.
What's the 7th tile? He's got cranes plus another arm. Is that? I'm not sure.
I can't see. I think he would
Um,
play something at this point. Um,
52 seconds. He has it in his hand. That's why we can't see it. It is an R. Is
is
Yeah, there's
Craner
no
not good?
transfer. Uh,
Is Craner isn't good? I guess
Craner?
not.
I don't think
It
so.
sounds
No.
bad. Yeah. Okay.
It sounds bad, and like knowing Crane, Heather's a partner who was just on stream. If I heard Craner, I would think of him, and I don't have that association. Kareens,
Yeah.
okay,
Now we get.
Canes, that also works. 2 H's. Wow, Mac was getting close to a bingo, and
Oh wow, but he'll
oh,
get
Heath,
almost a bingo score.
beautiful. I was seeing
Nice.
Shaw and Outa, but this saves the S and scores even more. So very quickly found. Fanged or defanged, plus he always holds one tile. He doesn't want to see all 7. Uh, and Mac only has 3 tiles. So once again, we thought they were going to clock out, but don't think so. Jag comes down, and then Onus,
And Matt will go
beautiful.
out with this.
And
Good game.
wow, great game.
Fun.
Oh, Morris was the one who played Outrock. Who challenged it, Morris? Was it Joel Horn, maybe? Uh, I knew it came up in Montreal. Okay, and they're not even wasting time to get the tiles off the board.
Another one coming up. This one's
Another one bites the dust. Yeah, it's nice to get so many different people here on stream. Yesterday was Matt and Lisa Odom. Then last night I was with Matt. Then I was with Heather this morning. Now I'm with you. And we're going to see Austin and Jesse. And
Yeah, that would be
I'm back
awesome.
tomorrow afternoon. I don't know who I'm doing it with. Matt, I think. Maybe not. Monday morning with Heather. And then I am off on vacation. Tuesday is the finals. I won't be here. I think Matt will be. I don't know who he'll be with. I don't know if the last 4 games of that day will be NWL or CSW. I think it might depend on the standings. It might even jump back and forth. So stay tuned. Lots of good Scrabble to come.
There's no
Um,
no final of any sort in this, right?
no, just the best record and spread
31.
after 31 games.
How do you feel
Josh
about that?
plays
I
instead
mean,
of like
yeah.
anosmic.
Yeah. How do you feel about
Oh,
the
I
final
like the
structure?
non-finals because people have schedules, right? Like people want to get going. I think it's sort of fun to have the last 3 games or whatever, but I think the 31 games is a better representative sample of the winner than a random 2 or 3 game finals, which anything can happen, right? Like
Yeah,
even if
and
we're
then
higher rated, we could play against a 1,500 player 3 games and lose the best of 3, and that wouldn't be representative of the 31 games coming in. So
yeah, and isn't it also that they take, at least in the other tournament, they take them after 28 rounds to play the last
right,
3
yeah,
rounds?
oh yeah. If they do it that way, actually, oh, nice by Josh here.
Yeah.
Um, I don't have as much of a problem. I guess I'm still a bit salty about the way it ended, though, in the World Cup because the spread was the tiebreaker, as it often is, but
Right.
the performance rating or the head-to-head, those would have both had me finishing second instead of fifth. So that was the
Mm,
difference between $5,000 and 900.
right.
So I thought I deserved maybe more credit sticking around table one that event. As we've seen 3 bingos and 4 plays, let's just point that out. Um, and now he has, I think, another bingo. I can't see all of his tiles, but the ones I
Yeah,
can see look. Oh, the W hurts it, but
yeah, I'm looking. There has to be something though.
with the T, you would
Right?
think the T looks promising,
Yeah,
or the S.
but I
He
also
doesn't
was
see
not
it, but
sure.
opening up a triple lane is smart. And he puts the R instead of the N because he already has. This way,
Yeah,
the
so
N will
now,
go nice with either of the R's.
yeah, now
And 2
two
triple
triple
lanes
triples
open with the
open.
blank. Will he triple triple? It's looking good. Oh,
Oh,
uh,
let's see. Nitrides, yeah.
beautiful. And honestly, he might have had a 9 triple triple through that RE if he had more time. Like, not for sure, but it looked promising. Um, anyways, like, Josh is at 302 points in a 5 minute game, like 4 turns in or something. So over to our friend Mac. He has another promising rack. There's going to be some ugly tiles at the end of the game because there have been some nice tiles showing up here. Josh has another nice rack, not perfect, but after bingo, you could do a lot worse.
Hmm.
Um, maybe something above Caviator. Can you
Yeah, that's what I was looking
play
for.
Luce?
Yeah,
Luce, right?
yeah, this is what
Yeah.
I was looking at. Yeah, scores pretty well. I can't calculate it like some people
Yeah, you
in an
can't.
instant.
I'm
But
gonna guess like 48 or something.
wait, you were exactly right. It's 48.
Really?
I think
No,
so. My counting
okay.
was right.
Um, honestly, I have a pretty good ability to look at plays and estimate them, and I have a very poor ability to count plays and get them perfect.
Like,
Which
would you
is
like go back and again like three
exactly,
times?
yeah. And then like it leads to recounts and like it's such a power to have good word math abilities and tracking. We saw today John Karras made a suboptimal play in the end game, and then Sean spoke to him after the game, and John said he had his opponent mistracked. Um,
Mm,
so late
yeah.
in the game, they both had like a minute. He didn't have time to go through and retrack, and he could have
Oh
blocked
wow.
and out of the cage. I don't remember if it would
Oh
have
wow. So
changed
it
the
was
outcome.
it wasn't necessarily like the
It
deciding.
was very close, so it might not have mattered, but it might have mattered. I honestly, I'm a bit tired. I don't remember offhand. Josh has another promising rack. Uh, ooh, here's Lent.
Yeah, I'm not.
What does he do? Just
Probably
EH
just
and
something on
Hod,
the.
maybe?
Yeah, probably EH.
Like he's
Um,
putting more
or
tiles. Okay,
maybe.
that's fine.
Yeah, I think. I mean, it doesn't really matter, but yeah, I would
Yeah.
probably keep
I
the
mean,
more power.
LENTS is just so strong. Why not keep it?
Yeah,
Like,
and
the
especially with
game's
the A.
already over.
Yeah,
Um,
and now you're gonna draw consonants.
yeah, like that was clearly suboptimal. In a longer game, he's not making that play.
Yeah,
Um,
no, you can't fault
maybe
anyone
he
too
was
much.
thinking it takes out a bit more of the bingo lane next to the T, right? Because
Mm-hmm.
ET means you need an A now. I don't really
True.
think that matters so much. Will he play the
Branch.
S? No, he'll save it. Matt has a blank. Matt, sorry, excuse me, Mac. We've been struggling with the Mac.
It's
Uh,
hard. Yeah.
yeah, and they finished 1 through 3 in Niagara Falls, so it was
Okay.
very
Yeah.
confusing.
Wait, who? It was Mac.
Uh, Mac
Oh,
won.
Mac Tanner, and then
Max
Mac
Panich
Tanner.
finished in second, despite taking 3 buys. That was a phenomenal
Right.
performance
Yeah,
by
that's awesome.
Max. And Matt Canick finished third. So,
Hmm.
and Josh is just like, nope. I don't know what he's shaking his head at, but
Something. Um, I guess if you're Mac, you're kind of just dead. But uh,
are those scores accurate? Adam asks. They should be. Someone is entering the plays into Quackle as we are going, and it's automatically updating. The
yeah,
players aren't adding up their own scores. In speed games, you just don't have time.
yeah.
Although
Trap
they could
looks
just,
fine, but
yeah, I
relink.
like that. I think you're doing a great job, Sean. Yeah, not just a good job, a great job. Um, what is
And
his last tile? Another E.
will Mac even be able to bingo? Etouffee?
14.
Etouffee?
Outfield? Does outfield fit anywhere? No.
Um, no, he's just gonna open up a triple triple and hope.
But not even a triple triple that's really
Right.
like
Yeah,
likely
it's
to hit
like
the
you're
F.
not getting that very much. Oftenest or something.
Yeah, I mean, okay, unfreely? Is that,
That's a
uh,
word, but yeah, this is
yeah,
not
but
staying up.
not a triple triple. One square away, but it shows you he was close.
Yeah,
I guess you just
I've
put the
definitely,
Y on the triple there and take any points you can.
yeah,
There you
I've
go.
definitely misspelled before, however you say it. But Josh knows French, so he's not gonna
Oh,
misspell.
buff. It just means beef.
I know it does, but it's a French word.
Yeah, yeah. Uh,
No, he has Quincy
definitely
spelled
don't
correctly.
misspell those French words against him. It'll come off the board.
Yeah.
I remember once with oeuvre, which is a French word, I was debating which way to spell it against Zev,
Mm,
who is also, he was born in Montreal,
mm.
so he knows those words really well. But I did get it right. Just had to look at it sometimes.
Oh, he's gonna play
So,
Quincy. Yeah.
Quincy's, wow.
I've
Uh,
voted against Josh once with Quincy, but spelled with an S, and he challenged it off. So now he gets
oh,
to
you
finish.
can't spell it. You can spell it that way with an S.
No, Quinsie is not good.
It is good with the S at the end. So you're saying
Yeah, but
just,
no, I'm saying
oh, I
without the
see.
S. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, you can spell it with the ZIE, but and then
Wow.
obviously yeah, and but just SY.
Also, you can do quinzied with the S, but quinzied isn't good with the Z.
Hmm. Oh,
So
weird. Okay,
if the
that's
D
even
is there.
more.
So I'm one of those people who believes in blanket rules. That's just stupid to tell people you have to memorize this. It's not accomplishing anything other than who can waste the most of their life.
Yeah.
Um, Also, Quincy, yeah, that's the high scoring spelling West. If you get that on the triple, that's how you can score like a 300 point play.
Yeah.
Um, okay, Sean's just stepping away. We're gonna keep going though with our broadcast. Don't forget to like and subscribe the channel here on YouTube. Oh, it's Josh Greenway here, actually. So good to see. Thank you, Josh, for all your hard work, you and Kieran and everyone else, and Noah with the quackling.
Yeah, seriously, it looks like an amazing event.
Yeah,
So
Wigpo
kudos
does such a
for
great
planning
job running this,
for
and wordgameplayer.org or wordgameplayers.org, I believe. You can learn more about clubs and tournaments in your region. And hello to Aaron. Nice to see you in the chat. Are they going to play another game while we sit here and watch them? Josh looks like he's looking up words. Even though it's just a casual game, when words you're thinking about come up, you want to know it because you never know if in a real game
Yeah,
it's going to show up.
yeah, that sort of thing has happened where I'll be thinking about a word and forget to look it up, and then the next game it comes up again, and that feeling of still being unsure. It's
Right.
really annoying.
Yeah, that happened to me in Montreal. A word came up. I didn't look if it took the S, and then it came up in a later game, and I still didn't know if it took the S. And thankfully, I didn't get punished for it because it just, the situation, I guess it got blocked or something, but I was like kicking myself. I think it's probably good practice if you're unsure of a word, write it down on your score sheet so then you'll remember after the game to look it up, because you might remember to look up 4 of the 5 words you were unsure of, but that one you don't, you never know.
Yeah,
And
I
yes,
really
Aaron,
start doing that
these
more.
are speed games over the lunch break. They're just playing for fun right now. We had 4 NWL games in the morning. There will be 4 Collins games after lunch. These are just 5-minute games. We saw Matt O'Connor play against Josh Castellano. He also played against Sean Abbasi in these speed games. And now we've seen 2 of Mac versus Josh. Okay, thanks, Shelly. I appreciate that update. 2:30 is when the players are going back for the
Wow, it's been a
Collins
while.
games. 2:30 is also that famous dentist pun. When are you going to the dentist at 2:30? So apologize for that atrocious joke, but it's the first thing I thought of when I saw that come down.
Oh man.
Yeah, 40 minutes, Alex. It is 1:50 here in the Eastern time zone of North America. Chloe is 4 hours behind, she said. I didn't know Alaska was like had that many time zones to be that far
Yeah,
behind.
I mean, if you look at a map, it's really quite further west of like the West Coast
Okay.
US. So not Pacific time here.
Right.
But
Yeah, I think that
I
makes
feel like
sense because
yeah, because I'm
most
right
of
next
the
to the right.
most of the
So I was
populated
wondering.
area up there is pretty far to the west.
Mhm.
Like the Canadian territories up there that have a lot of people are in the very northwest.
Yeah, the Yukon and whatever.
And Nunavut, which is the newest one, or if you want a
Mhm.
bad pun, you could say, I want none of it.
Mhm.
Oh, and Stefan Rao uses the 2:30 pun, so how do you like that? I am not the only word nerd in this word nerd collection. And speaking of word nerds, there's another word nerd, Jonathan Lind. Hello, Jonathan. He can't hear
Oh, is
us,
that his
but
son in the background?
I
Hello,
think that has to
Jonathan.
be Jonathan Lind. I can't
Yeah, yeah,
see his face,
yeah.
but
Who else
just giving
demeanor?
off Jonathan vibes. Oh, Aaron, you've been to Alaska. What were you doing up there? I know a lot of people go up there for cruises. Some people just go like hiking, camping, fishing, hunting. Um, is your father coming to visit you this summer, Chloe?
No, my parents were thinking of coming, but there's literally like nowhere to stay in Sitka. It's just like housing in general is really hard. So yeah, it just didn't work out. But it would have been nice.
Yeah,
But
it's really
no.
hard up there. Just the
Yeah.
cost of like
Yeah, flights were
the
super expensive.
availability and the food, I can
Yeah.
imagine.
Oh yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, my job, I thought they were gonna provide food the whole time I was here, but I actually was on my own for the first few weeks. So grocery prices were high. It
Wow.
was kind of shocking.
Yeah, like I've seen images online of what prices are at the grocery store up there, and I don't know how people live. I guess that's why people love to hunt so much and fish and grow their own
Yeah.
vegetables as much as they can their
Yeah, it's
own
just more of
fruits and
a
stuff.
consistent lifestyle. You can a lot of fishing here. Like I
Yeah.
was just gifted, like apparently, you can just get like tons of rockfish for free here because it's technically bycatch. So I was just gifted some
Oh,
rockfish fillets yesterday.
wow.
Stuff like that. The big barter economy as well.
Yeah, that makes sense. People helping out each other. Sankini, the next match is at 2:30. I'm not sure about the next speed match. They might be playing more. They might be done. They got to save a bit of brain power. We're going to stick around a bit longer. Josh Greenway just asked us to keep this going for a bit. Aaron's been to Alaska 3 times. Wow. That's cool. You got friends up in Alaska. That's a far away from Texas,
Yeah, it is.
and very different climates.
Oh, and you went to Denali. Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah, did you do any hiking in Denali? That would be very high on my list if I were to make it up there. Uh, I met Aaron at the World Cup last summer, so another player who played last year didn't make it out this year. A free salmon, okay. A little sushi roll here costs like $12 now, and you get like, you know, salmon in every piece, but it's not a lot.
Yeah, the salmon here is great and so different from what you get on the East Coast.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, not the farmed,
Yeah, it's like
bland,
red.
tasteless. Yeah,
Yeah.
very nice. Just staying in a cabin. Well, I've never made it that far north. I've been to Northern Ontario a bunch of times, but what I call Northern Ontario is not what people from actual Northern Ontario would call Northern Ontario. To me, it's like sort of cottage country and camping, and I've done a lot of camping up there, but uh, I've even gone for work once. But people live a lot farther north than where people from Southern Ontario think is Northern Ontario. They're still discussing this game as if these speed games have such strategy to work through.
Yeah, I don't know what he's setting up exactly. Um, Maybe it's a position from a different game. Oh, now they're just packing up. So we're coming back
Okay.
for more speed games. So that should be fun.
Oh, cool. Sankini is new to this game, but going to play in a second competition. That's exciting. Um, Hopefully, our little tidbits are helping you with some strategy so that you can give your opponents hell when you play in August.
Yeah,
Remember
I
to
wish there was
subscribe to the
more.
channel, post any questions you might have.
Yeah, I hope you can get something out of these speed games, but they are quite fast, even for commentators to pay attention
Any
to.
tips Sankini wants to know? Basic tips would be try and keep 4 consonants to 3 vowels. Always try and keep a nice leave. When you're ahead, try and start closing the board, but also try and make sure there are scoring spots that both you and the opponent can have. Try and track your tiles. Try and practice tracking your tiles before the event because it can be really tough to do while you're live. Practice is a big one, especially if you can practice over the board. A lot of people only can practice on the computer, but if you have someone you can spar with over the board, that would definitely be a big tip I would give you. The more you play
Mhm.
with like a pencil and pen over the board, the more you practice the math, the tracking, and all the things that will help you succeed in a tournament setting. And it's definitely exhausting. I agree with you there. I have to go right to the Tylenol after the event because I feel like my brain doesn't work. Uh, the pounding
Yeah.
headache from even the commentary is tough. Like there was some
Yeah.
Heather and I had 2 close end games to start. Okay, someone's in a suit with a production. I think
Oh yeah.
looks
Josh said
like
he just did a TV interview, so maybe this is actually going to be
yeah,
recorded for some TV footage. So I
this
guess
is
that'll
exciting,
be
and I'm impressed that the TV guy is so like snappily dressed.
yeah, very nice. Yeah, the news
Um,
is going to record this. That's super cool.
Okay,
Um,
the news is going to
awesome.
record this as we've just confirmed from Josh. That's where he was. So that's why he wanted us to stay tuned. He was doing a TV interview And now that they spoke about the game, they are going to record them playing. I don't think they're going to be hearing us, but just in case, we'll try and be even friendlier than normal.
Yeah, it'll be good footage. You know, it's not like boring someone staring at their rack for 10 minutes,
Right.
but
I've always
we get
believed
to
if we want this
fast
game to
pace.
grow, speed footage is the key. Always
Yeah,
thought
totally.
that, especially with online stuff where you can really do it well.
Mhm.
Um, okay, so Mac draws the Z and he's going to find a way to play it, I would think, unless he just plays like Law or something. Maybe try and set up the Z with the A beneath it. A
Yeah,
speed game, maybe he could get
I
away
don't
with
know.
it. A Zan, yeah,
Maybe, but
that
probably
looks
not.
best.
Yeah, he'll just play
Probably not,
Azan.
no.
Yeah, that
If
seems
people don't
better.
know, it takes a front H hook. Josh can play Alliance here. That's the first one I see. He
Or
sees one that doubles the
outside,
C. That's better.
no fight. Yeah, what is the
Very
blank?
nice. Yeah, it could be a T or an M, I guess.
Yeah. Um, and that guy might
I
have
don't see a
no.
bingo here, but blank M.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you to our producer. I've been thanking Sean all day, but right now it's Josh who just was on TV. I'm sure he looked good under the bright lights. Mac is using a lot of clock here. Josh is dancing. He's feeling good.
Yeah, is he
I
just
think
gonna play
Va might come
Vol?
down. Yeah, but there's two A's
Uh,
to play it through. They each have their own pros and cons. I would play it there too, leaving more lanes open.
yeah.
Josh doesn't want lanes and has too many consonants, so KV comes.
And
Bingos are going to come.
now we'll
Perfect.
get
The TV's going to like
restyle.
that.
Yeah.
The camera guy's on his phone. I don't know. He should be paying more attention. This is exciting
Maybe he
stuff.
just hit record and let it go.
I think he did. I'm just sort of teasing. Um,
Yeah, you gotta watch.
okay.
This is exciting stuff. Um,
He's like texting his friend, can you believe it? They're making me stream Scrabble. But little does he know this is what the people want. Will Josh play something
um,
like Uptown here?
that's what I was
Uh,
gonna suggest. Yeah, Uptown looks good.
yeah. Do we think Uptown is
Oh,
only an adjective or do you think it's a noun?
I think it's a noun,
I think so
probably.
too, and I just checked it is.
Yeah, you can also do Uptowner almost.
Because like downtowns would obviously be a
Yeah,
word. So when you think about it that way, uptowns should also, of course, be a
yeah.
word
I
too.
feel like he probably just missed Uptown. That seems pretty clear.
Yeah.
And now,
Oh, what
wow,
is this coming down? Oh,
all
haul it out.
yeah,
That's good.
yeah.
Yeah,
I'm pretty
okay.
sure it's just call out and no out haul.
Out haul is good. See, I knew out haul
Oh,
and you knew haul out,
okay.
but Mac knew them
Never mind.
both, and the power is to know them both. Uh,
Okay. There's
Midtowns,
some.
yeah, west, that also makes sense. Uh, a lot of these things, it's when you take a second to think about it, it becomes obvious. Like, yeah, that's got to be a noun, but you still have
Yeah,
to think about it.
yeah.
Um,
You don't want to
Sometimes I
assume.
feel like I say such dumb things on stream here, and I'm like, if I just had one more second, I would come out with a better thought.
Yeah. For Josh, do you maybe just play PIU?
Oh, that's better. I was looking at UH, but I prefer
Yeah,
PIU, just keeping the R
yeah, I
open, but
almost
keeping the C open is nice too, right? He's going to
just to
exchange it instead of
confirm.
blocking
Okay,
either lane.
that's weird. I would
Wow.
just take the 6 points, but whatever.
Yeah, I would take the points
Um,
in one of the spots,
so
but
now he has
I think that's
airline.
fine.
Yeah.
Uh, so he's got that weird word Sonorai, and he's picking it up like there's a spot for it. I
He's
haven't
gonna play
seen.
airline. Airlines.
Oh, airlines. Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
that works. And I like seeing the common words come out for the stream that's happening for the more wider audience.
Yeah, the common
The
word is
cross.
anal sign.
Yeah, like that one. They might blur that one out, even though it's not a slur. I think it's like a type of rock, I would guess. Like some sort of like
But
a mineral. Yeah,
yeah,
it is a mineral.
no spot for betroth, I guess. Just too
No,
bad.
yeah, that would have been pretty. I think the camera guy's actually gone. I think he got his footage. He's like, I just need a shot. This is fine.
Yeah. Well, I'm excited
Um,
to see the final piece that they do, the final segment.
That's true, and I bet you can see it posted on LetsPlayScrabble.com.
Oh, I
So
imagine.
I bet you're just gonna have
Gorgeted.
to. Oh, look at this,
Very nice.
gorgeted.
Oh,
Oh,
he's
now he's
filming
filming
a
Josh
vlog too.
producing. Josh, sit up straight, comb your hair, and say something smart. And if you don't know what to say, just repeat whatever I say, because it's bound to be brilliant. Um, I kid, of course. Josh has genders. Where can he put his genders?
Do we think bi-genders is good? I don't think bi-genders or
Bigenders, yeah,
probably
or big enders, right?
bi-genders, yeah.
Depending on
Um,
how you pronounce it. Through the P, P-I-N-G, uh, don't know. Gotta play something. Where's all their time, Joe? These are casual games over the lunch break. This is not the real tournament. The real tournament resumes at 2:30. This is just for fun. I hope everyone is enjoying this little segue between the serious games.
okay.
He just drops the G. Mac has betted lined up, and he will play it.
Yeah, looks good.
All these
What
words, like
about
if someone else played it, I might hold that, be like, wait, is fet a verb? But
yeah,
if Mac
and now
played
John,
it, you're just like, sure.
yeah. Now he has
What did
endears. He drew
oh,
an
you drew an
A.
A? Okay,
Um,
so above va maybe, or
yeah, I don't know what he's agonizing about over there, but
I think he thinks there's a 9 would be my guess. He wants to get a 9 down for the points through
yeah.
PI or oh, what did he say the blank was? An M? M,
Oh,
I
M,
think?
yeah, it's an M. Well, because
Okay,
it would otherwise be OT, so hopefully it's not a T.
I mean, maybe he's like, he recognizes that rack and he's thinking demeanors and trying to figure out what,
Yeah, yeah, that's probably it.
yeah, he wants the 9 for the news. See, Josh? Josh knows Josh. Yeah, Joe, I was stressed for them too, but in our earlier games, we've seen players right down to the clock when it really matters. So
Oh,
this is
wow, and
not
Soul
just something that
Lancer.
happens. Yeah, another bingo. In the speed games, players do get low, not normally with this many tiles left, but it
Mhm,
definitely happens. People even go over time and then take a 10-second penalty for each minute.
mhm. And
Um,
you think so now Josh is actually ahead. Nice comeback, and
that
YOM will
is
probably come
nice.
down.
Yeah. Yom,
Yeah.
meaning day in Hebrew.
Mm,
That's why it doesn't take an S. It's not an English word. I don't know why it's in the dictionary, but Yom Kippur being like a holiday,
mm.
the
Oh
Day of
yeah, I never made
Atonement.
that connection.
Yeah. So that's what it means. Uh, can Josh use that X nicely? That bottom has a spot for the X, like just EX, I guess.
Yeah, or OX.
Scores.
Nothing else.
OX even better, yeah.
I don't see anything better. Um,
Yeah, they are drawing a lot of games in these speed games, Alex. Also in these speed games, I find people tend to just play a bit more open, so it leads to more lines that are available to hit. So it
yeah,
looks that way, but also players like this, they just hit a lot of bingos. They are not normally this many, let's say, but they're just really good.
yeah. I
I
guess
guess five
no thought-
bingos here isn't that obscure. Sorry, you're looking at Max Homeless Bingo here?
yeah, no spot. But maybe he'll use his S for like must or something in bigs. Or maybe there's something better.
Solinger also takes an S for a lot of
Yeah,
points. That's
yeah,
slotted
that's
there, so you
probably
might look
better.
there as well. Ma
Oh yeah,
looks
just
smart. I don't know how many are in the bag.
oh,
The
there's
homeless
rock,
bingos there were tsunami, that's the common word, and Santamu is the sort of obscure one.
and there's one other.
Uh, Tinamus, thank
I
you.
so
I,
or
I'm pretty sure that,
oh, it's
yeah.
Manitous. Manitous.
Oh, Manitus. Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Tinamu needs an O.
yeah.
Um, I'm looking at, yeah, Tsunami takes that fun backhook of a C.
Mhm.
I guess it's not fun if you're
So,
in a tsunamic event, but in the game of Scrabble, it's a fun little hook. Josh has 8 seconds. He's down by 4. Can he go out? If it goes out, he wins. If
No,
not,
no.
Mac
Mac
has
just
blank.
got, no, Mac just went up by like 40, 50 with
Oh,
Tusk.
the score wasn't updated.
Yeah,
Apologies. Josh, with 1 second left. I think normally in these casual games, if you go over, you lose, right? Like
yeah,
in these speed games, it's not like a 10-second sort of 10-point thing. Uh,
yeah. So,
Josh
or
did well to ham
yeah.
it up for the camera, but that Tusk play scored too much. Well done by both players. I'm telling you, our speed games, we've had a higher average score. Aaron's pointing out that Yom pluralizes with Yomim. I am is how Hebrew words seem to be pluralized.
Mhm.
Uh, so the goy word that was removed as a slur, which is allowed in this tournament, would be pluralized as goyim. It just directly means non-Jews. It's not necessarily offensive, but it can be. And we're waiting to see if we'll do another. He wants the 9 for the news. Oh, sorry, I'm reading an old message. He didn't find the 9 for the news. He's looking it up on his phone to see if it's there. There's
Yeah.
Nitz. We've seen her do with you, Chloe, the school championships.
Oh yeah, that
Uh,
was a lot of fun. She did the
Such a great
post game
sideline
interview.
reporter
Yeah,
is
she's
Nitz.
really good at it. And it's funny because some of the kids that play that tournament, don't have much to say, but she finds a way
Right.
to get something out of them.
Yeah, it's really impressive. And the kids give her one-word answers, and she's still so bubbly. And just everyone in that broadcast, Hannah Lieberman does such a great job, and Will, of course, and Jackson's always there, and your father and you, and it's just such a great event. I'm sad that when I was in school, school Scrabble wasn't yet a thing, but
Yeah.
I think it's really helping these future generations, and we've seen so much talent. Your friend Zach Ansell played so well on stream in Game 1 against Mac. I don't know if you saw that one.
I did see that game. Yeah, I was watching in the background at work, but yeah, he seemed to make like very few, if any, errors. So really nicely
Yeah,
played.
he made that one minor waif mistake, but
Right.
that was minor. Chloe, we're getting a question here from our producer. Are we sticking around for one more, or are we?
I'm good
What
either
do
way.
people
Whatever
want?
you
Message us in the
want.
chat. Do you want to see one more speed game before things resume at 2:30, or are you also looking to step away, maybe eat something? Um, for now, we're going to keep blabbering because that's what we do until Josh cuts us off.
Oh,
Oh, it's coming right to us. Is CSW disliked or something? Well, I don't like it. It's not what I play. It's not what Chloe plays, but a lot of the top players do play it, and I think you can learn a ton from the people who will be commentating it.
yeah. I think you could
Jesse
make the
Day,
argument that. Oh, sorry, you
go ahead.
finish.
Yeah, yeah.
I was going to say, I think you can make the argument that NWL is more disliked given that the rest of the world plays Collins or CSW. But at least
Right.
here in North America, we do have more NWL players.
Yeah, it's definitely the majority here, and I think NWL has more normal words, or at least fewer weird words, which is why I like it, but other people might think differently. But even if you're not the biggest CSW fan, like I'm not, if you watch Jesse Day's stream, you are going to learn so much. Um, I can't tell you how much I've learned from only watching him, I think, once, and I just thought his commentary was phenomenal. And Austin's always streaming on Twitch, watching one of the very best players in the world. You can watch him multiple times a week. Like, what a joy that is. So, even if some people have different opinions on what the dictionary is, I hope that everybody just wants to watch good content. Chloe and I even tried to commentate CSW, even though we don't even know the words. So, thank you, Josh. I love you as well. And I love the whole community. I hope everybody is enjoying it. Chloe, yes, she is just okay. That's fine.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah, it's better
Um,
than what he could have said, what he would have said behind the scenes. And Adam, that's fair too. If you find watching Collins confuses you, I typically avoid Collins streams for that reason. I don't want to see words that I might later confuse myself with. But Then I watched Jesse do commentary and was just so blown away. Like when you're watching somebody who's sort of analyzed word leaves and has their own analysis, like we're sort of repeating maybe things that a lot of commentators do, but there's a few commentators who have their very unique way of describing games, and I think they're really worth watching. So I hope people will stick around. Um, Remember to like that subscribe button. Uh, Also, LetsPlayScrabble.com runs many other events. Chloe and I played their event in Montreal. I am playing in Lake George. Are you going to be playing that one?
I am planning on going. Yeah, it's a great tournament. Lake George, New York is a beautiful, beautiful area. The hotel's right
Stunning.
on a lake, and beautiful time of
Yeah,
the year to be there in October. So, highly recommend that tournament to anyone who is looking for a Scrabble tournament to go to sometime this fall.
it is just so beautiful there. I went hiking afterwards, right in town. Me and Mark Garrett went up the mountain. It takes about 3 hours. It's a real workout. I definitely recommend it. The hotels are also very cheap at that time of year because it's the end of their season. They're more of a summer town, and we're going there just as their season's ending. So it's a really good time to get good value for your money. You're right on this beautiful lake. I can't say enough about that tournament. Last year, I went to New York before the tournament just as a vacation. This year, I'm thinking maybe about going to Boston or something before. Thinking about maybe making it an annual tradition. Head to Lake George, but first check out some city in the Northeast.
Yeah, sounds like a good plan. If you're ever thinking Providence, then we could drive
Yeah,
over to Lake
and you can get a
George together.
ride. You don't need to rely on I've never been to Rhode Island, so maybe.
There you go.
Um, and Erickson is in the chat. Hello, Erickson. We thought Josh was going to be the tallest one we would see today, but I think Erickson might be just a bit taller. Do we have a Discord community? We probably do. I am not on Discord because I'm old. Chloe?
I don't really use Discord either. I remember there being a Woogles one. Maybe you could find it on woogles.io. There might be a link or
Okay.
something.
Josh mentioned there is a Woogles Discord. If someone has the link, that would be helpful for people who want to follow it. I don't really know what Discord is or what it does. I know it's a thing, so I feel very with it. What does Discord do, Chloe? Do you know?
Um, I think it's a way for people to chat online. I honestly couldn't tell you. I think
Okay.
people
It's
use
like a
it
group
as
chat,
a
but not on your
while like
phone. It's like,
gaming. I don't really get it. So yeah. Apparently Mac is
well,
giving the news a very in-depth lesson in Scrabble, so
I can
they will
imagine that.
learn.
And I hope he's hyping his YouTube channel to the people watching on the news because he puts so much great free content out there. It would be nice for a wider audience to see it. Like that Mac versus machine content is probably the best content Scrabble wise on the internet, and not enough people watch it. So please, please, please look for Mac Meller on YouTube and watch his content. He's playing a best of 100 set against the computer. It's so fun. We have a game where you can actually compete against the computer, right? Like if you're playing chess or
Right.
whatever, like you just can't beat it at some level. But Scrabble Mac could win this series. I'm not sure what the series is at right now, but please look for him on YouTube. Uh, Erickson saying it's like a chat room with a different community. Adam's saying he's old, but he is on Discord. So, wow, even older than I am and on Discord. I'm not cool enough, I guess. I'm not going to blame it on my age. I'm going to blame it on or maybe I'm too cool. Maybe
Yeah,
it's
that's what
got to
it
be one or the other.
is.
What's the weather like out there in Alaska, Chloe?
Looks sunny today, which is awesome. It's been like rainy and cloudy for the past week or so, but when it's sunny, it's like beautiful. It's probably in the 60s Fahrenheit, and I've been it's a little cold in the water, but I've been going for swims every day,
Good for
even though
you.
it's pretty chilly for a nice dip. So it's not
Yeah,
too
like
not cold or anything.
I really regret not jumping in the Lake George Lake. I love cold water. It doesn't bother me. I was planning to, but my plan was to do it after I came down the mountain. But I had just played the morning of the tournament, and then we, ate lunch and whatever, did that 3 hour hike, came down, and I knew I still had to drive back to Toronto. So I still had like a 5 or 6 hour drive ahead of me, and I had to get home that night because I had to work. And so I had planned to jump in the water when I got down, and I was like, oh, if I jump in the water, then I have to change, and it's going to add 20 minutes, and I'm getting home after midnight. And I knew I was going to be tired. I didn't want to like fall asleep on the road sort of thing. But
Yeah.
no, I was actually really wired on the drive home. I just hit 2,000 that weekend. It was
Oh
all
yeah. That was
celebration.
awesome.
I had just come from New York. Nice fun trip. And
Nice.
I see Josh is pointing out something in the chat that Chloe may or may not want to share with the world. I don't
I
like
don't
to
care.
dox people on here. She doesn't care. This weekend is a big birthday for Chloe. So that's exciting.
True. Yeah.
Is this the one where you can drink or not yet? You still have.
Yeah, it is the one where I can drink. So that's exciting.
Oh,
Yeah.
exciting. Our little Chloe is 21 almost. Uh,
Um,
so, do you have any plans for your birthday?
um, Probably try to go to a bar. There's a few here. Get my first legal drink. Probably go for a hike during the day.
Nice.
And those are the plans. Yeah.
I remember when I first turned 19, which is when you can drink here in Canada, I went to the liquor store to buy alcohol, and she asked for my ID, and as I pulled it out, I pretended to be really nervous. So she took the card, like totally thinking that I was underage, and I was just like not gonna fly. I was like shaking and like pretending, and then I just have a weird sense of humor. But uh, she let me purchase it as I was entitled to.
Very
Um,
exciting.
Okay, Shelly's
Um,
telling us Discord is for coordinating with your clan members when you're in a different game you're playing. So I guess like if people play online games, they can all sort of have this group chat going. Like maybe if you play
Coordinating.
like Wordle or Scrabble or Boggle. Do people play like non-word games? I'm not sure. That's not really my thing.
I don't
Um,
know much about it. Um, yeah. What am I doing in Alaska? I'm here for the summer for work. I'm working at this like a summer program I'm helping run that high schoolers will be coming to in a couple weeks. So I've been here helping prepare. I'm in Sitka, Alaska. And yeah, here until like mid-August.
that's great. The news is still interviewing Josh. We're probably not going to have time for another one just because if 2:30 they're resuming, I don't think we'll have time. They're almost back. Josh, I think we're probably going to wrap up then. Give me
Yeah.
a signal when you know. Yeah, okay. So I just want to thank everyone for having me on here. I've appreciated calling the games here with Chloe, earlier with my friend Heather McCall. Coming up at 2:30, so that's only 10 minutes, guys. Don't go far. Austin and Jesse will be streaming, and in Collins, there are some big matchups. I know at the top of the field, you have players like Will. Why don't I just open the standings and I'll quickly give you an idea of who you might be seeing. Okay, so right now in Collins, in first place is Bradley Whitmarsh. Wow, that's a nice result for him. Matthew Tunnicliffe in second, Matthew O'Connor in third, and Thomas Renicky in fourth. So there's a lot of big names. His twin brother is in sixth place.
Mhm.
It's a good field when Will Anderson is at 10th place, and it's not like he's doing badly. He's at 5-2. So a ton of great players, a lot of exciting games to come. Don't go anywhere. We're going to step away for now, but thank you so much. Remember to subscribe, and we will see you shortly here on LetsPlayScrabble.com.
Okay, everyone. Hey, welcome back. We're playing game 8 of the World Cup. And yeah, we've had a lot of good action already so far today. And for the afternoon session, we're joined by Jesse Day, as you can see, and Austin Shin. So we're all here. We're ready for more action for the afternoon. And I think we're going to be playing 4 more games. And yeah, we're looking forward to it. So yeah, Jesse, how are you? How are you keeping right now? I think Jesse. I think you might be. Are you muted? Muted, Jesse.
Oh, I've just been doing an entire 30-second monologue here.
Oh way. Okay, here we go. We can hear you now. Go
Oh,
ahead.
man. I said some really funny stuff. I don't know if I can
sure
live
it was
up to
really
the pressure. Yeah, I felt short. That was the summary.
Okay.
But I've now adjusted my camera angle, so you can tell that I'm not a pro streamer like yourself. But yeah, I don't feel quite as insecure anymore, which is good. There are a lot of tall Scrabblers around to make you feel insecure, actually.
Yes, it's how I feel normally, anyway, in real life.
But yeah, beyond that, pretty excited. I mean, this is one of the biggest events in recent memory, so I'm quite thrilled to be a small part of it, even if I cannot attend.
Yeah, same here. Same here. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not sure when they're about to go start playing, but I know it's gonna be very soon. But once again, if you want to play Scrabble, then you want to head over to wordgameplayers.org for anything WIGPO. This is the WIGPO hosting this event, so go ahead and do that if you haven't already to learn more about the game in North America.
So,
but yeah,
Austin, have you recovered from the adverse impacts of your 16-hour live stream the other day?
Oh boy! So yeah, if you guys didn't really know, and again, I don't want to talk about myself too much here, but no, if Jesse's just asked, then yes, I ended up doing a 15 or 16-hour stream on my own Twitch channel, which is Justinio9, twitch.tv. That's Justinio9. If you haven't already followed, go ahead and follow. But yes, it was very fun, and I had Jesse on the stream as well, the final leg of the stream. And yeah, it was very fun having 5 players from 5 different continents. And yeah, it was great, but yeah, very tiring.
Yeah, even a sleep-deprived Austin is a formidable opponent. And it looks like we're going live here, so we better
Yeah.
get our heads in the game and go check in on former U.S. national champion Matthew Tunnicliffe, although not in this lexicon, and Thomas Reinke, who is another perennial contender. And some bingo-y tiles to start. What do you think he should do?
Yes, definitely got. I think he's got 2 bingos there. And just as an overall picture of the tournament so far, Matthew is on 6-1. He's currently in 2nd place, and Thomas Reinke is in 4th place right now with a 5.5, 1.5 record. So yeah, what would you play here, Jesse? There's 2 words, 2 bingos. Which one would you play and where?
Well, I've seen neither of them, so I would probably fish. So for the people who are new to our Scrabble verse, because we're in a little boom right now, thanks to Will Anderson's excellent videos. But yeah, we are at a point here where we're trying to build bingos and get that 50-point bonus for playing all of your tiles. And it looks like Thomas has lined up one of such options. And that's really what a lot of the game is about, is just bingoing frequently, abundantly. And if you can't do so immediately, setting yourself up to do so by getting rid of your bad tiles. So Thomas is jumping straight to the chase here, and he's just going to bingo immediately, it would appear.
Yeah, so he has Deceit lined up on his rack. The other bingo is Sadist, Saidest. But Deceit
Yes.
in this position is the only way you can double the D on the double letter square for 70 points, and that's what he has played. So top move, I think, right there.
A fine start, but a long way to go. It's good not to get too discouraged when your opponent bingos, because while they are statistically more likely to win, you have 93 tiles left to go in which to do something meaningful. So, yeah, let's see how Matthew responds. What do you think?
Ooh, maybe Axe potentially underneath the EA and T. Looks pretty strong there. Obviously, he's got the X on his rack, which you're going to try and cash in for a lot of points. That's really the only place that I think you can really do it. Maybe Kexes is another option with the first S of Deceit, getting the triple letter square on the X, getting rid of the K as well. But I think getting rid of the duplicate A's and E's with Axe probably looks like the strongest thing to do here. I'm not really seeing too much else, but yeah, I mean, I think I would go for Axe here.
Yeah, it makes sense. So a classic beginner thing is being drawn to the high point tiles, but usually the high point tiles are actually really hard to play bingos with. They're really hard to play all 7 tiles with. So usually we try to purge those as quickly as they come in. And then deduplicating is generally a good goal here. 2 A's are much worse than 1 A. 2 E's are worse than, well, they're not worse than 1 E. 2 E's, duplicates are bad, people. There are some rare exceptions. And so just playing off AEX is just a very sensible thing. He's probably going to play Axe. The downside of playing Axe on row 9 is if he plays it, he plays TE one short of a triple letter score, and it could set Thomas up for some major points in response. But in the lack of better alternatives, I think he will play Axe and get on with his life and deal with the potential risk of a high scoring response. And
yeah,
indeed, you can see he's already lined it up.
Yeah, and really, when you play Axe, the main problem with that would be the X underneath TE, but you're just playing the X anyway, so it's not quite as dangerous. It looks like Matthew is putting it on the board now, and it does set up hooks with Axe, so you can put the D, L, or S at the end of it and make a bingo going downwards. So that's another thing to consider for future plays.
Yeah, keeping that K is not ideal. The K is not a bingo tile.
Yeah, it's not a bad tile for Scott to have either. It's not good or
it's
bad.
True,
really.
Especially in the Collins lexicon, actually.
Yeah, there's a lot more options.
Without going too far into the world of magical K words in the global lexicon. But yeah, so it looks like Thomas should have a pretty good response here. Some kind. He does have an E to go underneath Axe. The C can play underneath TE, so you could play Tech. So, yeah. But I actually don't know what word he would play, so maybe it will go untouched. He could go over the top. Also, he can make Vax, which is a recent addition to the dictionary.
So one, I think, standout play right now is to play something like Elvan with Vax, keeping the very, very strong CH combination, which has a lot of synergy, and it kind of takes out, a lot of the board, really, and especially with the TE hook, but you're opening up the ATE. There's a lot of stuff that can go before that, but it scores 39 points, and it looks like it's the standout play here, but it's very difficult to see 4 overlaps. So again, wouldn't necessarily be surprised if anyone doesn't see this. A lot of top players may not necessarily see it. It's quite difficult to see. But that looks like it's probably the best play from what I can see.
Wow, ingenious, Austin. It's almost like you may have used a computer to... No, for people who don't know, Austin is one of the finest players in the world, and he finds such gems as Elvan, which would go at 7G here. He finds those in his sleep. But actually, even just Van is quite good. If he just plays Van, Vax for the more pedestrian play, leaving CHEL, that's a potent combo as well.
Yeah, definitely. It's 9 points fewer. So yeah, you never know. He might see something like Van or Vac and then start thinking about words going even further to the left. Might see Elvan. But you can see he's pointing out Van. So yeah, there we go. So that's the thing. He might see that and then might look a bit further to the left and see Elvan. But Van is still very strong here. Also sets up a bingo lane with his E for Vane. So it looks like he's playing.
I was going to say he could have also played Vac here, which would have prevented plays overlapping the ATE, but then you lose that magical CH synergy. So I'm sure he saw Vac and he's decided to prioritize that the CH combination, which is pretty cool to see.
Exactly, yeah. CH is one of the strongest two-letter combinations that doesn't actually involve an S or a blank, so it's very, very strong. And he wants to obviously keep that together. And yeah, we're moving on to Matthew. Currently, actually, he's now 61 points behind because Van just scored 30. He's up to 100 points now. And he has a few too many vowels and a K and a P still as well. So also, I believe that Matthew is kind of unique in the sense that I think on his rack, he generally separates his vowels and consonants on his rack. So that'll be very easy for us to kind of point out if he has too many vowels or too many consonants. So that's just something to look out for as well. But yeah, what does he play here? What does he play? This is a difficult decision to make.
Yeah, an iconoclast. It's almost a little bit hard to know what to do when the consonants and vowels are segregated like that. I think he's going to look at this board and say that the spot on top of 8 is too risky not to cover up. And as if my commentary was going straight into his ears, he has decided to block that spot. It's not, folks, don't worry. With strict anti-cheating policies in place. And he's played Poaka, which is actually a really nice way of, he's kept that E, which was the paramount thing. So that was a really nice word to find, actually.
Looks like it's a challenge as well. I don't know if this is a Collins only play. Do you know if it's a
Collins it's Collins only for sure. But Thomas is well down the Collins rabbit hole. So
yeah,
it's when in doubt, challenge. There's you might have seen some games this morning where challenges led to loss of turn, which is pretty severe. And the world lexicon is typically associated with a 5-point challenge word where you only lose 5 points for challenging. You should, when in doubt, challenge early and often. Just the game theory says you should question everything, probably in all aspects of life. But I'm getting ahead of myself there. Don't want to go too far into the modern world of disinformation. It's going to stay on and give him 5 extra points. So.
Yes, so that was 33 points plus 5. So again, generally what Jesse was saying is you should generally challenge everything or that you're not really sure about. Because even if you get 1 out of 8 or 1 out of 10 right, you're probably going to be up overall. And Poaka does stay. It does take an S as well, so you need to watch out for that. But yeah, that's 38 points for Matthew. But
a classic thing you would ask yourself here is, Poaka sets up an S. How could you do that? Aren't you scared? But I think that's one of those other kind of overrated concerns. Yes, you don't have an S. There's no guarantee that your opponent does. And playing a 6-letter word down to making Poakas is rarely the best play anyway. Remember, we're trying to bingo here, right? So Poaka is a little bit volatile. It could end terribly if a high-scoring S bingo goes on that rightmost column, making Poakas. But all in all, I think a chance worth taking in general.
Yeah, I think so too. And not to forget that 2 of the S's have already been played on the board. So you're really looking at 2 of the other S's that could play there. Or 2 of the other blanks, which means that his opponent would probably have to have the blank and bingo to make it worthwhile. So it's probably not that dangerous, generally speaking. So again, still very good play. And Thomas is getting ready to play Filched. looks like. Yeah, 32 points. Looks like a very
He
strong
also
play.
could have played Filch's 2 columns to the right, interestingly, for the exact same score, if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe for 1 point less.
It's just 1 point, just 1 point fewer. It's just a little bit
Fewer,
different.
yes. Oh,
Yeah.
God, my
1
English,
point.
terrible.
Just 1 point. It's okay. It's a 1 point. It's basically the same. But yeah, very interesting that even though it doesn't hit the double, it could cash in the triple with the F and the H and almost be the same number. But yeah, it looks like a very, very strong play here with the Filched.
He also could have done something like Axel and Leaf, Lief, and tried to keep going with that CH combination for another turn, but it would have been 7 points less. So I think Leaf was. I don't have the benefit of a computer in front of me. Well, I do have a computer because I'm talking to you all. I'm not running an analyzer, so in a vacuum, I would say Leaf would have been somewhat competitive, but I like his decision.
Yes, I think I can honestly say that I do have a computer with me, so I can.
Oh, okay.
That might not be necessarily how I found Elvan. Wink, wink. I mean, I obviously found it by myself, but
Oh, yes.
no, I actually had to look at that. But yeah, Filched is one of the best players. It did also suggest Fickle through the K, and also EF. I think somewhere I couldn't remember to see what that was, but it was suggested to play EF. As well.
I would never do Fickle. Setting up that there are some things that are dangerous, and in the Collins lexicon, putting an E between the double letter score and the triple word score is downright volatile.
So when I said EF, I actually meant FE. So it's actually FE above Poaka, the font and EA. But
yeah, that looks pretty strong, actually.
Pretty strong, keeping CH as well. Okay, so let's see. Matthew has a very difficult rack here. A lot of clunky tiles after playing Poaka. And yeah, he didn't draw particularly favorably at all. But he could. What could he do here? He's got a lot of difficult tiles, and it's more of a matter of what is he going to get rid of first, and how much can he score with it?
Yeah, he's down by 55 points, so he's hardly out of reach. Doesn't have to do anything too dramatic. That is
Cowage? Cowage? Is it Cowage or Cowage?
Oh, Cowage. Nice. It's a flower, I believe.
Oh, okay. Did not know that.
Very nice.
Yeah, that's
I can't say I was looking at that one. Yeah.
Yeah, didn't see that at all. But yeah, that looks like a very strong play. 34 points as well.
Wow, we gotta step up our game here. These guys are playing.
Yeah,
gotta wake up. Yeah, and Matthew is rewarded here. Something I like about Cowage is that it turns over a lot of tiles in search of an S or a blank. With that Poaka's spot and trailing by 55, it kind of makes sense to me that I'm reconsidering. But one of the advantages of Cowage is he has a fair chance of drawing a blank, which he has actually done. So he's got a path back to contention.
Indeed. And then Thomas, again, he kept the E on his rack. He picked out 2 more, plus the word gift as well. So he has gifty spelt on his rack, which he could play at the top of the board through the F of Filched, which kind of faults the board in terms of allowing or giving away 2 potential triple word squares as well. And it's probably a good way to get rid of a lot of these kind of low point tiles for at least a decent score. So that one is an option. Looks like he's kind of moving. Yeah, is he moving his tiles around? He's found. Oh, he's thinking about Feg now, probably to the left of Filched. Which
Feg is stylistically a little bit more apropos, maybe, just because if you play Giftee, you're giving back a triple word score. So he's playing something that keeps the board a lot tighter.
Yes, I think that's generally more of I would say a human play. I think a robot would play something more like Giftee. Also, you could also play a Fet. I don't know how you pronounce it.
A feat, yes.
EFFETE as well through that F, which is quite a little bit more. But yeah, it looks like Feg or even Fate, FETE in that same spot, kind of around similar evaluation.
Yeah, robots are fearless, which is why we should be scared of them. But More to the point, the downside of Feg was kept 3 vowels and 1 consonant, and there was a decent risk of things going haywire, as they have kind of done. He's kind of opening the door for Matthew here, because he's going to have to spend a turn cleaning up his rack here, and Matthew's going to have a couple of shots to bingo.
Yeah, looks like it. So what does he have here?
Well, if there were an E or a D, I think Matthew would have uninured, which is one of those that just sounds kind of wrong, but trust us, it is a word, or at least it was the last time I checked.
Yep, that's good.
I think he may have to, this is kind of going back to beginning of the game. If you're a novice, if you can't bingo, set yourself up to bingo, get rid of your duplicates. So he's going to play off that NU almost certainly somewhere. He could do pattern and NU. I don't know if that's the best move, but that would be 13 points on that 10th row there, and it sets up a double-double. Maybe? That's... tell me, what does the computer want him to do?
Well, actually, it does say to put NU, as you said. This is, again, the reason why we have Jesse on there, because if I don't have anything to look it up, he will probably come up with the right answer all the time, and he did. NU is statistically, or statically as well, the best play for 13 points. Another option is to play UNC with either of the C's that are open on the board right now to get rid of one of the vowels.
I believe that's pronounced Unkai. Or
Unkai? Oh man, I don't even know how to pronounce any words.
That's one of the secrets. We don't actually know what these words mean.
You're making me sound bad here.
No. I'm making all of us sound bad, not you specifically.
Okay, then that's all right then. We're all good.
So I see a couple questions in chat that I will address. I'm not related to Daryl Day. I did try to ask him the first time I ever met him, and he informed me quite bluntly that we were not related, which was interesting. Not to give Daryl a hard time.
Do we need a DNA test or something?
Fellow Texan. He was quite emphatic about it, I will say. Another question is how to memorize words, guys. I struggle. Yeah. I would say the secret, first of all, it has to be something you enjoy doing. But beyond that, I think it's all about spaced repetition. If you see a word once, it's unlikely to set in. The trick is to set yourself up to see a word at a regular cadence. I usually try to see new words 3 times in a week, roughly, with a couple days in between. And what I find is the third time that I see that word is when it sticks. And potentially, even if I review it a couple months later, it'll still be there in my brain. And yeah, there's some great websites like aerolith.org, AEROLITH.org. That also help you with the anagramming aspect of taking this jumble of letters and figuring out what the words are in it. So yeah, we have wonderful tools out there for every stage of the game.
Definitely, yeah. Especially if you're an up-and-coming player, or you're a player that's thinking about learning words, so if you haven't learned words before, those kind of websites will help you to no end. It has all the words on there. You can do it to your heart's content, basically, and you'll improve very quickly if you can do that.
Yeah, I will recommend one specific tool called Ziziva for the spaced repetition or card box aspect. ZYZZYVA. ZYZZYVA. Wow, saying that out loud was kind of painful. But yeah, they call it the last word in Scrabble, which it almost literally is in the dictionary. And that's what I use personally for my spaced repetition needs.
Yep, that's what I also use too. Definitely heavy on the card box, that's for sure. But yeah, we have to see what Matthew is doing right now. He's still considering what to play. So there's kind of it's maybe arguably some of these moves are one of the hardest moves in Scrabble, because there's nothing that scores big. There's nothing that's a bingo. There's no clear cut, really best move here. There's a lot of different options that you can do. You also see in the chat that you can also play incur as well if you want to play something like Unki, however you pronounce it, but slightly longer and getting rid of another tile, getting on 2 more points. You could do that as well. So you can see that he has decided to do that right there. And yet there's not that much difference between any of those options.
Yeah, I would prefer pattern and use simply because I think the I goes nicely with those letters, and I do like the threat at least of setting up the double as another scoring spot. But yeah, I think Unki is a totally reasonable play.
Yes, and looks like Egypt is going to come down and eat. There's not really too many other options for Thomas with this rack. This is actually the highest scoring play, alongside Jesty through the S of Deceit, the first S. But that keeps 2 I's instead of IE, so this is a definitely much better leave.
Did you say my name?
And that best play. Sorry?
Did you say my name?
I said Jesty.
Oh. Okay.
Jesty. Jestee. Jesty.
Yes.
For the same number of points.
My apologies. I just injecting some unbearable humor in the mix. Yeah, so Matthew is in what can sometimes feel like the graveyard spiral of when you have a blank, you should probably have a word, and then you take a lot of time, and your opponent gets to play really quickly, and then you have to look again. So I don't actually think he has anything here, and he's just going to need to score some points, and the risk here is he spends 5 minutes looking for a non-existent bingo, and then he could really get himself in trouble. So I think he needs to probably just get something down and move on, and just play off neural and URL, or I don't even see much else, frankly.
Yeah. Null and pattern again is also an option. The only problem with that is that kind of blocks off the bingo lane next to the E of cowage. So that kind of it makes it a bit more difficult, and also takes out the bingo lane underneath eat as well. So it kind of is a bit of a blocking play. And with that kind of on the board, it's very difficult to bingo unless you have an S or blank for Parker, which actually both of them now have a blank. Although the best move, it seems, is actually playing LUR, so Lur and Axel.
Sure.
A bit more open, keeping the NRT blank, and Lur has a bunch of folks. And I can only think of the E right now. Maybe the E and S. Is there anything else?
A K. Lurk.
Okay, there you go. Okay, which has already been played, but that is also another option here as well. And it scores a few more points more as well. So that one looks like it's the best play. Again, he played Ansi and took maybe 3 or 4 minutes of time. He could easily spend another 3 or 4 minutes here. You don't really want to be spending a total of 7 or 8 minutes getting a total of like 30 points. I think he needs to find something sooner and just play something, because he's already below 10 minutes already.
Yeah, he actually doesn't look too agitated to me, which is good. That is a good point. Yeah, nice choice here. Lure makes a lot of sense. Sets up some new lanes to bingo. A fine play.
Yeah, so that puts him at 140 points. So he's 48 behind, with Thomas to play next, who has the opposite problem. He has 5 vowels and a blank.
Oh, but he's got a plan here, because these 5 vowel 8-letter words are a classic thing you start to study when you start to get serious, because there's not a lot of them, and they're disproportionately useful when they do come up. And it looks like he has spotted one of these. We call them 5 vowel 8s. So yeah, to a newcomer, it looks super obscure. It's like, how could they know this? But this is actually right in the range of stuff that you study, is words with lots of vowels to get you out of some tough jams.
Exactly. And the Deadly Gamesman in the chat pointed out peonies, which is exactly what Thomas is playing right now. and it actually is the only bingo playable here. Obviously, you can also play it one spot to the right as well. They're the only two possible plays that are bingos. So, well done for Thomas for finding it. 61 points for him as well, and he'll go over 100, almost 110 ahead.
And now Matthew is confronted with yet another unideal rack, and seeing if he can either turn that into a bingo combination. I do see one bingo option here, but it could be a tough one to find. I'm not in the hot seat. I'm just sitting back here sipping my pina colada at home. So it's a lot different when you're under the camera and having to do this stuff.
Exactly, and this is exactly what I was kind of pointing out earlier in terms of when he played Unseen, he played Lur. He took a fair bit of time. He's now down to about 8.5 minutes. They're probably just over around halfway through the game right now, so he's gonna have to speed up a little bit. And as Jesse said, there is one bingo that he can see, and that actually is the only bingo playable here, and is not an easy one to find. If he,
of course,
if you tell him,
Vanita, Malaysian expert, has found it in the chat. So if you want to spoil it for yourself, take a look at the comments. Sorry to interrupt.
No, it's okay. No, that's exactly it. That is the only bingo to be played. And again, if you don't really, I mean, obviously they don't know if there's a bingo there. You don't know how many bingos are going to be there. But I think if you told him what the blank is going to be, he would see it immediately. But he has to go through the entire alphabet and compute every single possibility and see if he can find something, which again is burning up time. And yeah, I won't be surprised if he spends another few more minutes trying to find something here. And again, it's a very difficult find. So again, I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't find it. I mean, you could end up burning a lot of time and not getting anything out of it.
But he also has some fine options, even if he can't dig up the bingo here. So trying him would be a lot of points, but he could also play my and YU on the second row. And then that sets up RYU as an overlap. So that's not the worst. That's a 28-point option. Or he could play enmity from the E on the bottom left, ENMITY for 30, which opens a triple at least. So yeah, he has to toe a fine line here. If he sinks too much time into this rack, he just won't allow himself enough time to play the rest of the game properly, and he may just have to. You can see his wry smile. I think he might be preparing to compromise here, unless he has a flash of inspiration and tracks down trying him.
Exactly. He spent about 3 minutes on this. I know I keep harping on about time, but this is going to become a big factor down the stretch of this game. MY actually is statically the second best player here. It's actually not that much worse than Trinum. Enmity is actually a few points back, but I like this play because he is behind by about 110 points. This scores 30 points. Then he'll be about 80 behind with a possible bingo rack the next turn. So he'll at least be in good shape to potentially get something next. But Enmity looks like it's come down, and it looks like they've stopped the clock. Maybe they're just tallying out some scores, make sure they got the right scores. And that's been played. So looks like Matthew will move up to 170 points now.
But the response is going to hurt here.
Yes, it does. It looks problematic for Matthew now. Thomas has some big scores coming up, looks like. So you're looking through that T of Enmity. He has it lined up, Ditzy, which is going to score a lot of points and also blocks the night timer lane. So that's going to be a lot of points once again. And keeping RST, which is actually very strong as well.
Yeah, Thomas is probably feeling pretty good right now about his victory chances. But the advantage of Enmity is that even if Thomas plays at the bottom left, theoretically, Matthew could actually draw a 100-point bingo himself on the right side of the board. So he's, regardless of his actual draw, he's at least kept the door open a little bit. And I wanted to respond to one comment about that I see in the chat. How do professional players study/analyze endgames? I've heard people say that Quackle is weak at calculating endgames, and am not aware of many programs that can do it reliably. Quackle's actually fantastic at 95% of endgames. It solves them perfectly, and it's an outstanding tool. I believe it could be further refined to be useful for endgames and pre-endgames, and our friend Cesar del Solar is working on just such a thing. But yeah, Quackle is an outstanding tool for endgames.
Yes, I think so too. Especially if you kind of ask the championship player, it will kind of go through everything.
Oh my god!
Look at that. Just when you think he picked out WUBB from the bag, he bingos with it with Brewpub. Instantly, again, he doesn't. Looks like it looks like he's already played it.
Oh my goodness!
He needed something like this. He needed a big bingo and a quick one too. So very, very tough find by Matthew. I mean, he found it. He got it. Great job.
That's why we commentate and stream these games, for cool moments like that. That's just outstanding.
Exactly. 86 points for Brewpub. So it puts him 45 points behind, especially when we just said that Ditzy got 52. It's back on turn with Thomas right now, who's not a million miles off for bingo.
Wow. And surely he was feeling in a commanding spot. But all of a sudden, there's a real way back for Matthew. This is heating up.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, I mean, again, Thomas is not far off a bingo himself. But with the board kind of open with Poaka, obviously the S there, there's obviously the P of Painies at the top, and then the middle, the bottom middle triple with the Y of Ditzy also open. You can't be feeling too great about this. It's still a little bit dicey, and you know the games here at the top level can switch in an instant with two bingos. You know, back to back, the game can swing very quickly, and you can see that Matthew also drew Gordita as a bingo as well. It doesn't go anywhere, I don't think. But again, if he does open something up, you know, something could happen. He could end up playing it, but yeah, things can change very quickly. And Thomas has you know, a rack that's very close to a bingo. He could play something like Dim next to Enmity, the I and the Y there, getting 25 points. He's got a number of options to play something. He could play Mitty, MITY on the Y of Enmity, which scores a bit more. If he wants to try and block the 9 timer lane and get rid of the S hook of Poaka, he could play Disarm as well. That gets 45 points. That will put him back over about 90 points ahead. I think that one looks like the best play to me. At this stage, you know, you want to be about 80, 90 points, or obviously preferably more than that ahead. But if you can get that far ahead, and then another bingo comes down, at least you'll still be around level or still slightly ahead on your turn. So Poakas and Disarm, for me personally, I think looks best in this situation. But yeah, we don't know. We don't know what these guys could be thinking.
Yeah, if Thomas gets too fixated on bingoing here, that's kind of a classic failure mode where he could go on a multi-turn fishing expedition with no reward, and that could be the thing that gets Matthew back into the game. Thomas is a top player, so I think I doubt he will be overly enticed by the siren song of bingoing, but you can tell that he's really spending some time on this turn, and he's really he knows this is a pivotal moment.
Definitely. Again, similar to what Matthew had earlier when he burned about 3 or 4 minutes on a number of moves in a row. This looks like another move where, you know, you could go multiple different ways, and they're all not exactly kind of. I mean, if you kind of evaluate them all, they're all kind of similar also. So it kind of comes down to, you know, stylistic options here in terms of what you really want to play, how it's kind of what you kind of really, you know, kind of. If you kind of want to go more attacking, if you kind of want to go more defensive here, something like Disarm would be very good. But I personally still think Disarm is great here, and trying to go through a few more tiles as well. 90 points is a long way ahead as well, so I can't really see too much wrong with that.
Yeah, I think Thomas will consider his options with burning an S, and we'll see if he thinks of disarm or not, because those S in the middle words can be a little tricky to identify.
Yes,
Smart.
smart, which I can only assume goes in that same spot. He could be thinking. I mean, there are other words that actually end with an S as well for Poakas, but that would open potentially another bingo lane at the top of the board. So things like admits or married, something like that, would also work, but not good, not as quite as good defensively or on score.
Marriage. I gotta
Yeah,
say that I neglected that one. Thanks for. It's good to commentate these events, because then people just feed you things, and you get to just calmly absorb the information and increase your vocabulary and Scrabble skills.
definitely. It looks like he's getting ready to play Strim, which scores significantly less than Disarm, but does a similar job, just blocking that right side of the board completely. So how much is that? 30. Wait, that's 33, I think. Is he being held?
I believe Strimmer is valid as well. I also think it's copyrighted, if I'm not. No, not Strimmer. To cut grass with a strimmer. That is the definition of strim, where a strimmer is capitalized and not at all Scrabble acceptable.
Oh, weird. And we do get a challenge here. I mean, strims are kind of a common word to use if you're trying to misspell the word stream, especially if you watch a lot of things on Twitch or on here with the stream. So people do say strim a lot. It could be one of those things that you just kind of assume might not be a word because people just misspell on purpose, but it is actually a word here. So looks
Thanks
like
for keeping us plugged into Gen Z, Austin. I really appreciate that.
I try my best. But looks like Thomas will get an extra 5 points. So they're kind of even on that now, I believe.
Yeah, this is where the money gets made on this kind of turn, where Matthew is, because this is it takes real eliteness to come up and execute a plan back. There's nothing super obvious, so it's really a question of your ability to put together a plan and give yourself a real chance of winning. I might think about something like a Guti here, making am on the second to right column. It's not a ton of points, but it sets up the final S if you draw it. So it's a real threat to actually score some points.
But Gucci doesn't fit on that, does it? Maybe GM.
AGUTI, is that not a word? Uh-oh.
No, it is. No, it is a word. It just doesn't fit.
Oh no, making am AGUTI and
without the O. Okay, I see. Right.
Yes.
Yes. That works. Okay, that works. Yes, you can go just spell it with the O as well.
Duff has a similar spirit of play. He's just trying to open additional high scoring volatile spots. So it makes a lot of sense to me.
But he just got the Q, but he can play QI. He does have a good spot for it. And you also have Qua with the U of Ansi as well. But yeah, the board is going to be closing down very quickly. You can see that Thomas played Strim to block up the board. He probably will try and block the Y of Ditzy, maybe. Something across there might be the next easiest spot to bingo with a 7. Doff now just kind of opens another spot, another thing to think about. So he might have to deal with that as well. But again, anything that goes underneath the Y of Ditzy will probably give something away above his word that will hit the triple. But he plays Vanda that scores well and blocks potential bingos with the D of Ditzy as well, which we don't score too much, but I think Thomas is now kind of thinking he just needs to score enough points and he can outrun a bingo anyway.
Yeah, but Matthew has an immediate response with a Q, which is good because he doesn't have a lot of time. So he really just needs to take his 44 points for QI. And it's amazing. Score one tile, get 44 points. High return on investment. And then if he draws the right tile, who knows? He's got a chance.
Indeed. And it's now Thomas is actually running down low also on time. But he's probably need to just make sure he doesn't kind of mess this up. He's going to be thinking about all the different things that are going on right now. He can play pony now and making chin. So that's actually now scores another 10 more points with the Q there. Makes it more juicy for him and keeping 4 decent tiles as well.
That looks irresistible. I think he'll do that.
Over 40 points. Almost negates QI, I think, pretty much. So I think he's going to play it. There we go.
How many tiles remain, Austin, since you have the magical computer on your hands?
I do have the magical computer, but I'm running a bit slow. Wait 1 second. Give me a second. Okay, so there should be 5 tiles in the bag, I think.
One option here could be to make HM and play Huri down. That's 47 points, and it does set up the final S, which I keep harping on.
He's got it lined up too. He's counting it out.
Interesting.
Yeah, he's 93 behind at this stage. So he does need to score a lot of points on this turn. And again, with 5 tiles in the bag, he's playing 4 tiles now, hoping to pick up the S. Hoping to have a bingo with the S of Hori, and also potentially having another bingo spot with the D of Dolph. That's kind of the almost a Hail Mary play here. He's going to try and do something with this. This is basically his last chance of basically bingoing. He needs bingos in 2 different spots and score a lot of points now to make any kind of last-ditch effort to win this game.
But Huri gives him some real chances of winning. Of course, we happen to know that Thomas has that S, but he could easily draw things from the D, like detangle. So I really like that he's giving it a try. You have to do, you can't control what tiles you draw, or at least you should not control what tiles you draw, because that would be cheating. And he is doing his best.
Yes, and actually it looks like there are 2 O's and 2 R's in the bag, and an L. Oh, what's that? 2 O's and 2 R's.
Garut.
Oof.
That is not what he wanted to see.
No, that's not going to be it, I don't think. 1 tile left in the bag. It might be pretty much game over here. And the S is the last S as well.
He gave it a valiant try, but it looks like the sun is setting on this game for Matthew. Yeah,
definitely. It definitely looks like that. And Thomas knows he has the last S, but he could play Unsteal here. And Eloquence also fits in that spot.
Eloquence should actually be slightly better, but
either way. With Howry's, yeah.
Either of them is a 100% victory probability, so I suppose they are equivalent.
Yeah, exactly. Again, if he's not 100% sure of Ari, then definitely take the option that wins. If you're not sure of that, so yeah, that's definitely a winning play for sure. Looks like
if Matthew had an 8-tile rack and an E on it, he could play Prorogate from the P and peonies, but he'd have to engage in some serious sleight of hand to get that 8th tile on the rack successfully.
Nothing's going to get past us. We're watching. We're all watching here.
Well, now you're making me feel pressure to actually pay attention.
So what?
Oh, there's an 8-letter word with that Garut plus a blank. I actually did not see that one. That was I got some outside assistance on that one. That's a nice word. Anyone see that one, chat?
What is Garut plus a blank? What is that? I'm trying to work it out myself.
In the meantime, there was a question about, has there ever been a game when there's tiles left but there's no space to keep it on the board, like a deadlock? Yeah, it happens. I don't know if there's ever been a stream game where that happened that I can point you to, but yeah, when it happens, quite entertaining and very different kind kind of thinking that it provokes out of the players.
Yeah, very rarely happens, but it can if the board is incredibly blocked and there's nowhere to go, and neither player can do anything, then that can happen.
Well, I will end our rogatory spree and spoil the answer of Govroot plus blank. Anyway, it did not play, and Matthew scores 24 points, making okay.
Yeah, so two, how much is that? It's quite a lot of points. Yeah, technically the best play would be reflag through the E, F, and the A at the top.
But that's not too much worse than that. That's only a couple points worse.
Yeah, it's not too much worse. But yeah, that's basically that, I think. Yeah, it looks like it's pretty well played by both players, to be honest with you.
GG's all around.
Yeah, it was a good game. It was a good game to watch.
Yeah, these early tournament games are interesting. They've got a long way to go, another 30 games or so. And the nature of the pairings is such that if you play poorly, you will play other players who are also having bad tournaments. So Thomas's reward for continuing to win, if he can do it, is going to be to play all the best players in attendance. So it's a long way to go. Matthew won't be discouraged. He's a veteran. He knows how these things go. But yeah, Thomas's tie is quite interesting also. The spread, that plus number next to his wins and losses, is used as a tiebreaker. So normally having 900 points of spread would be quite a nice thing to have in hand, but it's actually irrelevant with the tie because the tie counts for half of a win. So yeah, but both of them are quite nicely positioned to stay relevant. You will probably see more of them if you enjoyed this chance to see their craft. Yeah.
So we do have a final score of 508 and 392. So a spread of 116 points in Thomas's favor. And that would put his spread over 1,000 now. He did start with 901 spread. So he's going to go over 1,000. I don't think there's any other player. I'm just looking at the standings right now. Let me see. There's actually no one even above 600 in spread. So he is way ahead of everyone else in spread, despite having a tough win.
Spread king.
Yeah, spread king, but it only matters if he's done the same number of wins as anyone else who has also tied a game. So we'll see if that comes in. Or maybe he might tie another game, and then he'll be back on level footing with everyone else on the integer number of wins. But we'll see. We'll see. Still a long way to go. This is game 8.
The most ties I'm aware of for a full 31-game tournament is 3 by the same player. So it could definitely happen again.
Yeah, definitely. And all these players are, all very, very strong. And you could even argue, say they're all very evenly matched as well, especially if they get, a similar number of good tiles on both sides in any game. It could very easily end with a tie, very easily. There's no real mismatches here. But yeah.
And looking around the field, looking at some other results, it looks like Matthew O'Connor had a narrow 11-point win over Brad Whitmarsh. We got Ben Schoenbrunn, also a occasional streamer, also at 6-2, and the one and only Will Anderson, also 6-2. Suspect that he's going to be making his way on camera at some point.
Yeah, it looks. Yeah, exactly. All the general pretenders are at the top already. We do have a few other top players slightly further down the list, but that I expect them to kind of rise very soon. So you do have Dave Wiegand, Conrad Bassett-Bouchard, and Adam Logan. All currently it's still changing, but they're currently in 13th, 14th, and 15th place right now with a 5-3 record. And it's very close because even though we've just seen Thomas win on stream, he's at 6.5 wins. He's only a win and a half ahead, and he's in 2nd place. And Bradley Whitmarsh, who is in 3rd place, is on 6-2. So they're only a game ahead. There's a lot of players in this division, so I'm expecting a lot of wins to come from the start here, but the cream will start rising to the top eventually, and we'll see who is going to be there at the end.
And I'm getting word from our crack team of executive producers that we're going to have a Matthew versus Matthew duel up and coming. Matthew O'Connor, highly entertaining to watch and comment, even if a bit exhausting just because of the sheer frenzy that he plays in.
Yes, I'm just going to say he plays at a lightning speed, so I'm going to have to quackle very quickly or find moves very quickly. But he's currently at the summit of the table right now. He's on 7-1. He's the only player on 7-1. And we said Thomas Reinke is in second place, 6.5, and we have a whole host of players on 6-2 right now. So plenty more action to come, and yeah, stick around for more.
I think we're still live, so it's time to continue bantering on
Okay, we'll just keep
topics.
bantering. No big deal. Okay.
One thing that's cool about Scrabble that I noticed compared to other game tournaments, is the kind of general good-naturedness and willingness to recapitulate what happened. I'm probably just massively stereotyping other events, but the reality is all the top competitors are longtime friends, companions, and you saw how Matthew Tunnicliffe wasn't too worked up after that game. It's sort of a friendly discussion and recapitulation of alternatives there with Thomas. So that's what we like to see, or that's selfishly what I like to see. Is just kind of the camaraderie of things and the kind of the accepting defeat is just about the most important skill I can think of for a Scrabble player, because if you're playing good people, you're going to lose, and you got to be able to rebound from that. So
yeah, definitely. Obviously Scrabble does have a large element of luck involved, so even if you play perfectly, you might not necessarily win all the time, but yeah, you just need to take it on the chin and go again. And all these players have been around for a very long time, and they have been through this many times, so they'll know better than most that there are going to be games like this where they can't win, or maybe you just get very lucky and you can't do anything wrong in that specific game, but the next game might be completely the opposite, and you just have to deal with it. So yeah, everyone has been there.
Exactly. Yeah, someone commented this is a banter stream now. Yeah, we're doing the just chatting with the
just chatting. Yeah, have some drinks and stuff. It's all good. Yeah.
They played Egypt. That is an interesting comment. That could be considered offensive, maybe. I don't know. They're definitely an entertaining play, and we should feel the joy in the goofy words that people play. Oh, Matthew, peeking over at the camera. Don't worry, man. We're not talking about you at all.
Don't look this way.
Yeah, don't look at the man behind the curtain.
Yeah, looks like they're already ready to play. Didn't realize it'd be that quick.
Well, Matthew is like, what's the sports car equivalent? I was going to say something that revs up very quickly and goes very fast.
A Lambo? He can be a Lambo.
I don't know if he's ever been compared to that before, but let this be the first time.
There's a first time for everything, Matthew. You go, Matthew Lambo O'Connor. There we go.
I love it. I will popularize it as much as I can from this day forward.
Do it. Just call him Lambo.
And we're off. Yeah, Lambo. Yeah, for this entire stream, actually. Yeah, won't confuse anyone, I'm sure.
Okay, interesting first rack here for Matthew.
Interesting is usually a way of saying not very good.
Yeah. Matthew can be the Rolex.
Nice. That's a treat for the, you've got to show the fans that you got a sense of humor.
Fortunately, Rolex is not valid. in this lexicon, or any lexicon, I guess, potentially. But yeah.
Well, you say that, but what about the Catalan lexicon, Italian, French, Spanish, Icelandic? You never know. Oh,
Yeah.
yes, we have to disambiguate the two Matthews. So maybe Muffin is a good disambiguator. So for people who don't know, Matthew Tunnicliffe's alter ego online is Muffin with Tentacle, which is a perfect anagram of all the letters in his name. That's just one of the great ones. So Muffin with Tentacle has played Rex for 20, leaving not a great set of tiles, I must say.
Yeah, he decided to play Rex instead of Oxa, which gets a few more points, but gets rid of the only vowel that he had. So yeah, I think Rex is still good.
A pretty lame set of options. And Lambo's here with... I'm going to have to get used to that one. I don't actually know that he has a wonderful response. What are you thinking? Perhaps jetted from through the E?
Yeah, that's pretty strong.
He could just play Taj, actually. That's DENT is a fine bingo-oriented set of tiles to keep. That's probably what he's doing.
Yeah, looks like Taj is coming down. A bit more of a blocky play also with the J in that spot. Kind of.
I really appreciate how slowly he played the tiles in that. But that was a consummate laying of tiles.
Yeah, he probably spent more time putting down the tiles on the board than actually thinking of what the best play was, which I think this is pretty much right at the top anyway.
A fine option, yes.
Yeah, definitely
but it does leave Matthew with a reasonable way out of this slurry of consonants that he's acquired.
Yeah. And Matthew still has, Muffin has got a lot of consonants also. And with the J of Taj kind of blocking the top right part of the board, there's not too many other options, or maybe from Owl potentially above the TA of Taj. Oh, that works. That works. Yeah.
Yeah, we know he saw it because he put it on his rack. So, given what happened last game with the time pressure, he should really just get that down and move on with his life.
Should just do it.
Back to Matthew Lambo O'Connor in the hot seat. I don't think he has much of anything. What would you do here?
Oof. So the only thing you can really play is above hour with using his E, I guess. There's really not much you can do.
Should he consider exchanging, perhaps?
Maybe. Like he could play something like Men or Med, but you're still stuck with the V and two N's potentially, and you might not necessarily want that for future moves, especially if Muffin decides to open up like a large number of floating tiles, and you're not in a position to counter with anything. So it might be a good option to even just exchange and just let your opponent deal with the block board and let them kind of open it up whilst you kind of improve on your rack. So it could mean exchanging MNV or MNVD potentially, and you just can't score very much here. So it might not be worth really doing that much at all.
Yeah, you really want to keep that E no matter what, but he's decided to play through. Interesting, reasonable choice. If Matthew doesn't have an E for EVET, the board might be 100% blocked to all plays. So a bit of a gamble there that he could track down Matthew without an E in hand. And he has actually done that.
Yeah.
So, but Matthew does have some options. He could make veto and play a play downwards. Maybe something like routed or trouted.
Yeah.
But those are not that's not the easiest thing to spot.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing, I say it's not easy to spot, but it might Yeah, arguably it could be easier to spot because you don't really have anywhere else to go. The E is actually worth a lot on this board with the EVET and also the letter for RE. There's no other way you can really do anything. You need the G or the P for Prax or Grax, but there's really nothing you can do here. We're kind of almost at a standoff in terms of we have two players who have got a very block board in hand, and they're actually both don't really have great tiles either. So I wouldn't be surprised if they both almost decide to exchange in the next two turns. Or they could easily try and slug it out and get a few points here and there, which is arguably better than nothing. But would it put them in a good position for the next few turns? Who knows? But they're really gambling on an E here.
And you can see Muffin's wry smile there, recognizing the unusual circumstances they've gotten themselves into.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. Because if you play something like Routed or Trouted, it actually takes out the E spot for EVET and obscures the E spot for RE as well. So that kind of maybe blocks it up slightly more.
Did you know, today I learned that Trouted is not a valid word.
It's just
pretty sure. Yes, exactly. Trout is a fish. Trouting is the act of fishing for trout, but trouted, Trouted, not acceptable. In fact, I'm almost positive that I have probably made that mistake before and forgotten that I've ever made it in the eternal sunshine of the spotless mind that is my life. So let's see what he does here. Oh, Louted. Very nice.
Yeah, there's a number of hooks that go with Louted. So there's 3 different letters that go there. And
I see a C.
Yes, a C.
Give me an F.
Yep, there's an F.
Okay, Alex, give me a P.
No P.
I give up.
Well, it's actually a G, and it looks like Tunnicliffe has just picked up a G. But it's not going to score you very much unless you can get a 6-letter word. But none of those letters are on O'Connor's rack right now. So he is staring really at an exchange here. I don't think you can really do anything else.
There's a real beauty. A lot of people complain when Scrabble games go this way instead of bingoing, but I rather enjoy these kinds of encounters because they rely much less on things you can train for in advance, like being able to anagram bingos, and instead it's much more situational and kind of on your feet creative thinking. So we're actually, while this 42 to 63 point encounter looks pretty clunky, we're actually living out what was mentioned in the comments about having a game where players were almost totally blocked, and it's kind of beautiful in sort of a modernist, brutalist manner. Wow.
What is this? Okay. Well, he's decided to play the M, but he's fishing for unwinds or something.
You could have given me all day and I wouldn't have come up with that as an option.
Yeah. I mean, and when we went from the E being very useful on a board with EVET, the G actually became very useful just then with Glouted and Grax. And
nice.
We got that G and played GAC, which is actually quite a lot of points in the grand scheme of things on this kind of board. And it hopefully will now open things up. I mean, I assume Matthew Connor might pluralize GAC here with WUDs,
because
I guess.
What else could he do? Yeah.
Pardon the pun. I'll apologize on your behalf.
And Muffin is probably going to score some points, and things are just kind of maybe naturally going to very tentatively open up here, I think.
Yeah.
We've been surprised before already, so let's see what maybe Muffin is enjoying the closeness of the board, and he'll do something really unorthodox to try to keep things tight. But does that look like a face of enjoyment? I don't know.
Maybe if you enjoy pain, maybe so.
Well,
But
these
there are
expert Scrabble players have had the persistence to learn 60,000 words each with multiple repetitions. So,
that's true. So there are two different options for Matthew here. Matthew Tunnicliffe, who's on 10. We mentioned about the F hook for Louted, which he now has. He can play Fitter up the top, or he could play Fret in the bottom left next to Wud, so we can We and Ut, which open a triple. They both actually score the same number of points, so this is probably defensively slightly better.
I'm not sure actually. Putting an F in the triple word score lane isn't super dangerous to me.
Yeah, I agree.
I could go either way. Actually, I don't think I like keeping a B as my lone tile. The risk of him Fret would at least keep letters that are directionally sort of good, and Matthew's really just opened the randomizer up, and actually it's gone pretty well for him, all things considered.
Yeah, so Matthew Connor just played Renin, getting rid of 3 of his 4 ends. That's pretty much the letter that he actually kind of wanted to be played out in space there. Keeping NT, which looks like the best play, I think, from here. There's
Wow.
not really much you can do. I don't think any other play except exchanging actually keeps just 1 N on his rack. And he actually draws into a bingo. It's just like that. So things can change very quickly. And Matthew Tonik has just spelled out QBAP, which some of you may
I'm unaware of what that is, and I'm slightly scared of learning.
So I believe Will Anderson on his stream was playing, I think he was playing blindfolded Scrabble online, and he hooked a Q onto BAP accidentally because he was playing blindfolded and typed it in the wrong square. So he played QBAP. And that's how that kind of born.
Surely only a matter of time before that enters the lexicon permanently.
But Quap comes down. Very, very strong play. How much is that? That's like 60 odd points.
63 by my count.
63. That's a lot of points. That's basically a bingo really there. And yeah, I think actions or tonics looks like the play here next to Renin.
And that's not a bad rack that Matthews picked up also in response to this impending bingo from Mr. Lambo. I'll try to do that with a straight face.
It's impossible.
Actually, the bingo that will go down won't be as pointy as he would like it to be. Well, 75 is nothing to sneeze at. I take that back.
Yeah,
and that is our first bingo of the game.
Boom. That's 50.
That is, you don't see that every day. We're about 30 or 40 tiles into the game, and someone has finally put a bingo together.
Yeah, we're pretty much halfway through the game now in terms of tiles left. So hope to see a few more. The blanks are still unseen. Going to see what Muffin will do next.
One option I see is he can play Obeah, Obeah, which I believe is defined as a West African religion.
Mm-hmm.
And he could play that overlapping the letters and actions for a healthy score. But it's not the most satisfying play. It would leave IR, and it also opens a triple word score lane at the bottom of the board. So I feel like he's going to try to find something better than that, but maybe that'll cross his list of potential options.
Did you also just say IR?
Time for me to drink, I guess. A bit early in the day, but
And also, we have Muffin on watching Muffin on the stream right now too. How fitting.
I don't think the viewers saw my visible flinch. Right, it's actually great that I can commentate Mr. Tunnicliffe's games without PTSD, since we're instructed as commentators not to dwell on personal history. But Matthew defeated me previously in the National Scrabble Championship some years back, and part of it was that I decided to play the two-letter word IR, which remains invalid in any Anglophone dictionary, although it is valid in Spanish. But yeah, so Matthew was a very classy champion after that, and I'm glad that I have no regrets about our encounter. He could also play BHAI, and he's actually lined that up. I think that's a better option than Obea. And
yeah, definitely doesn't open up an S hook to the treble, but Bai definitely looks a bit more compact, a bit more defensive. Actually scores an extra point over Obea as well, because you're getting more points with the H. So I think that's the play. I think he's seen it, but I don't know if he's thinking there might be something better or not. But looks to be the best play here.
For our audience, do you see any bingos in Matthew's rack plus a blank? I see one. There may be more than one, but there's a quite elegant common English word, if the correct letter were available, which it happens not to be.
Mm-hmm.
What else is he thinking about here? Is he thinking about playing only a couple tiles off? It seems like playing the B and the H would be optimal. Yes, behavior. Very well done by Adam D in the chat. And euphorbia for the that would be that's actually amazing. He actually has euphorbia. It just happens not to fit on the confines of the board. Now through that UP on the bottom left, that's an Austin Shin word right there.
I wouldn't have found that. Definitely not. But yeah, again, I'm not really quite sure what Matthew Tunnicliffe is thinking about here. I think he should really, again, kind of, as I learn from the mistakes from the last game and play something sooner.
Ire.
He's okay. That scores. Does that score less than Bai?
I think it might. Yeah, Bai was 33. Ire appears to be 31, and I guess he was nervous about high-scoring Q plays, perhaps.
I was just going to say, because Bai opens up the Z spot next to BI, but he just picked up the Z and the blank.
Sorry, where's the Z? The Z. So
if he played Bai next to the ions of actions,
I see.
Open up the Z spot, and HO underneath it would be, you can put an A, an E, or an O there. So any Z and any vowel combination would go there and hit him for 70 odd points, but he ends up picking up the Z and the blank anyway. So if he actually went for that, he actually would have been pretty fortunate to pick up the Z after that. But
that is an interesting argument against those plays on overlapping actions, just because they would have given back a lot of points. So maybe I see it.
Yeah. At the same time, I mean, there are almost half the bag still to go. Chances of your opponent having the one tile is pretty unlikely, but with your opponent just bingoing, they could have really any selection of 7 tiles there.
Well, the man who we accused of being a speed demon prior to this encounter seems to be taking his time here. What do you think he's considering?
I mean, the letters don't really go on the board too well. I mean, I think he wants to get rid of the V and the M. I mean, he could just play Maven onto the end of actions. I mean, that would just kind of do a very simple job of getting rid of MEV, which is the kind of the letters that you want to kind of get rid of here. I mean, we all know that Matthew Connor is very quick as well. Maybe he's just taking an extra second or two, extra minute to kind of go through everything, making sure he's not missing anything. But yeah, I mean, I don't really. There aren't that many options to play here, from what I can see. But he could be considering lots of different things. Maybe Van Men. Is that good?
Van Men, Van Men would be a superior option. 30
Okay.
points.
So
I
yeah,
think if
Van
he saw Van Men, he would play that almost immediately. So my hunch is that he would not have seen.
He's not seen it yet. Maybe his spidey senses is kind of telling him there's something a standout play here, like Van Man. But he just
the
hasn't
chat
seen
is
it.
encouraging him to play Lambo. I don't quite see how he's going to do that without.
I think he's encouraging Matthew Tunnicliffe to play Lambo. He has the letters to do it. Although burning the blank.
I see. That might be worth burning the blank for that one. You never know.
That will get you 1,000 points if you can play it, Matthew. So just play it and you would win.
And my undying respect, depending on how you value that. Highly, I hope.
And Lambo. There you go. And then don't play the blank.
Well, the Lambo's turning into a tank here. Although Lamborghini actually makes several products that you wouldn't expect. For instance, there are Lamborghini tractors. If there are any aficionados of the TV show Clarkson's Farm, that is a major plot point. Highly recommended.
Funny that you even watched that.
I enjoy my British escapades every so often.
Of course. That's why I'm here. But yeah, Lambo here has not taken off in terms of taking his move here. Van Man definitely looks like the best play. Another option also is to play Deav, D-E-A-V, onto the ONS of actions. That's another option, but it opens up a much more volatile nine-timer lane and obviously opening the treble. And the leave is not as good, keeping MN. And it scores 1 point less. So it really does look like Van Man is the standout play here.
The longer our Lamborghini friend takes to make a play, the more I think he's going to do something completely off the rails. I'm really starting to look forward to whatever he does here.
Yep. I mean, it's kind of the thing. If you don't see it straight away, I think you're going down a different avenue here. And that quite possibly is what he has already gone down. I mean, he could think of playing Vanned as well, V-A-N-N-E-D, but that opens another on the right side. But
if we really zoom out, then you can start to question what the avenue that any of us have gone down in life. And right on cue, our marquee is here. LetsPlayScrabble.com or WordGamePlayers.org. Find places to begin your descent into madness. And speaking of, he's going to play very aggressively. I quite enjoy this, even if I might not do it myself.
Yeah, so Deav, again, statically is one of the highest options to play, but Deav does take an E hook and an S hook. Fortunately for him, Muffin does not have either of those. He does have a blank. And actually, there you go. Lambo here picks up the E and the S as well. Well, yeah, he did pick up the E and the S to go there. And I think he has a number of bingos to go there as well, which is unlikely that Muffin will go there. So it ends up working out pretty well for him.
That was deeply visionary. He looked into the fabric of the universe at randomness itself, and he just kind of willed this into existence. I'm very impressed. I need to learn from him, actually. That was some dark arts right there.
It's a beauty to behold. He's a Illuminati confirmed right there.
So what do you do? I feel like our Muffin friend's smile gets wryer and wryer the longer this game goes on. He's actually quietly shaking his head. What is he going to do?
So actually, Dave opens up Lazo next to it as well, so making Adu, Zen, and OES for 49 points. But it looks like he's playing Blaze. He's actually blazing it right now. And that's actually a lot of points, but it burns the blank. He's obviously scared of any bingo that goes down there, and he might be right, because this might end up blocking any bingo that Matthew has. I don't know if he has a place to play anything now.
My head is exploding right now.
What is happening here?
I can't believe I saw any of these things. This is fabulous and disturbing.
Hey, that's why we're here.
I feel like I'm watching like a high stakes head-to-head poker duel or something, where they just keep bluffing each other further and further until you don't really know what's happening anymore. Just
You
some,
end up bluffing yourself now.
just incredible stuff.
Wow. Okay. Well, maybe we have two Illuminatis here, because Blaze turns out to be an inspired play. Oh, is it a challenge? So
if
wait,
that's
so
a challenge, then that means that he must not have thought that DEEVE was acceptable. So was he trying to intimidate Mr. Tunnicliffe into thinking that he had an S?
I don't know. I mean, as you know, the E's are most plentiful in a Scrabble game. There's 12 of them, and that's generally the first one you should be worried about, because there's just so many of them.
Can we interview them?
Wow. That is
yeah,
incredible.
5 points for Blaze, or for Blaz blank.
It could be
5
an S.
extra points, yeah.
Yeah, that actually gets is it 58? 58 points in total.
That looks like it. So what on earth are these scores accurate? He's down by 89 points.
It's actually 276 with the 5 points as well. So there's actually an 89 point difference, which actually might not actually be that bad, because if you take out that spot, where else is the bingo going to come now? There is literally nowhere else to go with a bingo rack. So maybe he is kind of setting up shop, taking as many points as possible, taking out the one big lane that's there. Again, it's not necessarily a conventional equity, so to speak, play where you want to keep the best tiles and the best score combination. Muffin is actually just trying to ruin the board right now, while he's now almost 90 ahead. And then you're now forcing your opponent to try and make suboptimal plays, so to speak, to open the board up and try and get a bingo down. And it might actually not be that bad now, thinking about the situation that we're in, that he is actually almost 90 ahead. It might not be that bad.
That's actually one of the coolest plays I've ever seen someone make as a commentator. Fair play.
Yeah, it's, again, very inspired. And again, you shouldn't never necessarily be confined to always thinking, oh, I have a blank, I need to always save it for playing a bingo, or only scoring, must be 60 or 70 points. I mean, if this does a job, if Blaze does a job, and it does it very well, and puts you way far ahead, then why not? I mean, clearly Dave was played with what I think, from Muffin's point of view, with some intent in mind of maybe the E or the S being going there. And he must think that our Lambo over here has the letters to go there. So now would be the time to play it. And he ends up drawing an E and S anyway. So it might not be that bad. And now instead of playing a 90-point bingo with Deves, he's now restricted to a 21-point play of Cam.
But he has drawn the last blank. Just the plot twists continue to abound here.
Yeah.
And that'll make it a little bit easier to get some kind of a high-scoring bingo down, even on this increasingly congested board. Oh, and Matthews lined up felons. I believe that's only good with another. It's close to something. I'm frantically using my anagrammer to figure out what he's thinking of.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness. Is he going to get seduced into trying a bingo?
Yeah, so these kind of like mid to kind of low end probable words, they kind of stick in your mind a bit more because they're kind of a bit more distinct. But once you go further down the list and they don't really come up in an actual game, and then it finally, like, something looks like that comes in the game, you might be tempted to just play what you think is right. But sometimes you might get them mixed up with maybe 2 or 3 other words that are kind of similar as well. But it looks like he's going to keep the M open.
Wow. So that is fascinating. Taking 28 points.
Yeah, I mean, in my mind, like, if he tried to block with Blaze, why didn't he just continue blocking, maybe playing through the A of Cam and just kind of taking that out as well? Just keep going with this.
But he might not be punished for it because I don't actually know what Mr. Lambo has.
He has Miss Wens.
Miss Wens.
Yes, he has that.
That would be 89 points.
So again, this is going to be a very pivotal moment here if our Lambo friend can find the one and only bingo onto the M, the spot that he just created for himself. Can he find it? So
the funny thing is, Mr. Tunnicliffe has Plimsoll. Am I making that up?
Yes, that's good. Yeah, that's also good. Yeah. So they both
either
M.
If Lambo can't
find it,
bingo, then he's going to get bingoed on and just get absolutely crushed.
Oof.
Oh no!
Wow, this is incredible. So yeah, it's just going to come down to that. I mean, Lambo here is actually running lower on time than Muffin.
Yeah,
8 minutes. He's taking a bit of time on this, maybe the last 3 or 4 moves. And yeah, it comes down to who. If he finds the bingo, he's actually got at least some chance of winning. I mean, actually, how much is that going to be? That's actually going to be quite a lot of points. It's going to be 92 points, which will actually put him just 4 points behind. So again,
it's so many points that it's so many points that he should try it, even if he vaguely thinks it's good, because he's almost certainly not going to get a second shot at bingoing for that many points. So this is now or never. He's got to try it if he even thinks it could be good. And there it is.
Wait, what's this? Wait, he's playing a different word. Misowned. Is he playing misowned?
Oh no,
that is not a word.
Domino 14 in chat asked, "Is misowned good?" And Matthew O'Connor's psychic brainwaves picked up the wrong piece of information from the universe.
So only disowned, I believe, is good, which then also has a number of other anagrams, but misowned is not good. So this could be, this actually is probably a game-losing play, and our Muffin friend will play Plimsoll. And even if he doesn't play Plimsoll, he might block that spot. Now knowing what letters he has, and he probably will see Miss Wens as well, because most of the letters are actually in the right order already. So yeah, this could be game over. It could be GG at this stage.
Yeah, Miss Wens. He had to try something, so I think I like the fact that he tried something he wasn't 100% sure about, even though he couldn't find the real word. But do we think Muffin is going to respond by playing his own bingo? Is he going to have the courage to do that? Because if he has any doubts whatsoever about Plimsoll and it somehow comes off the board, he's just giving, especially if you see Miss Wens, he's just giving his opponent another free shot at a 92-point bingo.
Yeah,
you can see him processing that right now. I can't say for sure he's seen Plimsoll, but I think he's gonna. I think he's gonna have to decide how courageous he's feeling today.
Yeah. So plimsoll can actually be spelled a number of ways. So you can spell it without the e as a 7-letter word, so Plimsol, or you can have the e on the end of it, or you can put another L at the end of it. So you can spell it a number of ways. Again, when you learn so many words, some of them might kind of be a bit hazy. You might be like, I think I know 2 of the ways, but not the third way. And we don't necessarily know if the third way is what he is not seeing or not sure about. But again, not playing on the M here or trying to disrupt this spot is going to be potentially a losing play if he doesn't play there. But he's obviously kind of now thinking what to do in this situation. He's down to about 8 minutes. But I'm sure that he has seen Miss Wen's, or at least is like a bit worried about having to play on this side of the board. Whatever plans he had to play somewhere else that he may have had is probably out the window now. He has to play something parallel to, on the M or parallel to actions. So something like pay. I think Paise, Paise. Is that also good? Yeah, so that could also be played if he doesn't see Miss Wen's.
Very creative.
Something like that scores a decent number of points and allows to doesn't allow the bingo to come down, even though it kind of leaves lol as a leave.
Just anything to block, I guess.
Yes.
If you don't bingo, you must block, because you dodge one bullet, you're not going to dodge a second.
What's this? Oh, he's just playing for 9 points. So he's doing kind of like Paise, but I mean, this doesn't open up anything. But I think this also extends to impellers as well if he picks out an R.
Oh, he's picking it up.
Yeah, maybe he's not. I mean, he's obviously not sure.
It would be so beautiful right now if he picked that up and bingoed. I would.
He's just slow rolling.
No, don't listen to me. He looked like he was listening to me. I'm not influencing results. Just because I want to see that doesn't mean you have to do it. For the chat, if anyone knows what a plimsoll is without looking it up, I will shout you out on stream. Molly, that's a fish. Is that valid? I don't think that's good. Roly.
No, Molly is good. Molly is good.
It is good. Okay.
But you can spell it. You can spell it both ways. Yeah.
Wow.
Obviously, he was more sure of Molly than either impel or something.
But I get it, because it's functionally identical. Any blocking play, plimsoll makes you win by 150 instead of 100. The only way you can lose is by playing a fake word and giving Mr. Matthew Lamborghini O'Connor another free crack at the M. So, yeah.
And at this stage, our Lambo friend here is playing chins, which actually kind of, I don't know, maybe does that just throw in the towel here? I mean, he's just got rid of the ass. He might be just trying to score some points, so at least that way he might be a bit more in range if he can actually somehow carve out a bingo somewhere. But he might just need to, maybe he just needs to score 39 points and stay within 60, 70 points and hope to pick something out towards the end.
Well, if you're going to play over there, I'm surprised he didn't just play QIN and set up his S, because...
Yeah, I mean, I saw that too. I was thinking maybe you put RNE or something.
Right, that's actually an 84-point play if you could do something like QINS and something across doubling the W. So I'm a little bit surprised.
Yeah, I felt like he needed to make something happen here. But again, he's playing very
quickly. The Lambo's kicking into gear. He's just kind of deciding to put himself out of his misery and drive off into the sunset.
That's what it looks like, even though the sun is probably set already at this stage.
Then drive off into the dark night, perhaps.
Yeah, I think that's probably more accurate in this case.
Oh, interesting comment from Sean in the chat, which was that there are actually some Blaze extensions that, in fact, if he's not too tilted, Matthew could actually play one of them. Mr. O'Connor could play one of them and accrue another nice 50 points to keep the spread reasonable, because it's a long tournament and spread counts. In the moment when you realize you're going to lose, it can really suck, and it's easy to just kind of not think. But his future self might thank him if he can take the time to find one of those Blaze extensions.
Yeah, definitely. And actually, I've just kind of checked it right now, but there is Blazed, which actually is, so RED at the end of Blaze, is actually the only 3-tile extension to Blaze. That's the only one. And it's something that Lambo can play on this turn.
Blimsoul, a poor condition boat. That's a really nice guess. I believe it's some kind of a shoe. Actually, other people have mentioned that it was a shoe, but I like the boat answer.
Yeah,
so I'll give everyone credit for putting themselves out there and speculating on the meaning of arcane words.
It's funny because at school, when I was younger, we had to wear plimsolls. People had to. So I'm very familiar with that word.
Oh, and here I thought they were obscure. It's just British.
Maybe so. Maybe you guys call it something else.
So someone is pointing out in chat that Blazard is actually not that. Muffin has sacrificed enough points that Blazard sort of puts his opponent in strike. I can't talk about these guys. Jeez, this is brutal. Lambo, I'm going to call him Lambo firmly. If he gets Blazard down, he has a real chance of winning. What do you think of that?
So, I mean, I'm kind of wondering about the score. I think there's actually almost 100-point difference between them right now. If I am
85, I see.
Yeah. So I don't think Blazard would actually be enough, and he would end up having keeping 4 vowels.
I see.
So it might not be. I mean, he's not going to be able to do much else after that. Just to be fair.
There's another risk here where, well, you see that our Lambo slowed back down to ponder a little bit. If he decides to set himself up again and fish to open a lane, Muffin can crush him with Society in response. And
yeah,
did Lambo just point at the board? He's just kind of pointing at the recent. What was he doing exactly?
So it looks like he's like tile tracking or something. I think he's just looking at the board and tile tracking. But another option that Lambo can play here is something like Aero at the top to open the top triple. Again, you can easily get crushed with that. And actually, Society would play if that was played. So you could play Tat and then Yet. But again, if you no guts, no glory, as they say. If you don't want to open it up, then you're going to lose no matter what. So he either has to try and make something happen and at least attempt to win, or he could actually just play Blazard and just look after the spread at this stage, because all these players that you're going to see on table 1 now are all most likely going to be people that will be at the top near the end of the tournament. So you don't want to be giving away another 50 points here and there to everyone else. You're going to have no spread left for yourself, and it could end up being a head-to-head showdown in the final game against both these players for the win, and that 50-point swing or 100-point swing in spread could actually make a big difference. And instead he plays Root for 6 points.
Wow.
Which doesn't give Society, but he does have the C to go there, so he could play Otik.
Otik and Krupp.
Yeah, that will score almost 40 points.
But it would open spots for if I'm Muffin at this point, you know that your opponent has that blank, and Otik gives them a chance to cash it in. So it would take some real. He'd have to be very cool and collected to consider doing that, I think.
I mean, also he is quite far ahead. So like, even if he just played Root for 6, he's going to get Otik for almost 40. That's a 35-point gain on that on those 2 moves. And even if Lambo does get a bingo down, he'll still be pretty far behind. That's only if he gets a bingo down. I mean, the word is going to be otic, so it's unlikely that the bingo will end with an O. It'll probably play through the T, and then he would open
Right.
in the triple anyway. But it looks like he's
I
going for
see.
a much more conservative play of coat, blocking that lane completely. And I think that actually empties the bag as well. He purposely played 4 tiles to empty the bag. So both players are going to have 7 tiles on their rack, and there's nothing left to pick out the bag from now, I think.
Yeah, so Adam D in chat mentioned could you just play the C on croup and shut things down? But this is kind of a bit more definitive. You don't have. There are no more threats possible. There are no tiles in the bag. Lambo is out of bullets. You can't threaten anything else. So I understand why Muffin decided to play the 4 tiles and expedite the end of the game.
Yeah, exactly. This doesn't give your opponent another shot to carve something open, especially if they have the blank. They can potentially carve an opening that is only is unique for them. They can't. Your opponent cannot do anything with. So you don't want to risk that at this stage, and give them another shot to do something crazy. And especially with both players kind of low on time, the last thing you want to be doing here is in a winning position and potentially losing it. And then you just kind of start panicking and be like, I hope I'm not going to lose this game. And then you potentially mess up and then give away something. It's really something you just don't want to be doing. So Coat really is a solid player, in my opinion. Just does the job, blocks it off completely. And it's pretty much game over for sure now.
Yeah. It's the classic distinction between what the computer says is optimal and as a human in that situation having to complete an entire game under a time limit. And
yes, exactly.
Just totally remove the variance out of the game.
Yeah, and there's the one big, I think, huge difference between going through some kind, between a human and a computer engine, is that a human generally, more obviously a lot more emotional and wants that kind of peace of mind of knowing that you can't get hit with anything, whereas the computer will literally have the peace of mind by working it out and doing it and going through all the iterations possible, and which is just impossible in this kind of short time that they have left at the end of the game. So again, just having the peace of mind, coat, empty the bag, done and dusted, don't have to worry about it.
Unless you're our favorite, we had to name drop him once per stream, the world's greatest player, the greatest ever, Nigel Richards, who you may have seen YouTube videos about. If you haven't, go do it. Do your homework, because Nigel Richards would play the computer play and would be completely fearless. But the rest of us are not so fortunate. And in the world of the mortals, I think it was a fine option.
Yes, definitely. So what's happening? A Blaze is coming down so far.
Very nice.
Yep, that racks up to a lot of points. So yeah, we're just kind of playing it to an end now. There's not really too much else now. I think, yeah, he's going to end up playing, look like Sepia.
Not every day that Sepia makes it onto a Scrabble board, I must say.
That is true. And less so for 5 points as well, with a blank.
What a treat.
Yeah, a lot of talking points in that game, has to be said. And the main part was Deve. If you found Vanman, I think the game would have completely gone in a different route. Blaze would have been played, and then the phony, actually, I guess 2 missed bingos in a sense, down that M or Cam, due to the board being blocked up, actually was missed. So it was really, a lot of interesting plays, a lot of cool plays too, has to be said, and a very blocked board for the majority of this game.
I would love to just grab them for a quick interview. I don't think we're set up to do it, but even just a ride along of either of their brains during the latter stretches of this game, because that was unorthodox and really riveting stuff.
Yeah, definitely. And even when Muffin played Blaze, burning the blank for about 53 points, it was, I think, and then obviously getting the extra 5 points. But burning the blank and getting rid of the Z for 50 odd points is not something you would normally do. but again, it did the job of blocking all the bingo lanes at the bottom of the board. And in the end, it ended up stopping his opponent from even bingoing at all after that. So again, it could have played Miss Wens. That was a misstep, but again, it's not easy to find. It's definitely on the mid range bingos is very important to know. But yeah, there's a lot of talking points here. Very interesting moves. A lot of talking, a lot of things they could have potentially have done differently. But it was very entertaining, and nonetheless.
Oh, that was great. Hopefully, we see one or both of these guys back on the stream to treat us to some more unorthodox decision making. But neither of them have anything to be ashamed of. Hopefully, Lambo isn't too shook by. I think I just saw him looking up the Miss Wend rack, so he knows that he had a better option there. But there a lot of it takes some really deep expertise to understand the game like that profoundly to make these unorthodox plays. We're being pointed at by the next denizen of the board. You better stay on my good side, otherwise I'll say mean things about his decisions. Anyway, that was a treat. Let's hope for more of that.
Yeah, definitely. Hope for more games coming up. We actually do have 2 more games coming up later this afternoon. It looks like we're going to be featuring Winter against Stefan Rao. And yeah, sorry.
My goodness.
Yeah, should be an interesting game as always. And yeah, it looks like Stefan's lurking around the prize money positions at the moment. Trying to see where Winter is. He's actually in 21st place, so he is a bit further behind. But we're featuring lots of different players so far. And looking at the standings as well, it looks like Thomas Renke is currently leading with his massive spread. He's on 7.5 and 1.5. Matthew O'Connor is going to be, let's see, he's actually going to drop probably to 5th or 6th because his spread isn't so good. But we'll have, I think Matthew Tunnicliffe, he will be back into 2nd place due to his win just now. And then we have Brian Bowman, Will Anderson as well on 7 and 2. And quite possibly, let's see. Quite possibly Joshua Castellano as well, potentially, if he wins his next game. So there's quite a number of players who are all still right at the top. It's a big tournament as well. So, there's a lot to play for. And again, some of the big hitters like Dave Wiegand, Adam Logan, Conrad Bass-Bouchard, they're all just outside the prize monies. They all seem to be winning some games. And interestingly, Conrad Bass-Bouchard actually just tied his game against Rashid Balogun. So another player on half a win. It's heating up pretty nicely. And I'm looking forward to more. So this is great.
Let's see. By executive decree, your casters are going to allot themselves a 2-minute break. So we'll be right back. Don't miss a beat. Stay tuned.
Yes.
And we will be right back with you shortly. All right. Tuning back in. So, giving ourselves a quick respite after that intense last game. We've got 100 people watching the commentary right now, which is an outstanding number. Thanks for taking time on a summer long weekend to join us. And we got two other fine Scrabble experts to regale us with their Scrabble antics. So on the left we have Winter. Winter is no first name or last name. He is just Winter. This is in fact legally the case. I'm not just making that up. And we have longtime Northeast expert and radiologist by day, superhero by night, Stefan Rao. And we see QI go down for 22 points. A lot of the times when you have QI, you're just going to play QI. It's just about as simple as that.
We all know that QI is the best play all the time, so that is the best play here.
Austin, you've returned. Thank goodness. I was starting to get very nervous.
No problem. I'm back. Nothing to worry about.
I was going to say, I know you're still in recovery from your 16-hour stream. I'm just going to keep inflating that to larger and larger numbers of hours.
Feel free.
Just to, increase the mythos. So Stefan has an eye, so he can play underneath QI himself. But it's
he has a bingo.
Clear. Oh, he does have a bingo. A little slow on the uptake there, and he has spotted the bingo.
But which way does he play it?
He's going to play it the way that scores him points. That is on the board and not virtually or
in the wrong order.
Metaphysically. Yes. Very nice. Strigils for 60 points.
Yeah.
A strigil is an instrument used by ancient Romans/Greeks for scraping the skin, especially after the bath.
No.
That's sort of the equivalent of the Korean spa experience in modern times.
Can't say I've had one myself, and probably will never have one.
It's wonderful. Actually, I haven't had it. I'm just bantering, but I've not been strigiled.
Okay,
so how are these guys doing in the tournament? I think you mentioned in the avalanche of names before. Looks like Stefan is in 7th and Winter is in 21st, but it's early going, so you never know how these guys' tournaments are going to go from here.
Indeed, it's all very close right now. It's still pretty much, we've only played, 9 games so far, so it's still early days. And Winter has a play of Vrou, V-R-O-U-W, through the Art of Strigils, which actually wouldn't have been possible if Strigils was played the other way. So, again, minor details here can make a big difference. And this is actually giving him a way to get rid of his worst 4 tiles, I guess, for 22 points, a decent number. He could also have played Wubut on the T of Striggles as well. One of the same number of points, keeping EV. I don't know if that might be slightly more favorable, potentially. I don't know. But both very close in evaluation.
Yeah, Vral is one of those, it looks super obscure, but it's one of the very, very few words with a U, V, and W. So if you're going to learn one of these words, that one's going to come in handy very soon.
Exactly. And getting rid of those bad tiles, Winter actually ends up picking up a bingo, Isobear. But here comes Stefan with a G, getting rid of, I'd say, your probably your worst 4 tiles again, and scoring a good number of points with it. So again, I think that's pretty much a top play. Nothing much to say about that one.
And now Winter has himself a potential bingo rack.
Yes. So what does he play? Where is the best place?
In general, if you're wondering how does he know that he has a bingo, you learn these combinations. AEIRS is a really, really potent. You can add almost any 2 letters to that and get a 7-letter word. So this is kind of when you go down that path of starting to study words, he would encounter this pretty quickly. He's probably known the bingo in this rack for 15 years, I would guess, at this point, since he's a long timer.
Definitely. And so Isobear would have played with Rouse, but it got blocked. So actually, Isobear's a 7 doesn't play on this board. He can only play Isobears through either of the S's or Striggles. So he has 3 combinations. Obviously, playing Isobears at the top with the I sticking out in triple. He can also do the same thing at the bottom of the board with the S at the bottom, or he can play Isobears here, where he's doing now tripling the B and not opening a triple. So this looks like it's the best play. It's a high scoring bingo, 72 points. The 72 points? No, it's not 72 points. It's actually 68 points. Sorry, Isobears at the top would have been 72 points. So he's taking a 4-point hit to play slightly more defensively. And I've always found Winter to be a slightly more defensive player. Than most of the top players in the Division 1. So this again kind of fits in with I think his style.
Yeah, I think it looks very reasonable.
Yeah, I think so too.
Now Stefan has himself a rack that looks pretty promising, but it could go a lot of different directions. It'll be interesting to see whether he prioritizes whether he just plays off a couple of tiles and tries to prioritize keeping a bingo lead, or he could actually play a lot of tiles with something like Farseed, Farcied, on through that R of Isobears for 34 points, but it would only leave a T, so he'd kind of be resetting the rack. In my experience of Stefan's game, I think he will play something a little bit shorter and try to set himself up for a bingo, but let's see what he does.
Yeah, and in that vein, actually looking through the engine options here, they actually come up with options like Faceted through the E of Isobears, doubling the F and the C for 40 points. Again, very attacking play because it opens up the big, huge spot with the triple, with the A dangling in a very tantalizing place. And another option for playing fewer tiles is playing Fid underneath the OBA of Isobears for 29, keeping ACET, which kind of does a more of a job in terms of going for a bingo on next turn. So there's a few options there. He can also play Fated as well underneath OBARE of Isobears, 5 on top underlap. And there's another cool play of Defecate through the 2 E's of the G and Isobears, which we keep an eye, but it's just a nice looking play if anyone wanted to get some style points on the board.
Defecate, beautiful.
Who would have thought those 2 words would have been used in the same sentence?
First time I've used them that way, certainly.
Yeah, so I pretty much think that might be the only time.
One hopes.
But yeah, those options. There's so many other options that are kind of very similar in terms of how good they are So you mentioned Fast Seed. That's also on the list, very close to the top. Again, playing anything underneath isobars like Fade or DeFi, also very similar. So this is not a clear cut, like top move anywhere. This is now kind of going down to stylistic things here, what he wants to do and how he wants to see the game being played.
Well, from a game theory perspective, I feel like I've said that too many times while streaming. I probably need to start taking penalty shots at some point. But should he spend a lot of time on a move where all the options are very close to each other? Or should he just pick one relatively quickly, thinking that they're probably quite close and just save time for future tough situations?
Right. And I will quote something that David Alder has said as well about this. And he says, time is money. So every single time you spend a minute on your clock, you're kind of expending, say, points, because if you have more time at the end, you're going to get more points and have more time to think about things. As Stefan is playing Fate, or Fated actually, he's playing one of the top moves available to him. So in that sense, you actually kind of want to, you evaluate it and be like, okay, they're all kind of similar. Just pick one and let's just go with it. Let's not take too long. And you never know. Towards the end of the game, you might have a very, very complicated end game to work out where there might be only a few different ways to win, and you need all that time to work it out. So I would definitely suggest to just kind of pick something, move on, and carry on with your life. Basically, move on to the next puzzle.
Well, that's what Winters decided to do by glancing at the board after Faded, not seeing much, and just deciding to put a play on the board relatively quickly.
Yes, and Oleg actually is the standout play here. It's quite a bit better than the next plays, so he doesn't
Very nice.
play an easy, not necessarily someone say easy to find Oleg, but if he sees that play, then I think he'll recognize it's the best play here. So he found it, he played it straight away, and he picked out the black.
Yeah, I think I err on the side probably of spending too much time trying to optimize individual plays, because I guess my gut sense, if I play something that I'm not happy with, that's likely to make me, it'll throw me off. It's like I'll waste time later thinking, oh, could I have done better on this move? And but yeah, I really like. There's a great comment in chat about the clock is a piece, or the clock being a piece in chess.
Exactly.
And
That's right.
That's really well said.
It's a very good analogy. And also in the chat, Ryan W has just suggested XU and Xed above the ES of isobars. So that actually looks like it's the best play, but again, it gives away a lot of points above it. So you can hook the A or the E above XED, and any four-letter word where you can do that and hook something onto US as well, then that's going to give away a lot of points. So it's very dangerous to play that, but you're getting a good 38 points from XU and keeping 5 pretty good tiles. So it might be worth playing that anyway. There's not really that many other options that you can actually play for that many points. So it's quite likely that might end up coming down. But another option that I'm kind of seeing also is playing Hewick and CH. Which is actually what Stefan has lined up on his rack. And he can decide to play that and then play, he has racks left over. You can play racks above the ARE of isobars the next turn and not have to worry about the triple being open. So it could be like a bit of a 1-2 punch here, getting a good 30, 40 points on 2 turns. And he's clearly thinking ahead in terms of what potential he can make with his rack and trying to get himself ahead in this game.
That's really well spotted. That's what he's thinking about. I think he's going to do it. It's a very elegant sequence of events. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and then now that's on the board, he can play XED and not have to worry about that triple. Now he's taken it, doesn't have to worry about it.
But of course, given our omniscience, the amusing thing is that had he played XU, Winter had no response whatsoever.
Exactly.
He didn't have an A. He didn't have an A for Axe and E for X. He would have actually caused Winter some major headaches. So it's just kind of the luck of the draw that it's a very sound decision on his part. But the volatile play would have worked quite well also.
Exactly, and I mean, he wouldn't even have anything above the US either. He's nothing, absolutely nothing to go there. Kind of a sitting duck if that gets played. But again, Stefan not to know. But with Winter here, his rack, he has Dirtier on his rack, which doesn't play. And I can already tell you that there are no playable bingos here. And he has kind of, this is it's either kind of like a gold mine in terms of a rack where you can play all these kind of bad tiles and get a lot of points, or you're going to end up with pretty much nothing, because I think really his highest score here without using the blank is not even anywhere near 20. He's going to have to get rid of the I and the R, which are, again, I keep mentioning IR. I don't want to keep mentioning in front of you, but, but he has to get rid of those.
Oh, geez, just had flashbacks again.
I keep saying that all the time. I know. I should try not to keep those letters in the same sentence in front of you next time. I'm sorry.
Maybe they should just add it to the dictionary already.
That would be the easiest thing. Maybe they just do it to taunt you next time.
So I think Direr would make sense through the RE, although it's nothing especially spectacular. I'd be a little confused if I were Winter about Hewick going down, because he also could have played the same letters under RE. He could have played Rec and CH and EDH, and then played across. So I think you look at Hewick and think that Stefan might have very unusual letters, maybe a bunch of vowels or something like that. It'd be a little bit like any play at that spot would have been 37 points or something like that. But I don't think Winter cared that much there. He's just played a reasonable balancing play. He's going to try to draw a little better and try to bingo.
Yes. So he played Dyer. Actually, is pretty much the top play here. I know Ryan W in the chat also said redid. So using the same letters, but playing through the ED of Itobears and Fated, which is actually the same number of points, but probably gives away a bit more potentially, because the double word score where the second R of Dyer would still be open. But Stefan has the N and the X still to play there, and plays Nyx for a lot of points. So another, and that's again, so just kind of thinking ahead of having dangerous tiles for future players, and now he's got his nose in front.
Is Stefan hiding the 7th tile from himself on purpose? Am I seeing that right?
I mean, it's off the rack. I mean, it's off the view of the rack that we can see, but it's right there.
I think he did that intentionally. I think that was just give yourself a little extra jolt of adrenaline. Oh, Winter has made a nice play here. I was going to mention this play, but Winter is actually just making it right away. So he's making Bay, B-A-E, which, believe it or not, is Scrabble acceptable as of recently. See, we're not totally behind the times. And this is a nice score here. This is a really... he got to that very quickly. I'm quite impressed.
Yeah, and Marlight actually is 78 points. It's actually the highest scoring bingo playable here. So he found arguably the best play. Other options are like Ultraism or Trialism through the S of Strigils at the top. Does open the board up a little bit more, but again, with Winter's kind of style, I know him to be a bit more kind of cagey, a bit more kind of wants to kind of keep the board under control. I think Marlight kind of does what he wants to achieve. It does block Rousant, which is what Stefan has on his rack, but
Stefan is an alternative, and it is still going to bingo, yeah.
Exactly, yes. He has multiple places to play it, and you can now play Santors on the S of Strigils. That's actually the only playable bingo available to him, and it looks like he's almost put them all in the right order as we look at it.
Threatening a play of Santorum, which would just would be reprehensible, because not a word, obviously.
We could also do Santoku as well, which was actually in the right order if the I was a K. But he has finally found and playing Santors for 68 points. Best play there by a mile. No other possible bingos. So great job to Stefan.
Yeah, this is really shaping up. The scores are really level. they're playing. They seem like they're both playing real well. This is getting very interesting. We're headed towards an interesting finale here.
There's actually one very, very good play for Winter here, which just leapt out of me as soon as he played Santos and saw his rack. He does have a 5-letter word that goes above Santos.
Oh, is he going to play it immediately?
He's going to find it, and he looks like he's about to play it straight away.
Jeez,
So
Winter
actually is a word.
Winter is on one. I mean, he's like
5
Nigel
points.
Richards in disguise or something right now.
Wow. Very, very good. Very good spot there from Winter. Again, Lini kind of opens up the triples at the top. So Allah is going to be a danger here. And Stefan does have an A. He also has the A for AU as well, hooking onto the YU. And he also has the K as well, K for Caillou. But it looks like
they're going to look this one up.
Looks like it's going to be a challenge. So Lini is actually one of those kind of strange 5-letter words that doesn't really make anything else. You can't do linear or linearist or anything. It's just a straight 5 that doesn't really do anything else. So it's kind of one of those words that you just kind of have to study and just know that it's there, it's standalone, and it's coming in useful now because it's going to net Winter 60 points. So 55 plus the challenge, 60 points.
That's like a bingo in response.
Ooh, let's see. I didn't actually remember what Stefan's rack was.
He has letters. He has 7 of them. I can almost guarantee that.
I'm sure he has. Hopefully nothing more than that.
Yes. If he does, then he should be reported. So, for the crowd. Okay, it looks like, Aliener. There is no linear. So if you ever see linear, Leanier, your brain should immediately scramble that and make aliener instead. One who aliens. I know it doesn't sound more like a word, but it's a very common combination. So startle your friends and family with aliener the next time you play.
But it clearly startled Stefan, and he
understandably.
Yeah, oh, definitely. But yeah, he has some kind of clunky tiles with the Y, the K, the U, the M.
We're told that Winter made a mistake. I'm sorry to interrupt. Winter apparently overdrew by a tile. So that was it actually was not a case of challenging the word. Winter overdrew. That's the first mistake we've seen him make.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like it's actually going to slow him down looking at his rack.
Quite the opposite.
Whatever tile that Stefan picked, it was not the right one. Or maybe
wow.
I don't know. But
so the overdraw rule, for those of you who aren't familiar, is because it would be you give yourself a big advantage if you have 8 tiles instead of 7. So the punishment is your opponent picks 3 of them sight unseen, and then or he flips over 3 of the tiles that you're getting, and then chooses one to return to the bag. So you only get to keep 2 of the 3 tiles, and your opponent decides. So if Stefan had seen the blank, he almost certainly would have sent it back to the tile bag. Would have been very painful for Winter. So sometimes you got to be lucky and good.
Yeah, definitely. You just have to make sure. The easiest thing to do is to not overdraw, and you'll be okay.
So what does Stefan actually do here? He seems at a bit of a loss, or maybe I'm just projecting because that's how I feel looking at his options. So what do you think?
So I think what he can potentially do here is to play Caillou and Caillou. I mean, it's the same word each time.
Oh, the worst cartoon, Caillou.
So I think that's something that he can potentially do here. And it's going to get him 40 points just by playing a 3-letter word. And he can set up that A or keep that A for next turn if his opponent doesn't have one, which we can see here, he does not. So you could get, again, like Hewick and Nix, what he did before, he's kind of setting up two kind of 1-2 punches with Kai for 40, and then potentially getting a big score with Allah on the other triple on the other side of Leany.
Very nice, very reasonable, and that's exactly what he's chosen to do.
Yeah, 40 points.
But look at the immediate response from Winter. Oh my goodness. 57 points for Shopped, keeping a blank.
Yes.
Stefan will never suspect that he has the blank in hand. That is just
unbelievable.
He's just bulldozing.
Yeah. Best play pretty much every time.
But Stefan has drawn a massive response. He's drawn the Z or the Z. I guess it's Canada Day, so I had to go with I had to throw in a Z reference. But
yeah, big
goodness,
score.
He's going to score massively thanks to the addition of Zen to the dictionary in a recent update.
Yeah, so Maze is going to go in the top left corner there, I believe. And the score is almost too high for me to count. Somewhere in mid-60s probably.
After a point, you just get to lots. You just say,
it's around
30,
that.
40, 50 lots.
But yeah, that's going to be a big score. And I guess Winter will probably bingo next turn.
Right. He's actually picked up quite good letters. He flipped over 6 new tiles. It could have been anything. And they look pretty serviceable.
Yeah. But yeah, he's going to need a big score now, like Maze, to kind of keep himself in it. Of course, he doesn't know that Winter is probably sitting on something big here, but he needs to find Maze and play it. I mean, you can actually score a lot with a Z above Marlight as well. So, but I think you have to play the Z on the triple. That's where it needs to go.
Right. There's actually 2 60-point spots for Maze, aren't there? There's the very top left of the board where I think it scores 67, and the bottom left where he can play Maze and Za, which is a slice of pizza, exactly. And that's 58. So really has an embarrassment of riches.
Exactly. And if he played Maze, that actually, ironically, if he plays it at the bottom left, he actually might block Winter's bingo. But again, there's never really the right move to do. He obviously doesn't know that. But it would be a funny occurrence if he ends up doing something like that, or Meze, M-E-Z-E, and keeping the A again for the top left corner. That might also be an option, potentially.
Well, we saw some highly unexpected but very effective blocking play last game, so it would be really quite something to see a reprise of that right now. But I think playing Maze, making Allah, Zen, and Eat at the top left is just going to prove irresistible. I think that's 67 points.
67. It's got to be played here, I think.
Now, how many bingo options does Winter have? I see Onioned, if I'm not mistaken. Does he have much else?
I
mean, the way Winter's been playing, I expect him just to throw down Onioned within approximately a half second. But does he have any fallback options?
So as far as I can see, he actually doesn't have any other playable bingos other than Onioned. He does have Condone as the only other 7-letter word on his rack. But I don't see anything else that's actually playable with the letters that he has. So I think that's the only option he has. And again, if he's seen it, he's going to play it straight away.
Stefan running the clock down 7 minutes. Yeah, he takes the points because
he's got to. I think he's got to.
Not much of an alternative. So he retakes the lead, but possibly briefly.
We'll have to see how quickly Winter plays his word.
And given the pace that Winter's been playing at, if he doesn't play Onion right away, then you start to wonder if he's whether he spotted it. Oh, already grabbed the tiles. My goodness.
Yeah, it's relentless scoring
Just
from Winter here, and
just
the
oh,
only
but
down.
he's going to give Stefan a massive response by his
Ooh,
choice of a
yes.
placement.
So
And
the
he's
D.
hit his
Yeah.
clock.
Wow, the D is open right there for debating. Stefan will have. I'm sure has probably already seen it. He's just doing the math as he has to. But debating is the clear and obvious play here.
That's a
Definitely expecting to
shocking
see it.
decision. Oh,
Yeah, he
Winter's
could
thinking
have.
about it. He hasn't hit his clock.
Oh, okay. So he could easily scoot it up by 2 more positions. It scores a bit less, but at least it wouldn't give away any floaters. Actually, it would actually kill off the board completely. So I don't know. I mean, is it worth it here? I mean, he's about 25 behind,
Oh,
and I don't know. Is it? No, he's played it. He's played it.
that hurts. It's amazing what a game of inches this can be, because I think what he did is totally defensible, but it's the difference between being a big favorite and being in a lot of trouble.
Yes, exactly. And Evil Budgie in the chat said that you can also parallel with the OLED of Onion, or even the I as well if you want, for a lot of points as well. So it's it gives away a lot of points. As we see Stefan play debating for 95 points. So that's going to put him in great shape now. I mean, we don't know what Winter has, but I think there are no more tiles left in the bag. I think Stefan's going to pick out 5 tiles, I think. Is that right?
Wow,
Yeah, those are 5
Winter
tiles
looks pretty unfazed. Oh, that last
Oh,
W.
almost. Not quite.
That W was
Yeah.
not a welcome sight, because if he'd pulled one of the E's, because one of the things, if both people bingo, then in this kind of case, any of the letters you see on one rack could just as easily have ended up on the other rack. So Winter could very easily have drawn into overeat on the third column, which would have fit.
Yeah. Would fit.
Making do, na, and it. But that W, then again, wait a second. Now that I look at this, I don't think Stefan can go out that quickly. So if Winter had 2 massive plays back to back, it probably can't happen. But I see a Vower for 43. If there's a great spot for the T, then can he catch up?
So Aval would give away Feg underneath it, or above it even, either way. And that's actually going to be enough to outrun anything that Winter does. So it does look like Avowed is the actual best play anyway, because there's actually nothing else that scores even 40 or even 30 points. The next one is actually just Avow and Dow on the left side of Do. That's the next highest scoring play that he can play. So there's a big difference between Avow for 29 and Avow for 43. But according to the engine, Avow does come out 1 point better than Vow, VOW, in that same spot. If everything was played perfectly. So, but it's still not going to be enough to win. It's going to lose by about 20 points. So there's actually no way for Winter to win this unless Stefan makes some kind of mistake on this next turn. But you can see that Winter has found Avower, and he would be looking at the tiles left, and he'll be dreading to see that there is some kind of big response from Stefan that will see him over the line.
The last time I checked the rule book, you're not allowed to knock your opponent unconscious and then try to get them to run over on time and incur a penalty that leads you to victory. I don't know if it's called out explicitly, but something to keep an eye on, certainly.
Is that how you won? Is that how you won nationals?
No, my opponent was awake and sentient, and is even on the call with me right now. But yes,
That's true.
opponent error is a underrated but crucial part of any tournament victory.
That's exactly true. Exactly true. And yeah, the further up the ladder you go in terms of learning how to play Scrabble, and just kind of knowing what you need to learn and what you need to skills you need to know, is actually you end up realizing how little you actually know. Um, and it's always a learning game when you play Scrabble, and it's always a very fun game too. So yeah, it's always tough, and there's always lots to learn, even if you're at the top of the game. And mistakes definitely do happen. We've already seen it countless times in that sense. But some of them are obviously more major than others. So in a way, you could, if you want to see it in a certain way, whoever makes the fewest mistakes is most likely going to win in the long run. And that's exactly why we have uh, Nigel Richards. Again, we're going to mention him. He makes basically the fewest mistakes, and that's why he is the goat of Scrabble. He just doesn't make many mistakes.
We gotta put a penny in the Nigel jar, paying the Nigel tax for invoking his name.
I think we have to exchange the pennies for $1 soon.
Exactly. But I mean, if you're Winter here, this is frankly probably the best I've ever seen him play. So hopefully he walks away from this and he's not too frustrated by. I mean, he's going to be down to 5-5 in the tournament most likely, but yeah, we could see him back here if he keeps. I mean, he played pretty fearlessly and made maybe just the slightest of questionable decisions at the end. I was very impressed. We saw a very high quality of game.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, again, pretty much no mistakes really I can think of in this game at all. And again, we're watching players that are where are they? I don't even know where they're on the scoreboard right now. So Stefan's currently 7th, as we said, and Winter's 21st. Like, this is the standard we're seeing, and you say Winter's in 21st position. So it's like thinking of the incredible standard that we have in this top division right now, as we see Winter play Val, keeping rate. So I think maybe consideration here again, playing against a human opponent. If you play a Val, Feg is the very obvious and easy play. At least when he plays Val here, it gives your opponent something to think about. It's not going to be an obvious and easy play. You're going to have to rack your brain and think, okay, what's going to be easier, or what's the better? I mean, he's going to find something winnable anyway, but at least you don't make your life too easy for your opponent. But it does seem that playing geese through the first E of a G in the top right is actually the best play here. Keeping FI, it scores 29.
Sorry, where is that?
Oh wait, have I got the right tiles? No, wait, I'm sorry. Wait, I have an extra tile here.
Okay.
Oh, my bad.
I was thinking, wow, it's really been a long day
right.
of commentary. I don't even see these plays anymore.
I think I have the wrong tiles.
What year is it?
I don't know. Maybe there was just a phantom S just lying around somewhere. Oh boy.
Or maybe they played 5 S's. No, they played 4. Sorry. Yeah, even just a simple play EF will get the job done. It doesn't have to be fancy. We'll see how long Stefan decides to sink into this. On stream, you want to put in your best effort. So I think he's probably gonna.
Yeah.
It looks like he's just picked EF. Very reasonable.
Yeah. I mean, again, it's another thing of just personal pride. Just trying to give yourself the best showing in front of everybody.
Yeah, but really, I've had enough tournaments where 10 points of spread ended up being the difference in substantial amounts of prize money that I would always put the effort in. I would only not work on the end game if I were really, really out of sorts, because the stuff actually does pay off.
Definitely. We actually saw Noraz's play on the stream yesterday. He actually missed his only outplay in the final game And if he actually found that, he would have won the division. It was
No.
that close to spread. Yeah, he needed to find Riotous at the top of the board. It wasn't a bingo; it was like a 16-point play, but he didn't find the outplay, and he lost on spread due to it. So again, what we're saying about spread, it does make a difference. It's you need to try and eke out as many points as possible. But again, we're all human. This is a long tournament, and um, you can't always give 100% on every single time. And this will, obviously, when a game is kind of say in garbage time right now, where the result is kind of in the books, so to speak, you kind of take your foot off the gas a little bit. But we see EF, and then we see Pert and a Val. So that ends the game, from what I can see. Again, very well played from both players. Very impressive, actually. Really no missteps at all.
It just speaks to the level of the time. Stefan says, "Are you not entertained? We are entertained, Stefan." Yeah, I mean, it just speaks to the caliber of player at the tournament. This is this is people in the top half, but just kind of not even the top of the standings, and they're still like really on point. So I mean, this is kind of the month. There's a lot of big events: the World Championship, the World Cup, a lot of money on the line. So this is the time to shine.
Exactly, and I think I can see Winter kind of pointing on the board his play of Onion. If what basically saying what would happen if he scooted it up 2 more positions up, would not give away that floating D for debating, and actually could potentially have been a game-winning play. He would probably still end up playing something like Bang or something next to the E and a D, which would still get a lot of points, but it'd be about even at that point. And again, we'll never know what would happen at that stage. There's still 12 tiles in the bag at that point, and yeah, I guess we'll never know. But it's another thing for Winter to mull over as we finish this game and move on to the next one.
Yeah, I wonder. The only thing I can think of that could have actually made a difference, and I kind of contradicted myself earlier, but I wonder what letter he threw back on that overdraw. I would love to know that, because I mean,
Yeah,
Shop for 57 is
yeah.
a monster of a play, but maybe if he'd bingoed on that play for 100 points, then none of this would have come to pass.
That's true. Yeah,
one
again,
of the many universes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't know if anyone on site had the viewing or could see exactly what tile was thrown back in the bag. I mean, it all have to be face up on the table anyway, so they'll be viewable if anyone was actually looking. I don't know if anyone knew, but Winter did have hopped plus a blank, so it'd be interesting to see or know what letters were actually turned over and what one was actually put back in the bag. And that could have changed the game also. Again, that's another good point. I mean, if he didn't overdraw or if another letter got put in the bag, the result could have been different also. Lots of ifs and buts here.
So taking a look over at the stand, actually most of the standings are not yet updated. So maybe I'll hold off for a minute.
Yeah, I mean, Winter did play at a very, very quick pace, so some of these other games probably haven't finished yet. But yeah, not many. Well, but probably half the games, or maybe even a third of the games have actually been completed so far in this round. So.
All right, looks like we got the Burb or BRB screen, and we are going to give ourselves a couple minutes to come to our senses and question our life decisions. No, just kidding. We're going to commentate one more excellent game. It's been a pretty awesome day so far. So I'm
Okay, looks like we're back for more action at the Word Cup 2023, hosted by the Word Game Players organization. Again, if you want to know more about Scrabble, go to wordgameplayers.org. We're here for game 11 of the event. We're playing again. We're going to be watching Dave Wiegand play against Samuel Aquino.
We are not playing Dave Wiegand, unfortunately.
We're not playing Dave Wiegand. That would be disastrous for all of us. But yeah, but Samuel Aquino has the pleasure of doing that right now, and both players are ready to play. We're ready to start.
I'm trying to give him a thumbs up. I don't think he can see me.
Yeah, he can't see us. We can try. If we can do it enough times, he might see us.
Yeah. So Dave Wiegand, aka Dr. Bing, which we may call him periodically because it's just that good of a nickname. He is the defending World Cup champion. Yeah, he won it last year with 2 rounds to spare. He had a commanding lead the entire tournament and wrapped it up in round 29 of 31. And he is here to defend his crown, and Samuel is his latest obstacle.
Who finished second in that event?
Yeah, good question. I think it was me, man.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I came last year at the 2022 World Cup in Naperville, Illinois, which means that I was relegated to the bench, and I'm just here watching other people do.
All right, so Wiegand starts with Morai, keeping an E, which looks like a pretty strong play. Obviously, Moira, without the second I, is also an option, not sticking that I next to the 2 doubles. But the I is generally not fertile. But yeah, I think it's a good play.
Very reasonable. I was just startled by looking over at Samuel's rack and discovering that he appears to have drawn both blanks.
Oh, what's he got? What's his other? What do he have?
I like how you're leaning forward. It's like, yes, if I change my angle, I will be able to see his rack better. Yeah. Well, life comes at you fast. You're playing the defending champion, and you have both blanks.
Rent L blank.
Yeah, good question. Actually, a lot of newer players really don't like having 2 blanks because it's like there's so many possibilities. It breaks your brain. You feel like you should bingo. So really...
Oh, look at this.
Oh, very cool. Okay. Flashy. First play on stream, 6-tile overlap.
The only problem is that
cool.
the blanks actually don't score much because he's covering both doubles with them. Actually, if he wants to kind of play words like that, there are actually quite a number of words that do a similar thing. So reblent above in the same position, or lantern below, or lawnist below as well, can score 72 points. So this actually scores notably slightly less because obviously the 2 blanks are on the double letter squares. Other players you could play also are 4 timers through the O, so Ritornell probably the best one there, or Redolent, something like that.
Yeah,
so, yeah,
but, you can't underestimate the style points. He's going to be able to save for the rest of his life. I played the defending champion, and I played a 6 overlap bingo on my way to, and then we'll leave that part blank because we don't know what's going to happen.
Let's not talk about that anymore.
Well, Dave, one thing about playing an overlap in response to the opening play is that it's harder for your opponent to bingo. So Dave's at least that R is blocked because Dave could have played unfeared. And now Dave's going to have to come up with a different plan that probably involves, I suspect, putting that F underneath AR and trying to score a few points. But let's see what he does.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough with what he has. He's lined up few, which looks pretty good actually underneath SI, so the second blank and the I of Morai. So Sif and FEU scores 19 points, setting up the D hook for feud. It looks pretty strong. He has to open the board up a little bit here to obviously he's a little bit behind, but also try and get the next bingo down on the board.
Yeah, something that's really interesting here is his opponent, he doesn't know anything about Samuel's game. And I'm saying that because I've been playing a long time and I played many Nigerian players, and I've never heard of Samuel. And I actually cannot find evidence that he's played in any WESPA events previously. So there's an interesting factor of the unknown here where Dave really doesn't know anything about his opponent's strengths or aptitudes. And yeah, so I would assume against an average player that Dave would want to keep things very open and just let his commanding word knowledge kind of drive him to victory. So something like FEU can accomplish that, but it could backfire if his opponent knows a bunch of bingos or just happens to luck into some good bingo tiles. Then opening the board could it's probably the right strategy longer term, but there's an interesting aspect of the unknown.
Yeah, that's very true. And both players, you can see, are 7-3 record right now for 10 games. And yeah, Samuel is in 11th place, so he's actually one place behind Will Anderson after 10 games. That's no easy feat. So he's obviously doing something right, and he's doing a lot of things right. Here he is playing on table 1 against the defending champion. Looks like he's playing Vigo, which looks like a very strong play here. Probably maxes out his score on this turn.
Yeah, you're right, actually. He doesn't have no evidence. The evidence he has is that his opponent is in 11th place after 10 games, which is, no easy feat whatsoever. So, yeah, you gotta love these kinds of. Sometimes, like a lot of the same people end up on stream. It's always pretty cool when we get a new face. We get to find out what they're capable of.
Definitely. And this is kind of why we have, we've got a lot of different players on the stream. And, there's going to be a lot of, pretenders who are going to be up there all the time. But we want to see some new faces as well, just like Samuel. I guess we haven't really seen much of him either as well, especially in stream games. I don't know how many times he may have been streamed in the past. But I'm assuming that he's a bit more newer to being streamed as well. So I don't know if that will play a part in this game as well. Maybe slight inexperience potentially. But again, you're still playing the opponent. You're still playing the tiles. There's just a few cameras pointed at you. So you just got to play as you would normally, hopefully. But here with Dave, he has a lot of vowels. He's looking at Anoa. He's kind of pointing at those tiles right now. I think Anoa looks like the best play. And I think he would play underneath the E and the U of few, keeping ADE, which looks pretty strong from my opinion. It's only 12 points, but better than nothing. Just like with few, just get some points. So he's played Anoa there for 12 points.
Yeah, Samuel has some interesting options here because he could actually. Normally, when you draw the Q, you're thinking about how to offload it relatively quickly, but he could keep the Q here and just play Wagon through the A that just got open. And QUE is actually, there's no particularly good spots for the Q on the board, so I don't love holding on to it, but Wagon is a totally fine play, I think. I'll be interested to see if he has the, look, he's already spotted it. Wow.
He's already spotted it. Yeah, so then another thing that I can really... the only thing I can really suggest otherwise is to play Quango through that A as well. That would get rid of the Q, which scores a bit more. But Wagon, again, is still very strong. I think it actually comes up second best again. So QUE, again, you can't really complain too much about that. Very good synergy.
Yeah, I think Quango should be distinctly better because all the power tiles, their value is kind of never in a vacuum. The thing about QUE is it looks cool because there's just a lot of words with QUE. You could score a lot, but looking at the board, there's not a ton of places to put that Q. I guess I could play Queer for 28, so pretty reasonable choice.
Well, you just picked up the axe, but crucially...
Exotique. Look at that.
That would be nice. It would be nice, but I don't think that's a word yet in this dictionary.
Wow. I'm a Samuel fan. He's got a lot of creativity here. Sorry, I keep cutting you off, but yeah.
That's okay. It's okay. but the end does give out demeaned, which actually wouldn't have done with Quango. So again, you're not to know, but that's ended up what the big difference here between the two moves.
But it is going to give Samuel the big cue play that he was kind of trying to set himself up for. So
Yes.
Samuel's going to have quoted for 51 right here, which I'm sure he's going to find.
Yeah.
And it's
pretty much as much, as demeaned almost.
Staying afloat.
Yeah. And against someone like Dave Wiegand, just staying afloat is sometimes all you can hope for. But here he's doing very well so far. He can get quoted, and he will go ahead by about 56 points after that. Should still be in good position anyway. So it looks like he's... Yep, there you go. He's found quoted. Looks like he's ready to play it. Also, he has decks as well with the last two tiles. So you can play on the other triple. We have something
wasting no time.
Yeah, very confident play. This is kind of what we want to see. We want to see no fear here. And Samuel is racking up the points nicely early on in this game. Yeah, again, the best play.
You were saying about the X. Where do you think it's going to go?
I mean, I was just saying that he has DX on demeaned at the very least. It's going to get 33 points. It's nothing groundbreaking, but at least he has something with the X for now.
Sure. So
the first
Dave...
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Dave, this is a tough thing about being in two. I am in Austin, strangely, but Austin is not in me or my house. Austin is in New Orleans, so
that would be
a little
weird.
confusing there. It wouldn't be. You're always welcome in my place, but
of course.
So Dave needs to play some vowels off, and I think what he's probably going to do is look at that D and play something like Podia, which would keep EOR. In general, two vowels and one consonant is pretty decent. You probably want more consonants than vowels in a vacuum, but Podia, leaving EOR, has a pretty good chance of working out. He could play Puri, also Poori, which is some kind of an Indian flatbread, and he could play that for 23. Or there's a few places that could go. I'd be pretty surprised if he doesn't just lay down Podia after thinking for a minute. Yeah,
I think Podia is the best play here. And again, the reason why we have Jesse here is he has pointed out both of the top plays according to the engine. Statically, that is. But Podia does seem to be about 5 or 6 points better than Puri. So it looks like it's the somewhat standout play here. It looks like he's got all 4 of those tiles on the end of his rack there, ready to pounce. There it comes. Again, no surprise. Dave Wiegand finding the best play again. I think he's actually played all 5 of the moves actually perfectly so far, according to the engine. 5 top moves out of 5.
Not a big surprise when you're looking at
really.
The defending champion.
Exactly.
So, but I mean, Samuel still has the lead here, and he picked up a bunch of other potent scoring tiles in the C, the K, the Y. It's not a bingo lead, but he's slotted to score 40 plus here probably for the next couple turns. So he's not going away, folks.
Yeah. And the board's pretty blocked right now. So if you can't get a bingo, you can't. And then what you're going to want to do is actually have very good tiles like this, what he has, to actually score a decent 40, 50 point play. So he has plays like Yak through that A of demeaned going down, Y-A-C-K. That gets 46 points, keeping, again, the X. He could also play Yaks as well underneath the M, E, and A of demeaned. Parallel play, so making my EE and Axe. That gets 47 points. Both of those plays are kind of the standout plays in terms of number of points. There's nothing else that really scores quite as anywhere near as that. So it'll be interesting to see which one he decides to use, because both of them will open the triple. Yak kind of obviously makes it a lot easier to kind of just any four-letter word with the K in it would be good to hit the triple. But Yaks also has the 1 point advantage over Yak, but also if your opponent has the E to make Axe AXE and then can hit the triple that way, it's also a problem. And not only that, with the AX there, you can also play something with that double word square where in between the A of demean and the O of wagon, and play something in between the O and the E and get a lot of points that way as well. So there's a lot of different options. Things to weigh up here. I think Yak is probably still best in my opinion, but yeah, but he's got either a 46 play or 46 or 47 point play to decide between, which is never always a bad problem to have.
Peeking over at Dave's rack, is
Yes.
Gorgements good as a 10 through the gem? Is
Oh boy,
that a thing? Oh, look at that! Also, Samuel has picked an option we weren't discussing. I saw him line him up, but I don't know if he was thinking about it. Or I don't know if he saw the other options.
Interesting. So I don't know. Maybe I would class this as a slight misstep, but he's keeping the C and the K together. Maybe he's thinking he's got the K, he can probably play KAE and go something across for one turn and then get another big tour with the X and the other turn. He's probably playing the slightly longer game on the block board, potentially. So that could be what he's thinking with that. I mean, I probably wouldn't have played that. It does actually give, it does hemorrhage a few more points, a lost points basically there, but he's still up by almost a bingo actually at this stage. So he's probably feeling okay in terms of keeping some bigger tiles. But Gorgement's actually, your point, no good.
Okay. And Dave's got a bingo here. Most of them were blocked by Samuel's play, but he has one bingo. There's a lot of bingos for that A, and Dave's going to lay that one down.
Yes.
You can see he's spotted it. Samuel might have placed a really high premium on not opening the triple word score. That could be why he decided to play YAE, because no letters go underneath the AE. That's like the kind of play I've seen from Nigerian players in the past, like being very careful around setting up hotspots. But I actually don't even know if Samuel plays in Nigeria, where his home Scrabbling nation is. It looks like he's holding Stone Rag, actually. Interesting.
Yes, Stone Rag, is the only playable bingo. And once again, for a sixth move in a row, top play from Dave Wiegand, which puts him now 2 points behind Samuel. And the only problem with what Samuel did with YAE, actually, I don't even know what's happening. I think it's a hold. I don't know if he's holding or what, but with that now, he actually has picked up some quite bad tiles, so he can't really do too much here with the letters he has, because now he got rid of his E, which is obviously his best vowel, and he kept hold of the C and the K. But it looks like he's actually challenging Stone Rag, which is a bit surprising because, again, for those people that are maybe new to Scrabble, we kind of learn bingos, so 7-letter words or 8-letter words, like what has just been played, by probability order. So it basically is by how likely they are to turn up in the game. And the letters in Stone Rag are all letters that come up very often, because there's a lot of those in terms of the distribution of tiles. Those letters come up most. So it's kind of surprising that Stone Rag has been challenged. But there are, I think, 5 anagrams of Stone Rag. So he could be only remembering 4 of them, and that one might be escaping his memory. But once again, what we said earlier with what Jesse said, if you're not sure about it, you should just challenge it. It's only 5 points, and you never know, it might not be a word, and you actually just saved a 60-point play. So, but yeah, in this case, Stone Rag is good, and he will get an extra 5 points for it, which actually means Dave Wiegand is not 2 points behind, he's now 3 points ahead.
Yeah, given the point they are in the game, it's probably about a 2% change in win percentage for Samuel. So I think that's the letting a phony go could be like a 30% change in win likelihood. So yeah, if he has any doubts, he should just challenge it. And I don't know what he's going to do here in response. It's kind of a tough. He's given away his E, so that some of his flexibility is really gone. He's got to be really careful with this play because his rack could really plummet here. And the X isn't going anywhere because there are no hotspots for it either. So I don't know what he's going to do with this.
Yeah, so there's two different options here, I think. Actually, one of them was said in the chat by Adam D, saying auction through the N of Stone Rag. And actually, the other option that was available is the one he's just played, Cork, which actually is the highest scoring player, 32 points, keeping IXI. And that kind of blocks up that kind of bottom part of the board a bit as well. So we're going to be interested to see what Dave is going to do next with this rack.
I think Cork is a nice play here. I think thematically, it seems like it fits with Samuel's game plan of just keeping things really tight. And I mean, it's not with the rack that Dave has drawn himself. It's not an easy road back. I mean, he can play banjo or something here, or jarp to the P perhaps. But actually, the board is gonna be really hard to open the board at all, and it's going to take something pretty unusual, like a play through the UN, or actually both the M's are gone as well. So Ono only takes an M in front, but with both the M's gone and both blanks gone, the top is never getting reopened without. Maybe it'll take a play to the ER or something like that. So this is probably not the kind of encounter that Dave was like looking forward to, and he's really going to have to. This is going to push him to the brink, to a place where the computer simulations aren't necessarily that helpful, even because they kind of don't understand these closed board, open board dynamics all that well.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And he looks like he's lining up kind of jar, maybe with jarp, is what Jesse said earlier. But an interesting position that he could do. Well, an interesting thing that he could do here is actually playing Benj in between this, the last E of demeaned, making Obe. And just from his point of view, there's actually only one A and one O unseen out of 35 tiles unseen. So he could play Benj. And if he picks out a bunch of vowels, he could just play JA straight after that, and he would get a good 60 points for those two turns. On this kind of board, it's actually very unlikely that you probably would even get 60 points in 2 turns with the how it's shaped right now. It's going to be a slugfest, I think, from here on in. We're going to have to brace ourselves for some low-scoring plays and players just trying to maximize their score with whatever tiles they can get. Because I don't really feel like there's going to be a bingo. Probably not going to be another bingo in this game unless someone gets kind of lucky the next maybe move or two. I don't see anything happening. So it's just going to come down to whoever can outrun who at this stage potentially.
Yeah, this is going to be a defense lover's delight. I mean, the whole day has been like that a little bit, but this is awesome. We're going into the dark forest here where we're just, I mean, us, Austin and I, your co-commentators, are as much in the dark as anyone else. Our analytics tools are of limited use, and we are just going to be kind of grasping around in the dark ourselves. And Dave plays Boar here, holding on to the J, which I like quite a lot because the J is a weapon. It can't do that much immediately, but he can potentially set up a big J play for himself down the road. So he's kind of keeping that as almost as like an arrow in his quiver. And Samuel is clearly no stranger to closed boards because he didn't even think about anything like fixer or anything to open the top. He is keeping it closed, and he threw a riff flip down right away. And I like how fast he played because Dave, in my experience, like when he gets to a closed board, he'll think about it very deeply and can be susceptible to time pressure. So I don't know if Samuel knows that, but one thing about Riff Flip I'm a little bit not as happy with is that he didn't think about, or I didn't see him think about the hook that Dave set up. So BAE takes an L in the back, and it might have been good to try to keep the L um, for some kind of a. I don't think there was anything there immediately, but for some kind of a future play. But I mean, Riff Flip is pretty strong.
Yeah, it's actually second best in terms of the computer evaluation. Actually, Fixer is number one. Again, he's not to know, but he would have given away jail through that Eye of Fixer, and actually could have set Dave on the road to potentially getting another bingo with getting rid of those tiles. But Rifflip actually isn't bad. I mean, again, you're kind of playing the player now. We're not playing. The engine is not playing the engine. It's Samuel playing against Dave Wiegand here. You want to try and keep this kind of close. You want to try and make it a slugfest. And Samuel's playing pretty quickly, so maybe you can get Dave under a bit of time pressure, get him to think about short words and what to do, and kind of restrict his options and just take him down the road of that and see if you can take him out that way.
Oh my God! Samuel has a crushing play. Sorry, I have to point it out. I don't know if anyone saw it in chat, but Samuel drew another L. Samuel has links for 52, making bail. If he can find that, which given what he's shown me so far, he's certainly capable of. I don't know if he's seen that hook yet, though. I haven't seen him acknowledge that yet. But if he gets links down for 50, Dave's in our defending champion, Dave Wiegand, is actually in a lot of trouble if that goes down.
Ooh.
Man, it is heating up.
Yeah, I mean, Dave is not going to go down in that bottom right corner. He's not going to go there. He's going to look to try and cash in that J now, probably, or potentially open up the board with like Jailer or something with that ER of Vigo and Rentals.
Or if he doesn't, Dave could also just put a J down. He could play Jar for 9 points, one spot over from Vigo, and keep that AILNRS. I mean, that's not like a traditionally awesome leave, but if he has an A in his opponent, there's only one other A unseen. So if he plays for 9 points now, he has access to that bingo lane for the rest of the game. Like Samuel is going to really struggle to block that. I think that might be worth investing in at this point. You know, it's kind of the closed board experience is all about these kind of maneuvering yourself to these big plays and setting up these opportunities for yourself that your opponent doesn't have access to. I think Jar might be worth it. I wonder if he'll try it.
That's a very interesting point you said there. So something like Jar is obviously possible. Samuel could block it with just playing the P on the end of it, playing Jar, and then that hook kind of disappears again. Something like that. But he has links set up on his rack, so Samuel has links there.
Oh, man.
That is going to be a huge hammer blow if Dave doesn't play that, but he's going to go for the points here. That is 27 points, so a reasonable play. I mean, he is 27 points behind, so now it is actually tie score, 259. And Samuel can play links. I mean, that is the only play, really, if you see it, that is the only play you should be playing in this case.
Oh, did he see it, or does he just have it on his rack because he saw the word? He just touched it.
He's turning the board with putting his finger there. I mean, he's either pointing at it, he did it on purpose, or he's just not sure, because he's got his head in his hands right now. He's probably racking his brain and thinking, I have seen bail or something similar to that at some point. But is this the right word? Was this the right thing that I have remembered? And it couldn't be closer right now. The scores are tied. Like, it could end up being a game-losing play. And now with JA on the board, he could play Jap and Pix as well.
He's doing it.
A lot of points.
He's doing it.
He just needs to be. He just needs to put the other three letters down, and he's in good shape, really good shape. But
Oh
he's
my
not
goodness,
sure.
he's got to do it if you have a chance to
So
slay
yeah,
a
look,
national
yeah.
champion. Yeah, I mean, think
But you
about
see now
picks. That's a
he's
pretty good
now playing
alternative.
under picks. It's a very very good backup play. If you're just not sure enough of Bale, then picks is there for 36 points. That's gonna be you're not gonna get 36 points on this board.
But Dave now knows he has the L too.
Oh, look at that.
Wow.
Okay, yeah, he couldn't pull the trigger on Bale, but again,
Wow.
36 points is
Dave
still a lot.
Regan dodged a bullet. The champion
He did.
dodged a serious bullet. I mean, it's still not easy from here, but wow.
Yeah. I mean, so Lynx was the best play, and it was about 18 points better than Pix. And Pix is actually the standout second best play. There's actually nothing else that comes close to Pix either. So, if anything, he found the second next best play, and that wasn't available before JA, really, because he gets a lot of points with Jap. So, again, he's not sure. He's playing it safe. But yeah, I mean, it is technically, it goes down to a bit of a miss.
He's never going to live that one. Like, when he
Never going to forget it now.
depending on what happens, if he pulls off the win anyway, he's never going to care. But oh boy, if he looks back on this one, he's gonna be wondering if he should have gone for it. But now Dave is. This is why I think Dave maybe should have invested in opening the board last turn, because he has a stellar rack and it does very little.
Yeah.
And I just, and he's seen that Samuel has an L, so he almost has to play something, Bale and something like Lint. But if he does that, he's down 13 points and he's not doing anything in particular. So if I were Dave, I have to. I don't like this graveyard spiral of a board that we're in. I would try to find some way to open things up. He's got to be thinking about that.
Yeah. I mean, the question really is now you're 36 points behind on a very block board where you cannot really score more than 25 points. So, do you now switch gears? Is this the time to switch gears to trying to land a bingo, or do we go with it anyway? Go with Lint and Bale and try and outrun him. I mean, we may be behind by about 10, 15 points anyway, and then he's on turn. Or, what do we do? Do we switch gears now, or do we just go for the points? Again, this is a very difficult decision because you're so close to a bingo. And I don't know anything that you want to do to open up the board. I mean, the only thing I can really kind of think about is something like Tarn, Tarn, opening up the S hook for Starn. Again, I don't particularly love it either because you have to use the S and there's only 4 points. So that means you're kind of dead in the water now. You're 32 behind and it's his turn. You definitely have to get a bingo to win the game. So do you want to commit to that now? Or do you want to just take the points and wait for another opportunity? You just don't know what your opponent might be struggling. Like he actually is struggling with poor tiles or like very clunky tiles. You just don't know.
Right. If Dave just plays Lint right now, I don't. What does Samuel do? I actually don't know that he can play for more than 17 points or something.
Yeah,
but 17 might be enough. I mean, we're in some interesting territory.
Yeah, I mean, we don't need that many points. And he's actually 14 points ahead right now, which is actually quite a lot on this board. I would probably say, like, in a regular board, it's probably equal to maybe 40 or 50 points, potentially, or 30, 40 points maybe. It's probably like half a bingo, maybe at this stage. But we can just drew another S and a Z, which could be crucial here. But NY comes down, so he does still manage to keep scoring.
Yeah, that might be enough. I mean, where's the Z going to go?
That's a good point. I'm not seeing anything good. He could play Hazer to open up the board at the top left, potentially. And
Yeah, he kind of has to, but as soon as Hazer gets played, Samuel's almost certainly going to cover it with like some kind of a
something like
scoring
that.
play. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or more like probably something across, play something like whale or wailed or
what,
so
maybe doesn't have anything else.
Yeah, what exactly? Given the way he's been playing, he's going to play the most whatever the most blocky option is. That's what's going down.
Yeah, and again, sometimes you just need to stifle your opponent in this kind of situation. Again, if you know you're coming up against a very strong opponent, you can probably almost admit to yourself that you're playing against a stronger opponent than yourself. You want to try and almost drag them through this and make it difficult for them. You don't want to just open the boredom and they'll just get 4 bingos in a row and romp home to victory easily. Sometimes you're just going to make it a slugfest. This is it, and he's doing a great job of it right now.
Yeah, he's taking Dave to the dark forest. He's taking the champ to the dark forest. Yeah. It's pretty amazing.
But the Z does also play just above the E of Stone Rag as well. He can get 31 points from that.
Sure. Dave's also only down to 3 minutes and 30 seconds. I mean, there's a lot of game left here. This is kind of what I called out before about Dave taking his time on these closed boards. He has to play another 4 or 5 moves in 3 minutes.
Yep, this is exactly it. This is what we said. Sometimes he might be thinking too hard about this. Samuel's sitting there with literally half his time left. He's 35 behind. He might play the Z spot right now, but he could play Hazer and open up the board. And those two are completely different options. You're opening a completely different kind of worms if you're playing Hazer. And he actually opts to play ZE here as he goes underneath 3 minutes on his clock. He keeps a very, very strong rack. So he might be just waiting for the right opportunity to strike here.
Yeah, but Samuel's going to play something immediately. He'll play something like Where and ES or... Yeah. He has a nice play. There's a really nice play here. He's going to play Woe, Was, and Out.
Yeah, he could do that.
That's pretty good. Another thing he could do here, I don't know how many R's or N's are left, but he's actually not that far away from Rewound, double through the UN.
Oh, yes.
So he could try to play off the HLT and keep the letters for Rewound or Nwound. But yeah, he's just going to do
left. Yeah. There's only 1 R left, so he's going to go for Woe. He's going to keep scoring again. He's going to keep scoring a good solid 20-odd points each time, and it's actually going to might get him to the end. Let's see.
I'm speechless.
There's still 8 tiles in the bag right now.
And Dave's got to be thinking about fishing here. No, he's just going to score points.
So, interestingly enough, also, from his point of view, there's only 5 vowels left and 10 consonants. So you don't want to be picking up the V and those kind of clunky tiles. There's a C unseen, there's a B unseen. From his point of view, he might just be waiting to see if Samuel kind of cracks and maybe opens up something because he has to get rid of the V or something like that. She does score a lot of points in the grand scheme of things.
But Samuel's got 11 minutes to figure out how to score here. So
yeah, this is only a 3-point game. So Dave is up to 335. So yeah, I'm just looking at the engine's moves. Literally every single one is opening up something. The only thing that's not opening up is actually playing TWAS. TWAS. Putting the T on was to not open anything up. That's the only thing.
Samuel has to know that Dave has the strongest possible letters. You cannot... This is not... There could have been other times to open. This is not the time.
Exactly. So he might play something like DOH. So he in the next to Podia to get rid of keep things blocked 10 points. He could also play Jape, which is actually what he's going to do now. He's going to maximize his score for 15 points, and he's actually extending the game. Don't forget that he's actually extending the
Right.
game by playing fewer tiles. That means Dave has to play more moves in a shorter period of time.
Now Jape is a great play. He also could play the V for he could play Very. He might want to play that sooner rather than later. It does set up Ovary, but if he doesn't play the V soon, he might get stuck with it. He may never get to play it.
Yeah,
So
I mean he
has VAR also.
He has
so,
VAR, yes.
So he has 2 spots. If one of those gets blocked, I would almost immediately play the V in the other spot. Just make sure that you don't get stuck with it. Are there O's left?
There are actually no O's left, so he doesn't have to worry about Ovary. And also, with that, he can't play. Dave can't open up with any 2-letter word play, with the V there, and anything with ending with LA. So that kind of kills that option as well if he ever decides to do that. Wow, what is the play here? I mean, I think the engine is kind of just wanting to fish tiles here. He wants to play Rein, Rein, next to Demeaned. But again, there's nowhere to play a bingo. So when is he going to open? Is he going to open anything up? There's actually now only 5 tiles left in the bag. Oh, there you go. He plays Rein. He does play the highest equity play.
Is he going for something in particular? Like, does he have a dream play through the UN that he's trying to draw at this point?
I mean, I can't imagine anything will go there, though.
It's not promising. Yeah, he drops the V. That's exactly what he needed to do.
He's only playing for some kind of 4-timer. That might change the game a little bit. Because a 4-timer will put him ahead.
But what could he possibly... He has 46 seconds. What can he possibly draw?
Boy. Oh boy, what is happening? Wow. And there's still 3 tiles in the bag.
Oh, he is going over. The penalty for going over, you don't lose immediately. You lose 10 points for every fraction of a minute you go over. So the second Dave's clock is to minus 0.0001, minus 10. And he's fishing.
He might be panicking now. He's panicking now. It's obvious. He doesn't know what to do. He might have left it too late. Oh, he's just played something.
Icer.
Okay, so Samuel has time to think about this. And there's still 2 letters left in the bag. He picked out the U.
That's not even that good of a rack, actually. Does he even have a bingo?
I don't think so.
Wow.
I actually would like to have seen Samuel take a bit more time, but I don't know if he wants to just put the pressure on now.
I think that's there's no bingos possible, really. There's just maybe something through the eye, but it would be really tough to fit. So I think that was a great move. And Dave's over. He's 10.
Over, yeah. Wow. Okay, so I have the score at 396 to 349. So it's actually in real time, it's actually 339. He's actually 57 behind, including the 10-point penalty that he's got right now. And he doesn't have a bingo. And there's no tiles left in the bag.
I can't believe I watched this. Just what a man.
There's nothing.
Nerves of steel. Like Samuel just had a game plan and just committed to it 100%. And he out-strategized Dave Wiegand here. Just point blank.
Yeah.
He knew exactly what he needed to do, and he executed on it. He dumped that V. He never opened anything.
Yeah, he did. He did exactly that. Again, what I said, you just want to try and make it a slugfest, and you have a great chance of doing that if you can get some good tiles. And that's exactly what's happened. You forced Dave under time pressure, and I guess he kind of panicked with Isa, and he gave away the game straight away. And now he's going to play Bled, and he's actually going to get even more points on spread here. Which actually is the best move, is 34 points. And Dave, he went over by a point, another minute there, I think. Couldn't press the clock in time. Wow.
Wow.
That is incredible.
Samuel Anico, give yourself a hand.
Yeah.
He's got to be
Wow.
hyped.
Wow. Samuel Anico. That's what we say in the UK. If anyone does something amazing, we just witnessed it. If there was ever a way, if anyone out there is having struggles to try and beat Dave Wiegand, he just gave you the blueprint as to how to do it. Obviously, you need some good tiles and you need some luck, but he just showed you how to do it, and he did it very convincingly. So, yeah, it is a big win for Samuel, and he goes up to 8-3. Wow, what a game! A very, very interesting and tactical game played right there. And
what a treat.
Yeah, that was amazing.
I mean, for context, at last year's World Cup championship, I think only like 6 people figured out how to beat Dave total over the course of 4 days or 5 days or however long it was.
Exactly. It was one of the strongest fields in North America for a long time, also in that tournament. Again, this year is also very strong. Obviously not as strong without us, Jesse, but
Yeah.
But it's still a very strong field right there, right now. And yeah, anyone can be anyone at the top. You just witnessed it. It's amazing.
I mean, you just witnessed Scrabble history. I mean, that might sound over the top, but I mean, this once in a blue moon, to our knowledge, the first time Samuel's been on stream at a place where many people get nervous or like have trouble performing, and he just executed
perfectly. Yeah, perfectly. I mean, again, you could say things like maybe him playing White AE could have been a misstep, for example. But again, he had enough in the tank. It did end up cashing the C and the K together on the next turn. And again, he missed. He didn't. Well, he wasn't sure about Bale. He could have played Lynx again, but he played it. He played it safe and played picks. Again, I always say to whoever I'm teaching Scrabble, scoring 0 with a phony is always the worst thing you can do. So he didn't want to score 0 with Bale potentially if he didn't know it. He played picks. He played it safe, and he didn't open up the board. He had to let Dave open up the board, and with pretty much no time, he cracked, and then that was it. That's all he needed. He killed it off with Hid and Dicer, and he had enough in the tank to see it out. Yeah, I have no words.
There's just a lot of talent out there. I mean, so Samuel, I am learning from, although he doesn't have a Westford rating, I am learning from Cross Tables that he's actually based out of Canada. So he didn't play for a couple of years in the pandemic and showed up in a pretty strong Collins field earlier this year and held his own, was like near the top and caved a little bit over the stretch. So yeah, we're not, that's on me for not being as familiar with his history, but if he's showing up here and you can see Dave kind of looking around like, man, what was I supposed to do? He looks shook. I mean, it's the last game of the day, so you can kind of let your guard down a bit, but yeah, it's cool, especially during the pandemic. A lot of people have been going and working on their games we haven't seen a lot of each other because there haven't been that many big tournaments. So it's kind of cool. It's like people are just kind of coming out of the woodwork, and it's like, man, these people have turned into like real serious players.
Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah. And yes, Samuel there looked very, very happy with how he played in the end. I'm sure he's probably buzzing to keep playing tonight, but that actually is the last game of the evening today, I believe. But there's going to be more tomorrow from 9 p.m. US Central Time. And actually, we'll be back, right? Is that right? We'll be back, you and me.
Yeah.
More games tomorrow.
Little early, but if it's as much of a treat as this afternoon's games, then it'll be worth that slightly early holiday wake-up call. So we will be there, and you should be there too.
Yes, definitely tune in for more Scrabble action tomorrow. There's definitely more games played in this World Cup this year. So again, if you are new to Scrabble and not sure where to start looking for all those things, go to the wordgamesplayers.org website, and you can learn more about it there. So yeah, I think that's basically it. So yeah, see you guys tomorrow. Be there.
Yes. Signing off. I'm Jesse with Austin, and we'll see you soon.